Yeah, I think it's connected now.
Oh, yep, sending data received. Yeah, thank you. Okay, we are live. We are live. I'm going to move. Okay. Any other conversations? I think we might discuss.
And I think my dad, she said, I have not.
Hello. Ẹ káàárọ̀, ẹ káàsán o. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you're hearing us from. Ṣé ẹ gbọ́ wa o? Are we live?
I'm going in.
Ẹ ṣeun. Ẹ jẹ́ mọ̀ gbà tó bá when it's time for us to
Loud and clear.
Okay, lovely.
Loud
Let me know
and clear.
when it's ready for us to go, and we'll kickstart this. Please, can we get those videos played? The anthem and all of that. Hello, ṣé ń gbọ́ mi o? Onílé mo kágò o. Ìbàlá kọjú nílẹ̀ Yorùbá o. Ẹ káàárọ̀ o. Good morning, olóbìnrin ọlọ́kùnrin a kí yín o. A fi tẹ̀rín tọ̀yàyà a fi kí yín o. Ewúrẹ́ tó wọlé tí ò kágò ó dẹran àmúso a kí yín o tógúntógún. Tẹlẹ́ṣọ̀ tẹlẹ́ṣọ̀ tọ̀yàyà tọ̀yàyà la fi kí yín. Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀. Ǹjẹ́ àwọn ará Èkó ń gbọ́ wa bí? ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀, ẹ ṣeun, adúpẹ́. Arábìnrin Lọlá Lawal, ẹ ṣeun o. Ẹ bá wa kí àwọn èèyàn wa o pé inú wa dùn láti rí wọn o. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ò ní bàjẹ́ o láṣẹ Èdùà. Kòkòkò lára ọ̀tá ń lé o, yóò mọ ojúṣe fún wa láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ẹ wò, mi ò mọ̀ bóyá arábìnrin Lọlá Lawal ṣe ń gbọ́ wa. Ìtorí mi ò gbọ́ yín o, bóyá kẹ́ unmute kíní yín, voice yín àgbọ́ yín rárá. Ẹ dákun ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà nínú ilé agbára, ẹ bá wa fi ohùn kóhùn àwọn ará Èkó jákè, ẹ dákun. Àròjọ músolókùn, ẹ ṣeun. Àròjọ músolókùn. Àgbọ́ yín o, ẹ má bínú, ẹ dákun.
Okay.
Hello tó ẹ̀ ṣe ń gbọ́ wa o. Arábìnrin Lọlá ò gbọ́ yín ni.
A ti ń gbọ́ wọn báyìí.
Ẹ ṣeun.
Ṣé tí ń gbọ́ wọ́n báyìí.
Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀, agbọ́ yín jákè, ẹ ṣeun. Adúpẹ́ pé òkun, adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Olódùmarè, ọba àjíkí, ọba àjíìkì. Ẹ wò, láì fọ̀tápè, a ò rọjọ́ músolókùn. Today is the 14th of June, Saturday, 2025. And we're super excited from the Think Yoruba First organization to be in a position to present this event, this conference, this Global Yoruba Conference. The theme of this auspicious event is Yorubaland in 200 years. The status of the youth, economic empowerment, and Yoruba economic development within the geography called Nigeria. And we are super excited. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá lẹ́yìn ọgọ́rùn-ún méjì ọdún, igba ọdún, ipò ọ̀dọ́, agbára ọrọ̀ ajé àti ìdàgbàsókè ìṣẹ̀dá ọrọ̀ ajé Yorùbá nínú ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀, ẹ wọ́ mi látẹ̀wọ́, ṣé mi ò gbìyànjú ni? Ẹ̀yin wa ẹ wọ́ wa látẹ̀wọ́, adákùn. Ẹ ṣeun. Orí yín ó kànkè. Ẹ wo, today we have a packed agenda for you. And we're super excited because for the very first time, we're doing something we've never done before, which is, as I speak to you, we have our people in London, in Westminster, who are, doing live events as well as people in Lagos. And believe it or not, I'm speaking from Dublin. So super excited. Yoruba is global. Today's event is going to be exciting, to say the least. We've gone through various arrival protocols, and then the event has started. Over the next couple of hours, we'll be hearing from very notable personalities. It's an important date for us because, you see, we are delighted to welcome you to this third annual conference. This is the third edition. And in this conference, we're going to explore discussions and contributions on strategies and solutions to address the challenges facing the youth in Yorubaland over the next 2 centuries, planning for the future. You see, those who plan to fail, those who fail to plan to fail. Ọ̀dọ́ lọ́jọ́ ọ̀la, ọ̀dọ́ gbangba. So, láì fọ̀tápè, a ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìwúre nílẹ̀ Yorùbá, ìbàlá kọ́ dá. So a ó ṣe ìwúre láti dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Olódùmarè, Ọlọ́run ọba, tí ó jẹ́ kí ọjọ́ òní kó ṣojú wa. A dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Olódùmarè. ṣùgbọ́n a mọ bí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ṣe rí, ẹlẹ́sìn púpọ̀ ni wá, àwa ò sì bá ẹnìkan jẹ́, so a ó ṣe dọ́gbadọ́gba lónìí ni. A ó ṣe àdúrà àti ìwúre látẹnu àwọn oníṣẹ̀ṣe, àbọ̀rú àbọ̀yè o. A ó gbọ́ àdúrà látẹnu àwọn ẹlẹ́sìn ìgbàgbọ́ ní tí wọ́n ń gbàdúrà ní orúkọ Jésù. A ó sì gbọ́ ìwúre àti àdúrà lẹ́nu àwọn onímọ̀le. So a ó ṣe kó dọ́gba ni. So ẹ dákun ṣe sí ń gbọ́ mi o, ṣóhùn mi jákè. Mi dán lọ láṣẹ àwọn èèyàn ń gbọ́ wa.
Bẹ́ẹ̀
Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀. So ẹ wo láì fọ̀tápè, inú mi dùn, orúkọ tèmi òun ni Àkànjí Àgàn the restorer, tá a sì túmọ̀ sí afọnrere. Inú mi dùn, ayọ̀ mi kún lónìí. Èmi ni màá ṣe ìwúre àwọn oníṣẹ̀ṣe, ẹni tó yẹ kó ṣe ìyá nífà Ifá Tẹnípẹlẹ́gàn. Wọn ò sí níjókòó ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n ti ní pé kí n ṣe, so màá ṣe náà ni. Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀. Ìbà Olódùmarè o, ìbà wọn tó láyé, ìbà ilẹ̀ ọ̀gẹ́rẹ́ afọkọ́yẹrí alápòòkà, ẹ jẹ́ ojú wa ṣe wá ní òun alálẹ̀. Adúpẹ́ o, adúpẹ́ oore àná, adúpẹ́ oore òní o. Ẹ mọ̀jẹ̀ àtàṣe àgbàmọ́lẹ̀ o, ẹ mọ̀jẹ̀ àṣìṣọ́ o. Wọ́n ní pé tọmọdé bá júbà àròkò dalẹ̀, àjúbà o, àṣẹ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè, ogbó atọ́ àsúrè ìwòrìwò fún. Ẹ dákun, ṣé Dr. Rotimi wà ní ìjókòó? Àwọn ni wọ́n bá wa ṣe àdúrà àwọn onígbàgbọ́. Dr. Rotimi of Idera Health, ǹjẹ́ wọ́n wà ń bẹ̀? Ṣé wọ́n wà ń jókòó? Tí wọn ò bá sí ń jókòó, ǹjẹ́ ẹni tó gbangba sùn lọ́yẹ̀ kan wà around tó jẹ́ ọmọlẹ́yìn Kristi tó lè bá wa ṣe àdúrà ní Èkó mẹ́yẹn? Omidan Lọ́lá, ẹ dákun, ẹ bá wa wá èèyàn kan tó gbangba sùn lọ́yẹ̀ kó bá wa gbàdúrà ní orúkọ Jésù.
Okay. So, barrister.
In Jesus' name. Our Father, thank you for today. Thank you for this program. We say Christ would give us a successful day today. We pray that the Almighty God would speak through the mouth of our speakers and will give us the best of our hearts. In Jesus' mighty name, I have prayed.
Àmín, àmín lórúkọ Jésù. Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ arákùnrin wa, ẹ ṣeun. Ẹ yọ fìlà yín lórí o, àfàìní yín, ẹ yọ fìlà yín lórí. Àmọ́ adúpẹ́, ẹ ṣeun, adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín. Ẹ dákun, àfáà Lukman, àwọn ni wọ́n bá wa ṣe àdúrà àwọn onímọ̀le. Ẹ dákun, ẹ bá wa gbé microphone fún wọn. Ṣáwọn nìyẹn? Tí ò bá dẹ̀ sí àfáà Lukman ń jókòó, ẹ dákun, ẹ bá wá ẹni tó ń tẹ̀lé ànábì, ẹ dákun, gbogbo ẹ̀ ń ṣe inú re náà ni. Ẹ ṣeun. Àgbọ̀ yín o.
Àdúgbò fọ́lọ́run tó jẹ́ kí gbogbo wa lè kójọ sí ìgbà ilé ní ayọ̀ àtàlàáfíà. Gbogbo nǹkan tá èròǹgbà wa fúnlẹ̀ Yorùbá, Ọlọ́run á jẹ́ kó wá sí ìmúṣẹ ní àlàáfíà àti ní ojú ayé gbogbo wa tá a jókòó síbi. Gbogbo àwọn èròǹgbà wa àti tá à ń sọ síta àtàwọn ìta ìtì sọ síta, gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tá a fẹ́ ń dáadáa fúnlẹ̀ Yorùbá àti fún ara wa, Ọlọ́run á jẹ́ kí ó wá sí ìmúṣẹ fún gbogbo wa. Ẹ jẹ́ àparí ẹ̀ pẹ̀lú náà tẹ̀lé. Iná tẹ̀lé ọkọ̀
ẹ ṣeun, adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín o. Ẹ̀yà aláwù, adúpẹ́. Ẹ wo, a ti ṣe èyí tó yẹ ká ṣe, a ti ṣe ìbà. Ẹ wo, lónìí mi ò dá ṣe o. Omidan Lọlá Lawal, arákùnrin Tósìn Onífọ̀nbóyèdé, àti arákùnrin wa Tóbi Akínúbi tí wọ́n wà ní orí black carpet. Àwọn ni a ó jọ máa ṣe atukọ̀ ètò yìí. Omidan Lọlá, ẹ bá wa sọ̀rọ̀, báwo ni gbogbo ẹ̀? Ṣó ń lọ dáadáa? Ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ sókè ká gbọ́ yín.
Ṣé ẹ̀ ń gbọ́ mi?
Yes, à ń gbọ́ yín.
Okay. Ẹ ṣeun. Thank you very much. Lord Dada has been going very well. We're grateful to all our guests. Today started with showers of blessing. And we're grateful that all our guests are here. In fact, we have a full house. We're gearing up. We're ready. I think one of the interesting things about today's event is that it is multi-continental. It is happening in Africa. It is happening in Europe. It's also happening in the US. This is the first of its kind, and we're humbled to be here at a time such as this, gathered for the good of Yoruba, of Yoruba people, Yorubaland. So yes, we're excited. I'm sure you can see Lagos. Well, is it Lagos Center that we'll call it now? Lagos Center, please, can you guys something? Sorry. Okay. Ẹ káàárọ̀ gbogbo ilé. Ṣé ti gbọ́ wa bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn?
A gbọ́ yín o, ẹ ṣeun arábìnrin Lọlá Lawal. Inú wa dùn láti rí yín o, ayọ̀ wa kún fọ́fọ́. Ẹ wo, láì fọ̀tápè, without further ado, just to set the stage and provide a bit of context for those who may not know what Think Yoruba First is about. I will spend the next couple of minutes, a minute or so, just to provide a bit of introduction about what Think Yoruba First is. Our vision as an organization is the preservation of the robust Yoruba identity and the development of a formidable collective that caters to the well-being and fulfillment of the potential of every Yoruba son and daughter through instilling Yoruba consciousness in our people and maintaining a decolonized Yoruba region as we leave a lasting legacy for our descendants. Ẹ wo òyìnbó gilango yẹn pọ̀. Kókó inú ìwé ìròyìn ni pé ìdí tá a fi gbé ẹgbẹ́ yìí sílẹ̀ ó ní láti ṣe ìgbésókè ilẹ̀ Yorùbá. Wọ́n ní ohun anílà náni ohun anílà náni ẹni tí ò bá lè tọ́jú ilẹ̀ bàbá rẹ̀. Wọ́n ní pé ọmọ tó bá gbàgbé ilé gan ó so àpò ìyàkọ́ ni o. So ẹ dákun ilẹ̀ Yorùbá yìí ti wà ní o. Kò sẹ́ni tí ó bá wa tún ṣe. Ìdí tí a fi gbé ẹgbẹ́ yìí dìde gan nìyẹn, Think Yoruba First, láti ṣe búrùjí àti ìkóríyá fún àwọn èèyàn wa jáde káàkiri gbogbo orílẹ̀-èdè àgbáyé. Gbogbo bí làwa àwa Yorùbá wà, a dẹ̀ ń ṣe nǹkan ribiribi, àwa ò bà orúkọ ìlú Nàìjíríà jẹ́. Orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá a ò bà ìlú Nàìjíríà jẹ́. And our mission, ladies and gentlemen, is as Omoluabi, Omoti Oluiwabi, we are to seek out the courage in the face of adversity against people who are, trying to overwhelm us in our territory. And this is a strong message to let them know that Aisha Male, Omo Koniwa, ilẹ̀ Yorùbá yìí òkè òkè ni ó máa lọ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. So that is what Think Yoruba First is. We are at the intersection of cultural transformation and identity preservation. We want in 200 years' time to see a thriving Yorubaland. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè, ó dẹ̀ ti rí bẹ́ẹ̀. Ẹ wo ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àlè sọ̀rọ̀ tán. Ẹ dákun ṣé ààrẹ ṣé wọ́n ti rẹ́dì? Ọmọlúàbí Ọládìméjì Bọ́lárìnwá, the TYF president, is he ready to address us? Can I get a confirmation from our Westminster attendees, our organizers there? If not, I'm happy to throw back the microphone to Arábìnrin Lọlá Lawal. Kẹ́ bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ díẹ̀. Àbí ààrẹ ti ready? Ẹ ṣeun. Ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń tó mi létí ni pé adarí wa ti ready o. Wọ́n ti ṣetán láti bá wa sọ̀rọ̀. Ọ̀gbẹ́ni Bọ́lárìnwá, over to you. Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀. Ẹ dákun ẹ bá wa jẹ́ kó wọn ó jákè o. Torí ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀.
Ṣé ń gbọ́ mi?
A gbọ́ yín dáadáa, ẹ ṣeun.
Mo kí gbogbo wa lórúkọ Olódùmarè. Mo kí ẹ̀yin ìyá mi, ẹ̀yin bàbá mi káàkiri orígun mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin ayé tí ẹ wà níbi ìpéjọpọ̀ níbi gbogbo. I'm so happy that we are all here. I'm so grateful to Almighty God for making this a possibility. Firstly, standing on the existing protocol, I want to thank all the important eminent personalities, all the important people on ground, we want to thank the president of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We want to thank the Lagos State Governor. We want to thank the states, the governors of the Southwest states. And we want to thank everybody, all Yoruba people worldwide that made this a possibility. Once again, I greet you all in the name of Olodumare. Today is a wonderful day. We are using the power of the internet, the power of innovation, the power of the greatness of the minds of people, of great minds of people, to be able to connect our people all over the 7 continents of the world. Anywhere you're listening to me today, in as much you are Yoruba ethno-linguistically and ethno-religiously, you all belong to this powerful pan-Yoruba organization. What is Think Yoruba First? Think Yoruba First. It is not a secessionist call. It is not a call to hate. It is not a call to fight. It is not a call to discriminate. It is not a call to be bigoted. It is not a call to attack others. It is not a call to make the Yoruba become an emit in a very globalized world. It is a call for the Yoruba people to become a united bloc. The Jews have done it. The Arabs have done it. The Chinese have done it. Why should the Yoruba people not do it? The Yoruba people, we are diverse in terms of religion, but the Yoruba people, we are united in terms of civilization. We might be Christians, we might be Muslims, we might be Onisheshe. No matter who we are all Yorubas. And this is the most important thing. This is why we have to think Yoruba first. This is why we have to think Yoruba first. Now, the message of Think Yoruba First is the unity of a diverse people in terms of religious identity, the unity of a diverse people in terms of geopolitical location. How do you unite the Yoruba people that were taken 300 years ago that now speak Spanish, that now speak Portuguese, yet they refuse to dissolve their Yoruba identity. With the Yoruba man from Ilorin, who is a Sheikh and a Muslim, how do you unite them? Religiously, they subscribe to different faiths. Religiously, their religious worldview is different. This is why this ideology, it's a needed panacea to these dangers of schism within the Yoruba race. I'll go back a little bit in history. The reason why Austria, which is a German land, is Austrian, is not part of Germany today, and Germany, which is also a German land, is not part of Austria today, is because of religious schism. It's not even because both of them are not Christians. It is because both of them are different in terms of their denomination. One is Protestant, another one is Catholic. So we live in Yoruba land, where you go to places like Oyo State, large Muslim population. You go to places like Ondo State, large Christian population. And if we do not want to destroy ourselves in a multipolar world order, and we need to unite ourselves within the politics of Nigeria, within the geopolitics of West Africa, the message of Think Yoruba First is the message of hope, is the message of liberation, is the message of unity, is the message of power, is the message of unison. And this, it doesn't matter, maybe you're a politician, maybe you're in APC, you're in PDP, you're in Labour Party, you're in Benin Republic, you're in Togo, you must understand that ethnopolitics is the only way for the Yoruba people to survive the multipolar world order. The multipolar world order is upon us. Just yesterday, we saw what happened in Iran versus Israel. The Jews of all over the world are united with the state of Israel. The same thing with the Persians, the Shiites, all over the world, they are united with Iran. That is even though we love to see a world that is good, a world that is peaceful, but we have to tell ourselves the truth. We must band together. And how do we band together? What is the basis of our unity? Why are we uniting? It is good to build economic bloc within ourselves. It is good for us to practice groupnomics. How do we practice groupnomics? Groupnomics in terms of culture, groupnomics in terms of economics, groupnomics in terms of marriage, groupnomics in everything, in terms of education, in terms of civilization. That is the power that we have to bring together to unite us as a people. And the Yoruba people are a pan-West African people. The Yoruba people are a transcontinental people. The Yoruba people are a globalized people. We are the only race on the continent of Africa with a civilization that can contend with any civilization in South America, in Central America, in North America. So we are a people that need to band together and unite as a people. The message of Think Yoruba First is not a message of secession. The message of Think Yoruba First is not a message of rebellion. The message of Think Yoruba First is not a message of taking up arms. No, it is a message of educational, cultural integration of ourselves, no matter where we are. How are you going to unite the Yorubas of Ghana and the Yorubas of Nigeria? It's impossible. We are geopolitically different. Many of us don't even have contiguous land border. It's impossible. But the Jews have done it. That the Jews living in Ecuador, in Quito, the Jews living in Lima, the Jews living in Brazzaville, in Congo, the Jews living in Kinshasa, in Congo, has the same mindset, has the same collective mindset in believing in groupnomics with the Jews living in the continent of Antarctica. It is not our fault that millions of our people were taken as slaves, hundreds of millions of our people were globalized. It is not our fault. It's not our fault that there are more people that are Yorubas outside Africa than in Africa currently. It is not our fault. It is not our fault that our people refuse to dissolve themselves. It is not our fault. But it is our fault if we refuse to unite ourselves. It is our fault if we refuse to do what other people have done. So it's extremely important. For us, for this conference, for this global platform, just like the way other powerful people have done all over the world. The Chinese diaspora in Singapore, do not forget the importance of uniting with the Chinese homeland. In fact, what we see as the economic miracle currently in the current day China was because of the intellectual prowess of the diaspora Chinese, who are the majority in Singapore. It was the Chinese of Singapore that gave the economic, that built the civil service, that built the power base in China. That is how important for us to cross-fertilize. That is how important for us to bring together, Now, lastly, we live at a crossroad where many people are asking questions. If you are a Muslim, can you still be a Yoruba conscious? Can you still be Yoruba conscious? If you are a Christian, can you still be Yoruba conscious? What is the criteria to be a Yoruba? But I'm going to give you a good example. I always use the Jewish example because the Jewish example and the Yoruba example is so interconnected because we are a people that were also forcibly taken away from our homeland, especially between the 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th century. Albert Einstein, one of the greatest one of the greatest men on earth who happens to be a Jew, does not practice Judaism, but he is a Jew and he's proud to be Jew. So it doesn't matter today if you are listening to me, whether you're a Christian, whether you're a Muslim, whether you're a Sheshe, always think Yoruba first. And this message is still starting. We are going to ensure that the greatest pan-Yoruba movement that has ever been born on the surface of the earth, which is not to disrupt or destroy the current status quo across countries of the world. No, that's not what we want to do. We want to ensure that the Yoruba civilization that has always given joy in terms of music, Afrobeat, our entertainment, in terms of our intellectual acumen, in terms of our intellectual contribution to the world, takes another dimension. And in a very sad world where people live in fear and hopelessness, we hope the Yoruba civilization will heal the world and ensure that the world comes together. Thank you so much once again. I want to thank all the executives of TYF and the entire members of TYF and everybody worldwide listening to us. Always think Yoruba first. Always ensure that anywhere you see another Yoruba man, that Yoruba man is your brother. Thank you very much once again. May Olódùmarè continue to be with us.
Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀, Ààrẹ. Thank you, Ọ̀gbẹ́ni Bọ́lárìnwá Ọládìméjì, the TYF president. We're truly grateful. And just to underscore some of his submissions, we are going to have some of our people from the Francophone states of the world, some of our people from Ghana, some of our people from Latin America. I think we have a video that our friends in the media room are going to play right now. So can I ask that our friends in the media room please play that video? And I believe we're going to be hearing from Dr. Olusegun, who is representing Francophone Yorubas. I think this is Dr. E.A. Tete. Please go ahead and play this. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Dr. Ivan Sagutete. I'm a proud Ghana from Po in the Greater Accra region of Ghana. I am currently the regent of Pum Sepripo in the Pum traditional area. As a very proud Yoruba, I believe that the unification of all the Yoruba people within West Africa is very, very important for a multipolar world order we have now. And so on behalf of all the Yoruba people in Accra, I want to wish everyone a good year and pledge their support for the 2025 World Yoruba Conference, especially for those of us at the Think Yoruba First organization within the West African bloc. I'm talking of Ghana, the Gambia, and Sierra Leone. We wish you all well.
Media room ẹjọ ẹ má bínú o, ó rà bẹ kíní ẹ lọtí kọ́ńbẹ̀ yẹn ẹ dákun tẹ bá lè bá wa tún kẹ jẹ́ kí ohun yẹn náà kó jákèdé ẹ dákun. Ó ṣe pàtàkì ká gbọ́ ohun tí àwọn ọmọ bàbá wa ọmọ ìyá wa ní Ghana ń sọ ẹ dákun. Ẹ bá wa gbé ohun rẹ̀ sókè kíní ẹ lọtí kọ́ dé ẹ dákun. Orúkọ arákùnrin náà tó bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ tán sìn, òun ni Dr. E.A. Tete. He represents Yorubas in Ghana.
Good day, everyone. My name is Dr. Sagutete. I'm a proud Ga from Po in the Greater Accra region of Ghana. I am currently the regent of Pum Sepripo in the Pum traditional area. As a very proud Yoruba, I believe that the unification of all the Yoruba people within West Africa is very, very important for a multipolar world order we have now. And so on behalf of all the Yoruba people in Accra, I want to wish everyone a good year and pledge a support for the 2025 World Yoruba Conference, especially for those of us at the Think Yoruba First organization within the West African bloc. I'm talking of Ghana, the Gambia, and Sierra Leone. We wish you all well.
Thank you so much, Dr. E.A. Tete, for recording that very powerful video. We are solidarity with the Ga people of Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, it may come as a surprise to some of us, but what we're simply saying and affirming is that the Ga people of Ghana have their roots in Otu Ife, in Ile Ife, Ibiti Ojumo ti Mowa. So you see, we are truly global. The Yoruba people are truly global. It goes without saying that we are. Ladies and gentlemen, we have two other people that I think we're going to hear from. And I'd like if the people in Lagos Center can confirm if Dr. Olusegun, if he's available to speak to the people. And I believe we're also going to hear from Saori Games Ifamosu, who is from the Latin Americas. Lola, can you confirm the presence of Dr. Olusegun, who is going to speak to us on behalf of the Francophone, French-speaking Yoruba people?
Arákùnrin Akànjẹ́ Àgàn, thank you so much. Olóòtú extraordinaire, thank you very, very much. Our guests that are supposed to speak to us or address us, maybe we'll take them later.
Okay,
Please be on seat.
Okay. Ǹjẹ́ arábìnrin Miss Anike Ade Funke Treasure, is she available now?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Can I ask you to please read our citation and let's hear from her. Thank you so much. Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀. Ẹ ṣeun.
Morning ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to introduce one of our Yoruba stalwarts, a mother indeed, a leader, Miss Anike Ade Funke Treasure. Miss Anike Ade Funke Treasure, she's a trailblazing broadcast journalist, leadership coach, and media mentor. She made history as the first female to lead an all-news radio station in Nigeria, rising to assistant director at Radio Nigeria. She's the founder of the Media Mentoring Initiative and the Funke Treasure Table Tennis Championship for young girls. Miss Funke Treasure brings decades of experience shaping voices and narratives across Nigeria and beyond. Please welcome Miss Anike Funke Adechurch. Adúpẹ́. Ó kí gbogbo wa lọ́kùnrin lóbìnrin, gbogbo àwa tá a péjọpọ̀ ń bí àtàwọn tó bá wa péjọpọ̀ ní àgbáyé. Inú mi dùn láti wà níbí ilé ní nítorí wípé gbogbo ibi tí wọ́n bá ti ń ṣe ẹ káàárọ̀ ẹ káalẹ́, gbogbo ibẹ̀ yẹn lèmi máa ń fẹ́. Èdè Yorùbá, èdè tó ládùn gidigidi gan ni, èdè tó rẹwà, èdè téèyàn fi ń yan gan ni. Ẹ bá rí gbogbo àwọn ọmọ wa nílé lóko lókè òkun, ẹ rí i pé wọ́n máa ń tayọ àwọn ẹgbẹ́ wọn ni. Nítorí náà, pẹ̀lú gbogbo ohun tí mo ti rí gbé ṣe nílé ayé, eléyìí máa jẹ́ èyí tó jẹ́ ìkan náà àwọn tó jẹ́ pàtàkì jùlọ fún mi, wípé mo darapọ̀ mọ́ àwọn èèyàn mi nílẹ̀ Yorùbá láti gbé àṣà àti ìṣe wa lárugẹ. Nítorí náà, ẹ jẹ́ ká pàtẹ́wọ́ fúnra wa. Distinguished guests, elders of the land, youths, culture bearers, media practitioners, and esteemed listeners across the globe. I welcome you to this critical conversation about the future of Yorubaland over the next 200 years, focusing on two powerful forces, the media and our youth. As the Yorubas say, Odo tó bá gbàgbé orísun ẹ̀, kí ni ó ṣe? Yóò gbẹ dànù ni. A river that forgets its source will dry up. And so I come at you with my Yoruba roots, the granddaughter of a hunter and a cash crop farmer who lost all to the Ife Modakeke War. The granddaughter of two women leaders, one, Iyale Oloje, who would qualify today as a wholesale distributor of Emu, an indigenous Yoruba alcoholic beverage, and the other, Yaloja Ilepo Terumu, a settlement in Ibadan, your state. I celebrated them all in my childhood memoir, Memories of Grandma, Eyito Jasi Ìrántí Ìyá Àgbà, a book that documents my growing up as a child of Yoruba origins in the late 70s and early 80s. And so, as an original Ibadan woman, Ibadan Ile Oluyole, níbi tí wọ́n ti ń fi karahun fọ́rí mu. I bear my Yorubaness with immense pride. And this background is important as I talk about how the media and the Yoruba youths can preserve and continue to celebrate our heritage in the next few years. We gather today not merely to discuss possibilities, but to shape realities. As I've been asked to project ahead for 200 years and share how I think the media and youths in Yorubaland will have fared, I think we should do this in chunks of 50 years. I've been asked to share what I think will remain of our stories, language, values, flora, fauna, and identity, whether we continue as we are or we break free from outdated patterns. And so in doing that, here's what I did. I took a quick trip 200 years back to highlight milestone achievements of the youth and the media. So then, I will do a historical reflection and futuristic projection of Yorubaland within 1825 and 2225. Media is powerful. I can say that because I've been in the media for almost 30 years now. The media does three things. One, it shapes public opinion. Two, promotes narratives and ideologies. And three, it affects social and political dynamics. The power of media is immense, and it is evident because those who consume it, whether they like it or not, through constant exposure to certain messages and narratives, experience changes in perspective that bring about attitudinal change. Ìdí nìyí tí media tó
tó ṣe lágbára gidi gan ni. So let's take a lesson from history and go back to ìwé ìròyìn. In 1859, a missionary, Henry Townsend, published ìwé ìròyìn, the first Yoruba newspaper, the first newspaper in Nigeria, and indeed the first indigenous newspaper in Africa. It wasn't just a paper. It was a revolution because it gave voice to a people. It documented our world in our tongue and laid the foundation for the literate, informed communities that we are as Yoruba people today. Then there was Atoka. Nítorí pé odò tó bá gbàgbé orísun ẹ̀ yóò gbẹ ni. There was Atoka, a photoplay magazine published from 1967 to 1991. It covered dramatic arts, photographic arts, and publishing arts. We have had Alaroye, 1985, which was actually a community reportage created by then 25-year-old Musa Alawa Adedayo. We had Akede Agbaye, we had Alaroye, Ishokon, Concord Press, and the Daily Sketch published Boom Boom. That was Iroyin Owuro. And lately, Belegbo by the Nation. And if we look at broadcasting, where I have worked for several years, WNTV started in Yorubaland in 1959. Nowadays, Hilary, we have radio stations owned by Yoruba sons and daughters. But do we have ethno-conscious programming that sets the record straight? We lack prominent TV stations that are national in outlook and free from political affiliations. Given the pioneering significance of the Yoruba in broadcasting, it is curious that only one TV station owned by Yoruba is in the top 10 nationally. Tabawa Wosakun, digitally, there are intentional blogs, online storytellers, TikTokers, YouTubers, carrying the touch of culture. To these ones, I salute you. But there is now Masoimbo, a deliberate response to loss of Ewaide, a deliberate response to the erosion of the foundational framework for speaking our language. I don't know about you, but in my family, we do our own Masoimbo to teach our young ones how to speak right, how to use conjunctions. Because if you look at Masoimbo, the landmines are conjunctions. Nítorí pé báyìí ni, okay, ló máa ń jáwọn èèyàn jù. Kí ni okay ní Yorùbá? Nígbà tí, nígbà náà, bí ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé those are things that we have lost, and which I think Masoyinbo is intentionally bringing back. There is also Washiri, a response to the ridicule and the challenge posed by multiculturalism within Nigeria. A response and a model for reclaiming and preserving culture through storytelling. In discussing Yoruba youths, I focus on 3 areas. The cultural psychology of aspiration. And aspiration is good because when you aspire, you become. Ṣùgbọ́n in psychology to wà lẹ́yìn aspiration. What is then the cultural psychology of aspiration? The second one is cultural intelligence. Just as you have emotional intelligence, there is cultural intelligence. Menonuwa. Lo cultural intelligence. Láti bá wọn ẹ̀yà tó kù lò pọ̀. And then there is the third one, political intelligence. Ẹ jẹ́ wá lọ sí àwọn ibi tó kàn mí gbọ̀ngbọ̀n tó ń dùn mí wọnú eegun. Aṣọ òkè and àdìrẹ. We've seen an explosion in appreciation and usage of these fabrics. Both fabrics indigenous to the Yoruba and both fabrics endangered. And I'll tell you why they're endangered. The Chinese have created a prototype machine that produces ashoke. And they want to start exporting to us. They will probably patent and then bring them back to us. Same thing for Adire. There is not Adire China. As for ashoke, how many of our young ones are left in the production of ashoke? Wọ́n fẹ́ máa weave. And this is why I think this is a dangerous development, which I stand here before you to decry. What are we actively doing about it? How can you, a youth, preserve the making of these fabrics? Nítorí pé tiwantiwa tèkísà ń ta tán. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí mo dẹ̀ ṣe sọ níbẹ̀rẹ̀, odò tó bá gbàgbé orísun ẹ̀ á gbẹ dànù ni. I mean, it's okay to be makeup artists or perfume sellers, to be hairstylists, to be lifestyle stylists, and all of these new age jobs and professions. But the onus is on the youth to ensure that in the next 50 years, these fabrics will not be imported back to the next generations. Nítorí bó ṣe ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ rí. Our flora and our fauna are part of our identity. In my mother's lineage, similar to what we witnessed in the film Jagun Jagun, the Baronsi, they preserve herbs and leaves. As a matter of fact, in my mother's lineage, wọ́n ní ọmọ ewé màmí o, ọmọ ewé màmí, èní ni n ó kì ọ́ délé bàbá rẹ, ọmọ ewé màmí. But ṣé ewé ò ti tán nínú igbó báyìí? Have the leaves not vanished from the forest now? I like a line from Olamide's song that captures this. Oni kò séwé, kò ségbò. No leaves, no herbs. The leaves, the herbs, and the knowledge about them, like our fabrics, must be preserved. Our sacred groves, like Iguagala, are being destroyed to build housing estates and plazas. If we do not preserve our environments, we lose our language. We lose our language torí pé ó ní ohun tí wọ́n bá ewé sọ. And if we lose our language, we lose our proverbs. If we lose our proverbs, we lose our wisdom. And if we lose our wisdom, we lose ourselves. And as the Yoruba say, torí ò bá ti sí lọ́rùn, a ò lè dẹ́ni tó lára mọ̀. If the head is missing on the neck, we can't identify the person to whom the body belongs. Our spirituality is rich. Harvard now runs a course on Ifa. Yet many back home still demonize it. Nevertheless, my people, Isheshe, Yoruba traditional religion, would experience a global spiritual resurgence. Ifa divination will be performed through quantum processors that calculate Odu combinations in nanoseconds, guided by trained Babalawo AI interfaces. Let me give a cautionary tale. The Yoruba are a liberal people. Akonyo Moragoni. And this has caused frictions with other ethnic groups in Nigeria. This is what is happening in the UK and the loss of cultural dominance. And that's why it's a cautionary tale for us. So let us cross the ocean briefly. A recent report projects that by 2063, white British people will become a minority in the UK. By 2100, 60% of the UK population will have at least one immigrant parent. This demographic shift has sparked anxiety about loss, about heritage, about identity. Why do I bring this up? Because the Yoruba nation is not immune. The infiltration in the Yoruba nation here in Nigeria is not just physical, but also cultural. Our weddings look more like Western sitcoms than Yoruba ceremonies because we've lost the spirituality around it. It's a lot of entertainment now. Our music replaces idioms with slangs. Our cities see Ewe and Igbo as nothing. They're building plazas. Níbo ni àdá sọ́tọ̀ tá a yà sọ́tọ̀ wípé Ewe àti Igbo Yorùbá bí wọ́n ṣe wà nígbà jọ̀hún wọ́n máa wà ńbẹ̀ ní agbègbè yìí. Ẹni tó bá dẹ̀ tara ẹ̀ lọ́pọ̀, ọ̀wọ́n gógó ni ó fi rà. He who sells his relative cheaply will buy him back at exorbitant price. So let me look at what the media in 200 years, what role they must play. The media of the future must not just inform, it must preserve, it must educate, transmit, and inspire. And it must urgently prioritize Yoruba communication of values, celebration of heritage, and perpetuation of culture. Kini mo means when I say in communicating values, we must emphasize that Omoluabi means integrity, respect, and humility. Orisumibare speaks to our grace. And our children must learn that ọmọ ẹni kì í ṣèdí bẹ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ is not just a saying, it's a philosophy. In celebrating our heritage, festivals, heroes, literature, and economic ingenuity, those must be at the forefront of our media, from Ashoke makers to Adire dyers and glass bead makers. In perpetuating culture, vital parts of wedding rituals should return. And I tell you what, be integrated into AI frameworks. After all, what are dating apps? Repackaged Dalarino, isn't it? Children should be socialized into how to make tie and dye, how to weave ashoke. Actually, we should give it institutional support to make it trend. We should archive the ewe by teaching our children the names of leaves. We must remind them that when we say ewe danigboro, it is not just a lament, but a warning. And so I come to the power of storytelling. Because storytelling is not a soft skill, it is a power skill. And we must continue to tell compelling stories to counter strange narratives that confuse our children, especially around our source, our identity, about Omoluabi, which is at the core of Yoruba ethos. Franz Fanon said, colonialism is a wound in the soul. Benny. And so our media must help heal by restoring truth. Láyé ìgbà yẹn, wọ́n sọ wípé Àníkẹ́ Adé ìyàwó lágbájá, wọ́n á ní Àníkẹ́ Adé aláṣọ òkè, wọ́n á ní ìyá Ẹ̀gbá. So we must take off the colonialism garb and we must move on and restore truth. Movies are powerful. But remember the 3 key points I started with that I raised for the youth. Cultural psychology of aspiration, cultural intelligence, and political intelligence. Our musicians must understand their responsibilities as culture bearers. The phrase, she won't be sure in Meroni, in Tiwa Savage's song was not innovation. Neither was that substitution. That was ignorance. And the song went viral. Osiwabo, making correction difficult. Songs must not carry ashikpa away at ashisoro. There must be deep, meaningful idioms that teach and entertain. Tabashin gba Ebenezer Obey, tan gba won baba wa King Sunny Ade. A máa rí àwọn ohun tí wọ́n fi pamọ́ sínú àwọn orin tá a ṣì ń kọ dòní. Àwa ọ̀dọ́, ẹ jẹ́ ká tún rò. Our festivals must remain true to their roots. Authentic cultural and spiritual performances. They must be defended from globalization and neo-colonialism influences. We must resist the advice to be like other festivals in the world. We cannot. We cannot turn Ojude Oba Festival to nothing in carnival. Oshewo. We cannot turn Oshogbo Festival to whatever they want us to copy from abroad. We must inspire linguistic and cultural pride and elevate our way of life, not submit to pressure. Our media must portray and correct the current lack of institutional cohesion in the Yoruba nation. There must be institutional responses. And should you wonder what the woman before you has done as a media professional of Yoruba origin, I have a documentary fellowship for young undergraduates to further tease out their Yoruba heritage and identity through storytelling. You can Google. So kinika wodo wa shibai. Nítorí pé mo ṣe sọ níbẹ̀rẹ̀ odò tó bá gbàgbé orísun ẹ̀ àgbẹ̀tán ni o. You, the youth, are custodians of tomorrow, not just because you're young, but because you're digitally native, culturally alert, and globally positioned. So what do? Start media collectives as storytelling architecture. Learn your language, learn your dialect, record your town's stories. Gbogbo ìlú nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ló lódù tó dálẹ̀. Ǹjẹ́ wọ́n mọ odù tó dá ìlú tiẹ̀ lẹ̀? What is the story of your lineage? Document your family traditions and preserve them. Feed AI with them. And Femi Adebayo is a shining example here. Just as we have Funke Akindele and the rest of them, they've catalyzed a Yoruba renaissance, and we applaud them for that. But they must guard against historical distortions in their stories. Let us continue to feed AI with pre-colonial history, not get lost in globalization's subjectiveness. Tell your own stories before others do. Learn from strange historical alignments that we witnessed in the past 200 years. Be politically savvy, only political intelligence, done so, and wise enough to know the cost of yielding your geographical space and geographical heritage for money. Our young urbans must stop already trivializing ancient thrones by engaging in superiority battles. The stools deserve respect and honor. Ridicule of their relevance must end. As I conclude, let's look at 2020, 22-25 and beyond. In saying this, I want to look at screens and silence and voices and values in 200 years. Let it not be said that Yorubaland forgot itself. Let it be said that we foresaw our waju. Politically, economically, and culturally, we prepared and preserved. In an age of screens and silence, we raise voices and values. Let Yorubaness not be lost to the effects of Jakpa. By 22-25, drumming will not just be music. It will be a form of coded information transmission, where bata rhythms will control drones and relay oral memory banks. By 22-25, Oriki will become a major cultural export, broadcast via global immersive theaters, each person receiving a personalized Oriki genome, a poetic digital ID passed through generations. By 22-25, Yorubaland will have become a place where technology is a vessel for culture, not a threat to it. The digital world would not erase Yoruba identity, it will amplify it. So when the Yoruba child of the 23rd century proudly declares, Omoluabi ni mi, the world will understand. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi ò jù báyìí lọ. Ẹ ṣeun, mo dúpẹ́.
A round of applause for Madam Anike Ade. Please, another set of round of applause for her. Ẹ ṣeun, ẹ ṣeun, ẹ ṣeun. Ẹ ṣeun, ọgbọ́n yín ò ní tán lórílẹ̀. Thank you very much. That was packed. That was power packed. What I got from that: preserve, conserve. We should conserve our lands. We should conserve our flora and fauna. Very, very important. If China is doing it, we can. We can. We're going to take a very short break, and then we would bring up our next speaker. While we take the break, I just want to quickly bring something to mind, right? For everyone that is here today, we welcome you. We welcome you into our midst. This is Think Yoruba First, but we also want you to register and be a member, to be a part of the community for Think Yoruba First. If you look around, if you just turn behind you there, you see like the banner, the roll-up banner. We're going to bring it close. We're also going to have like the boxes that has the QR code. We're trying to get with the times. Please just scan the QR code and you'll be able to fill a form, and it is that easy. It will take you less than 2 minutes. Esheo, thank you very much. So we're going to bring up our next speaker. Just give me a minute, please. Eshel, our amazing DJ Eshel. It is my very humble privilege to bring up our next speaker. It is an honor to have in our midst today the Director General of the Dawn Commission, Barrister Sheye Oyeleye. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ bá máa fi àtẹ́wọ́ bó ṣe ń dìde, bó ṣe ń, to get ready to join us. Barrister Sheye Oyeleye is Director of the Dawn Commission, the strategic institution driving regional integration and development across Western Nigeria that we now call Yorubaland, with over 25 years of experience in public service across the UK and Nigeria. Barrister Oyeleye brings a wealth of experience in governance, human capital strategy, and regional planning. As a seasoned administrator and advocate for youth empowerment, continues to shape policies that secures the future of Yorubaland. Please, a round of applause for Barrister Sheye. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished audience. I wasn't expecting to be the next speaker. I so much enjoyed the first speaker. I got carried away. That was very good, and is a lot of our young ones. You are straight to the point, and you spoke from the heart, which is very important on days like this. My name is Sheye Oyeleye, as Lola said, and I am the Director General at Dawn Commission. Dawn stands for Development Agenda for Western Nigeria, based in Cocoa House, Ibadan. And the commission itself was set up by the 6 Southwest states, and ostensibly to midwife regional cooperation among them. I have a paper and I don't want to waste too much time. I want to go straight into it. But I want to thank the organizers for inviting me. I left Ibadan so early this morning because I was warned that some activities are going up at the toll gate in Ibadan, trying to repair a road that was constructed less than a year ago. Anyway, long story. But thankfully, there was no traffic today, so I got here quite on time. So thank you. I've titled my paper, which is a slight change from what I was given. I said the Yoruba youth, architects of tomorrow's legacy. Distinguished guests, respected elders, esteemed captains of industry, entrepreneurs, business leaders, our young ones who continue to build prosperity in our land, media practitioners, and digital content creators who shape our collective narrative. And most importantly, the vibrant, innovative, and creative Yoruba youth, sons and daughters of Odudua, inheritors of an ancient legacy, and architects of tomorrow's greatness. Ladies and gentlemen, I warmly welcome you to today's event. I salute the visionary spirit behind Think Yoruba First, an initiative that resonates with deep nationalism and practical wisdom that acknowledges the Yoruba nation not as a scattering of people or as a fallow societies with no relevance, but as an integral part of African continental history. We are heirs to empires dating back to before Christ, when the Ifa Empire emerged to dominate the subcontinent. And more recently, though historians say recently for anything, within 500 years, when the kingdom of Oyo rose to become a political edifice, an empire whose imperial power spread from Niger to the Atlantic Ocean. What distinguished these empires was their systematic spread of culture and knowledge systems that became ingrained within their territorial domains. Just as English became the global language through imperial expansion, Yoruba knowledge systems and practices became embedded across regions of West Africa. Our knowledge, practice, and system is so scientifically robust that it withstood the test of time, climate changes, and world disordering events that have shaken civilizations across the globe. As I said, I made a purposeful adjustment to the title. And my keynote today is, once again, Yoruba Youth, Architect of Tomorrow's Legacy. Now, picture this. In 1533, a Portuguese explorer stood on the shores of Lagos, gazed northwards. 10 miles away, he witnessed something that will forever change his understanding of African civilization. A magnificent city called Ibu, known today as Ijebu-Ode, surrounded by famous walls and already 400 years old at that time. That this was not an anomaly, it was the norm. We, the Yoruba people, had building cities when others were still learning to gather in villages. What distinguished our ancestors was not accident, but deliberate design. When Clapperton and his expedition traveled from town to town across our land in the 1800s, they documented something extraordinary. Everywhere they went, they found large plantations of yam, corn, cotton, and indigo, the plant from which our women extracted dyes for clothing. Their conclusion was unequivocal. We are dealing here with a phenomenally industrious nation, that is the Yoruba. Before we journey into understanding our role as architects of the future, let me present 3 fundamental truths that you must learn and carry home today. 1, Yoruba is not in the name, but in our cultural identity. The essence lies in refining this essence through actions that reflect our heritage. 2, our future depends on refocusing attention from what we are not to what we must become. Masters of intelligent productivity, collaborative excellence, and sustainable innovation. And 3, the next 200 years belong to those who understand that being Yoruba means being builders of cities, creators of systems, and architects of sustainable prosperity rooted in our profound knowledge traditions. Who we are, the foundational elements of Yoruba identity. To understand our path forward, we must first understand who we are. Drawing from the profound insights shared in our Yoruba Historical Conversations program at Dawn Commission, particularly Professor Banji Akintoye's illuminating lectures on our heritage, let me present these foundational elements of Yoruba identity that must guide our youth today. We are custodians of profound knowledge systems. The Yoruba are not just people of culture. We are custodians of deep, sophisticated knowledge systems. Our view is rich in philosophy, metaphysics, and social framework that remain relevant in today's complex world. In one edition of our Yoruba Historical Conversation, Dr. Decker, an associate professor of history, Osun State University, a powerful lecture, the Yoruba concept of poverty, revealing the profound depth of our indigenous understanding. His insights remind us that Yoruba thought goes far beyond surface level interpretation. It is layered, reflective, and deep humanistic. At the heart of this world concept as destiny, but encompassing much more. Ori is a metaphysical framework that combines existence, identity, sense of being. It determines a person's life path, but it is not deterministic. While someone may come to earth with a good Ori, that alone is not enough. Yoruba wisdom teaches that without Iwa, one's character, even the best Ori, can be destroyed. Iwa, the ethical dimension of life, is what shapes destiny on earth. It includes behavior and traits like Iwa Otito, truthfulness, Iwa Pele, gentle character, Iwa Ole, laziness, Iwa Buruku, bad conduct. These are not just moral labels, they are forces that interact with you. In Yoruba thought, has many dimensions. Imo, knowledge, oye, understanding, alafia, peace of mind, ìtẹ́lọ́rùn, contentment, ìtùnú, inner rest, ìrètí, hope, ìgbàgbọ́, faith, ọmọ, children, ipa, ability, stroke capacity. Even money, owó, revered in the modern world, is seen only as a segment of wealth, not its totality, but merely the beginning of it. Worldview teaches us that true progress begins with honest self-awareness. It is neither defeatist nor utopian. It is deeply human, eternally relevant, and radically empowering. It teaches us that understanding our inadequacies becomes the catalyst for meaningful action and growth. We are a people defined by intelligent productivity. The Yoruba concept of work transcends mere labor. It embodies intelligent productivity rooted in our cultural DNA. When we recited Ishe in primary school, we were not just learning poetry. We were internalizing a fundamental truth about our identity. As J.F. Odunjo taught us, work is the antidote to poverty. But more importantly, work in the Yoruba context is productivity that creates value for both the individual and society. Our forefathers understood that work is not just about earning money, it is about creating reference points that elevate both worker and the community. The story of Yesufu Ojewumi, traveled from Ibadan to Lagos in the early 1900s, exemplifies this principle. Starting as a porter carrying meat on his head in Oyigbo market, he eventually built a transportation empire. His success gave birth to that proverb of saying, "Ẹni tí kò lè ṣe bí Adégbọrọ̀ lọ́jà ọba." This ethos teaches us that whatever we do as good work becomes the foundation for honor and societal contribution. Your work becomes your worth, and your productivity speaks for your character. The industrious nature that Clapperton documented was not mere physical labor, but intelligent productivity, the ability to see opportunity where others see obstacles, to create wealth where others capacity. Our ancestors didn't. They created agricultural systems that supported thriving urban centers. That was rare in medieval Africa. They understood that prosperity comes from systematic thinking, collaborative efforts, and sustained excellence. We are builders of cities and civilizations, as revealed in Professor Banji Akitoye's lectures. When Portuguese explorers arrived at our shores in 1533, they were stunned. What they found was not a scattered collection of villages, but Ijebu-Ode, a thriving walled city already 400 years old. Accident. It was evidence of deliberate civilization. And it was not our cities, Ife, Ketu, Ilarogun, Ile, and many others were not colonial creations. They were created by our own people through our own ingenuity and for our own. Of this civilization was the Agboile, the large multi-family compound that housed 50 to 60 families in a single cohesive structure. These were not chaotic shelters. They were carefully constructed, technologically advanced spaces built with bulldozers or cranes. Only the collective wisdom and the will of the people. In every Yoruba town and city, this was the way of life. Our people did not live with the mentality of me and my wife and my children. That was never the Yoruba way. Instead, we built communities, living systems of shared labor, shared learning, and shared love. Our homes were not just dwellings, they were social and spiritual infrastructures, binding generations together under the same roof and vision. For this foundation emerged remarkable innovations, systems like Owe, where individuals or groups could call for collective farming efforts, receiving support in exchange for food, music, and companionship. These were not just economic tools, they were embodiments of what we now call socialized productivity. Even in the 19th century, when most cities were being carved out by colonial interests, the Yoruba were still building cities like Abeokuta, Shagamu, Okeodon, Okeagbe. Ayede emerged not from European blueprints, but from Yoruba resilience, driven mostly by young men and women. Ibadan, for instance, was born from the courage and creativity of displaced youth who turned a small village into a dynamic metropolis, a center for commerce, scholarship, and opportunity. They were not passive citizens, they were active builders of cities, systems, and futures. The Yorubas, as masters of collaborative economics, the Yoruba economy was never built on individualism, never. It thrived and still thrives on collaboration, mutual trust, and collective discipline. Long before the rise of modern banks or microfinance institutions, our women had pioneered powerful financial systems that the Western world will only later attempt to redefine. Take the Shishu system, for example. Far more than a simple savings cooperative club, it was and remains a sophisticated financial institution grounded in trust, discipline, and community accountability. Through regular contributions, rotating disbursements, and strict participation rules, Yoruba women created a grassroots economic engine that lifted entire households and communities out of poverty. If you are late, you are out. If you default, you are replaced. This was not harshness, it was responsibilities. The rules of history were strict because the stakes were very high. It demanded timeliness, reliability, and integrity, and rewarded participants with access to capital and financial growth. It democratized wealth creation before the world even coined the term. Even in times when currency was scarce, our fathers found innovative alternatives. In Owu, which is wool, for instance, participants used bundles of yarn, YARN, as a form of currency, demonstrating not just economic creativity, but adaptive thinking. They understood that wealth wasn't just in money, it was in materials, network, and shared efforts. Our women built the commercial backbone of Yoruba civilization. They were not just market women, they were economic strategists, creating and sustaining sophisticated systems of trade and finance that spanned cities and even crossed continental boundaries. Yoruba women were among the greatest traders in Africa, reaching as far as the Upper Nile in present-day southern Sudan. This collaborative lifestyle was deeply economic. In Yorubaland, a person's success was not measured by what they accumulated alone, but by how many others they uplifted along the way. That spirit birthed systems that were structured, dependable, economic arrangements rooted in the belief that we are stronger together. We are a people of democratic values. For Years since the founding of Ife, ọmọdé gbọ́n, àgbà gbọ́n la fi dálẹ̀ Ife. The Yoruba have practiced forms of participatory governance rooted in justice, accountability, and the people's will. Our ancestors understood that leadership must be earned and checked, not imposed. They built institutions that balance power, encouraged free expression, and upheld justice through spiritual and communal obligations. The Ogboni institution, for instance, represented a sophisticated system of checks and balances. Even the most powerful among them swore fearful oaths of honesty and impartiality. Kings ruled, but did not legislate. Councils of elders and titled chiefs legislated, but laws were only announced in the king's name after consensus. This was a governance system anchored on checks and balances in both spiritual and social responsibility. Only formal institutions that protected the people's voice. Freedom of speech was institutionalized through cultural festivals, and public gatherings were designed as platforms for open criticism, structured yet fearless. During such events, citizens, including the youth, were encouraged to voice grievances, challenge authority, and mock even the king without fear of punishment. In Ibadan, during the reign of Olubadan Kubiowu, the youth once sang a song that mocked their king, claiming he has scrotal lymphedema. Kubiowu has swollen testicles, one testicle bigger than the other. Of course, the king suffered no such ailment. It was a satire. This tradition wasn't born of malice, but served to remind leaders of their humanity, their fallibility, and their duty to serve. In Yoruba society, speech was not only protected, it was respected. As much as freedom of speech was encouraged, they also understood the power of the tongue. We Yoruba are men and women of words, not just words, but words of wisdom. Hence, Oro Siso, the art of thoughtful speech, is a cornerstone of the Omoluabi ethos. To speak is not merely to talk, but to shape minds, build peace, and progress. That's why I digress for a second. That's why I shuddered when I saw the video of the young lady pointing fingers at someone old enough to be her grandfather at Ojude Oba last week. And I saw a lot of people jumping in and trying to back her up. I said, well, that is not the Yoruba that I know. This deep democratic spirit carried forward into modern politics. In the 1950s, as colonial rule gave way to self-governance, Yoruba towns and cities conducted some of the most transparent elections on the continent. Even the most revered leaders were held accountable at the ballot box. Chief Obafemi Awolowo, despite his towering achievements in education and social welfare, lost elections in his own hometown. In Ibadan, he was consistently defeated by Chief Adegoke Adelabu, whose charisma and connection to the people made him a political force. In our land, there was no attempt to use government power to overturn or manipulate the will of the people. That is the Yoruba. These foundational elements, our knowledge systems, work ethic, urban ingenuity and collaborative economy, and democratic values are not just relics of a proud past. They are blueprints for our collective future. To move forward, we must reclaim and reapply these truths and cultural identity, not sentimentally, but strategically. Because if this is who we are, then we already have what it takes to confront the present. And that brings us to where we now stand, a moment in our history where every challenge we face must be reimagined as a strategic opportunity. Today's challenges equals tomorrow's opportunities. Now that we understand who we are, the foundations of our identity, let us examine where we stand today. Understanding our current position requires seeing beyond surface level challenges to identity that structural opportunities they create. Rather than viewing difficulties as reasons for despair, we must recognize them as the very conditions that will drive our transformation. We stand at a unique historical convergence. The World Economic Forum's Future of Jobs reports projects that by 2030, which is about 6 years away, approximately 92 million jobs may be displaced by automation, but 170 million new roles will emerge, which is a net gain of 78 million jobs globally. However, nearly 40% of core skills required for most jobs will change, and 59% of workers will need reskilling. Africa's demographic trajectory positions us uniquely within this global shift. By 2050, the continent will contribute 57% of global population growth, adding 1.4 billion people. Sub-Saharan Africa population will double, with 60% under 25 years old. Strong, vibrant, and full of potential. Africa's working age population will reach 62% of the total, creating an unprecedented opportunity for economic transformation. In southwest Nigeria, Yorubaland, over 60% of our population is already under 35. This presents a critical question. Will this youthful population become a blessing or a burden, an economic time bomb or a creative explosion? The answer depends entirely on how we position ourselves in this competitive demography. Unfortunately, many of our youth have become disconnected from the work ethic, collaborative spirit, and innovative thinking that made our ancestors great. This disconnection manifests as preference for shortcuts over productivity, individual success over communal development, and consumption over. However, this disconnection creates a unique opportunity for conscious reconnection. Think about it. Every young person who deliberately reclaims Yoruba values of work, ethics, excellence, collaboration, and innovation becomes a catalyst for broader cultural renewal. The absence of cultural grounding in one generation can become the driving force for its restoration in the next. Yours is the generation called to lead that restoration. Our cities today face significant challenges in things like housing, infrastructure, and planning. But when we view these problems through the lens of our heritage, we begin to see not obstacles, but opportunities. In other words, in another edition of Yoruba Historical Conversation, Dr. Joseph Adediran Adediji, who in his book Ecological Urbanism of Yoruba Cities in Nigeria, presented a compelling framework for traditional Yoruba urbanization, both what it was and what it should be today. He described how our ancestors designed urban spaces using 3 integrated zones: the core areas with indigenous dwellings, intermediate transitional zones, and suburban developments. Most importantly, they understood urban space, not just buildings, is the true foundation of society. We are the descendants of people who built sophisticated urban centers without modern machinery. People who practice what is now called ecological urbanism, long before it became a global sustainability concept. Our traditional homes featured utilitarian gardens with medicinal and dietary plants. These gardens were not just functional, they were collaborative family spaces that nurtured social unity, kinship ties, and between human settlements and nature. Our ancestors also allowed foreign settlers, but crucially, they remained the architects and designers of their own spaces. A contemporary parallel is Dubai, a place where indigenous people retained early ownership of urban development and controlled how their land was utilized. This is part of why, similar to ancient Yoruba settlements, modern Dubai has no slums. Development was strategic, not imposed. The current housing crisis then is not a death sentence, it is a doorway. It offers us the opportunity to revive ecological principles and social design. Rather than imitate Western planning models that marginalize green spaces and fragment community life, we can lead the world in sustainable, culturally rooted urbanism. High unemployment and economic inequality present challenges, but they also create opportunities for innovation. Our ancestors created economic systems that ensured widespread prosperity through collaborative models. The institutional system, cooperative farming arrangements, and communal economic activities can be modernized and scaled to address contemporary challenges. The absence of adequate formal employment becomes the driving force for entrepreneurial innovation. A shining example of this is Wemimo Abe, a young Yoruba innovator who reimagined the social concept for the digital age. Drawing on this indigenous financial model, he co-founded a fintech company in US that now serves thousands, helping underserved communities access credit and build wealth. Recognized by Forbes as one of the world's most promising startups, his company has projected Yoruba ingenuity onto the global stage, turning ancestral wisdom into 21st century value. So through entrepreneurs like Wemimo, we see that tradition is not a burden of the past, but a blueprint for the future. I'm trying to skip to the end. Now, the marginalization of traditional medicinal plants and ecological wisdom has created a gap in mainstream research. But this very gap is where our greatest opportunity lies. We can take advantage of advancements in biotech to pioneer pharmaceutical discovery and regenerative agriculture by returning to our roots. Yorubaland can become a global leader in sustainable development, not by imitating others, but by reactivating the genius that has always been ours. The role of Yoruba youth is not merely to preserve tradition, but to innovate within our cultural framework, to address contemporary challenges and create tomorrow's solutions. This requires understanding that true development stems not from shallow nationalism, but from creativity and innovation grounded in empirical and epistemic scientific endeavors that improve the living standards of people we culturally identify with. Yoruba youth must establish Yoruba as a language of global digital commerce and innovation. You must lead the digital codification of Yoruba language and culture. With the rapid evolution of AI, the task of ensuring Yoruba is comprehensively represented on global digital platforms rests on your shoulders. This involves building Yoruba capabilities into AI systems, creating digital educational content, and developing business applications in Yoruba. The goal is not mere preservation, but cultural leadership. Positioning Yoruba heritage as a global point of interest and inspirations. When Wemimo domesticated the issue concept into a startup recognized by Forbes, he demonstrated how traditional wisdom can create global value. The standardization of Yoruba orthography presents a transformative opportunity. Scholars like the revered Professor Ayo Bangboshe have laid essential foundations, while cultural champions like Chief Adedayo Alao, the publisher of Alaroye, with Globus as the founder of Yoruba World Center with young minds, at the Yoruba Wikimedia Foundation, continue to build on this foundation. Beyond the digital space, Yoruba youth must also rise as visionary builders of cities, urban environments that embody our aesthetics, values, and communal spirit. This calls for a shift from scattered private developments to coordinated master plan estates rooted in the principles of our communal efforts. As Dr. Joseph's research revealed, in place of ornamental landscaping, our cities should cultivate purposeful greenery gardens. Public spaces must be designed to nurture such collaboration. We must shift away from our current conservative mindset that views land merely as a source of immediate profits and quick returns. Very important. I'm drawing to a close. There's a particular example I'm trying. Good. So rather than just sell your land because you've got the highest bidder money, I'll give you an example of the 99-year leasehold granted on the piece of land where Western House sits today. It expired a few years ago, and the owners of the building, Wema Board, had to approach the owning family to renegotiate a new leasehold. That is a fortune that could have been forfeited had the older generations of the family sold the land instead of leasing it. They will have spent the money leaving the future generation in poverty. You must step forward as designers and developers of tomorrow's Yoruba cities. Our political heritage of balanced governance, participatory decision-making, and accountability provides models for enhancing modern democratic systems. Youth must create technologies that enhance transparency in governance, build digital platforms for civic engagement rooted in traditional values, and advocate for reforms that blend traditional wisdom with modern ideals. The Agbole model provides a framework for sustainability communal living. Youth can reimagine it through co-housing developments, community-driven social enterprises, and shared ownership models. Dawn Commission, as I close, our institutional framework for development. I'm not just placing all these responsibilities over the years from our base on the 10th floor of Cocoa House in Dubai. We have made and continue to make deliberate efforts to put our region on this path. The Dawn Commission stands as the institutional embodiment of strategic thinking around regional development. As a think tank, committed to fostering integration among all stakeholders across the 6 Southwest states, Dawn demonstrates how systematic, collaborative, and forward-looking approaches can effectively confront challenges. Our 5 development pillars, which include homeland affairs advocates and heritage preservation, while promoting practical development. The Western Nigerian Security Network, Amotekun, exemplifies this. It came from our desk. Our Yoruba Historical Conversation Program, which has featured scholars like Professor Awe, Akintoye, Toladeni, and Ashiwaju, demonstrates how cultural knowledge can inform development. Through our weekly Akekonju publication, we promote the Omoluabi ethos by highlighting individuals who embody these values. Our diaspora engagement includes activities, active partnerships with Egbe Omo Yoruba North America and organizations in South Africa, Germany, and even Benin Republic, demonstrating how cultural identity can create economic and development opportunities. We are currently developing the Community-Led Development Toolkit, called it, with the ARA, Growth and Development Foundation in Osun State. This toolkit helps communities detect their assets, map stakeholders, and create strategic roadmaps for development. Finally, imagine Yorubaland 200 years from now, a region of cities as sophisticated as Dubai, yet deeply grounded in Yoruba aesthetics and community values. Financial systems that compete globally but remain inspired by the cooperative spirit of Ishishu. The future will not build itself. It demands that today's youth become the architects of tomorrow's legacy. It calls for a cultural and developmental renaissance that not only honors the genius of our ancestors, but also expands the vision through the tools of our time. The long-term objective is clear: to position the Yoruba people as global leaders by aligning our cultural strengths with modern innovation. The long-term goal is to position the Yoruba people as global leaders with modern innovation. Global leaders, not just local champions. So this call is also not a romanticism with the name Yoruba. We can choose to call ourselves any name we want. Rather, this is a call to embrace who we are and to use our cultural identity and values to shape the world around us. Yoruba could become fully functional digital language embedded in AI. Yoruba cities might emerge as global exemplars of sustainable urban development. Strengthened versions for Isusu and other traditional systems could become viable templates for inclusive community-driven economics. Let me bring you finally in 1530, Portuguese explorer before the fortified majesty of Ijebu-Ode, a Yoruba city, already 4 centuries old. It witnessed not a tribal outpost, but a civilization built on order, innovation, and collective vision. Today, we must ask a parallel question. What will observers see when they look upon Yoruba in 2050 or 2100? The answer depends entirely on the choices of your generation. Your generation carries the strategic imperative to transform every challenge into a platform of innovation grounded in cultural excellence. Let the world see that Yoruba is not a relic of a compact future. Let your innovation build systems with that shares prosperity. Remember, our ancestors built cities when others built villages. Our foremothers pioneered financial systems. Our leaders upheld justice. Now it is your turn. Your turn to rise. Turn every challenge into opportunity. Let your solutions serve both your people and humanity. Our ancestors laid the foundations. Make your vision be bold. May your diligence. And may the legacy you leave honor our ancestors while empowering our descendants. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Please give him a very, very loud Round of applause, Esheun Gosa. Thank you very, very much. That was powerful. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the DG of the Dawn Commission. So you can see that we're in good hands. You know, Eledumare has brought us for a time such as this. To whom much is given, much is also expected. Yoruba people occupy a choice real estate in the whole of sub-Saharan Africa. If the white people were successful at settling here, most of us would be landless. You know, you don't need to preach conservatism to people of Southern Africa. You don't need to. They know what it means to be conservative because they've lost their land, they've lost you know, their identity, their power, their economic power and political power. So we are grateful that our ancestors built and they handed it over to us. It is the onus is now on us to hand it over to our kids. Esheun, there's a very important video that we also have, and he also captured that, which is do not sell land, lease them. It is very, very important. I want to take this moment to also recognize some of our people. You know, some of our people are Yoruba people from different parts of Africa, different parts of Nigeria. You know, Esheun, thank you for coming. The Yoruba people of Ishekiri, I can see some of our brothers, the Yoruba people of, you know, the Akoko, the Kogi. Esheun, thank you so much for coming. I also want to recognize the presence of Honorable Muiwa Ogunyemi Eyiyato, the SSA on community integration for the Ondo State government. Thank you so much for coming, Esheun. Thank you. Ebami, please give him a round of applause. Also, Honorable Wale Ajetumobi, Special Assistant on Media to Lagos State Government, popular Ridwan, I think. Thank you very much for coming, Esheun. Thank you so much for coming. We really appreciate you. So we're going to go on a short break now, and then we will come back. You know, we'll continue. Esheun.
Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀, arábìnrin Lọlá Lawal, ẹ kú atótónu. Wọ́n ní ẹ má talẹ̀, ẹ má talé o. N tí wọ́n ń sọ fún wa nìyẹn. N tí amòfin Ṣẹ̀yẹ Oyèlẹ́yẹ tó fẹ́ ká dìmú nìyẹn o. Nọ́ní ohun anílà nọ́ní. It's very important for us as a people to be preserving of our assets. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, as the Lagos people are taking break, we're getting set to have a very brilliant gentleman in person of Dr. Dikpo Awojide, PhD. He's an Ojogbon. Ojogbon Omoluabi Dikpo Awojide is a renowned academic. He's an entrepreneur. He's an advocate for youth empowerment. He's the founder of BTDT Up, through which he has mentored and trained thousands of young Nigerians in entrepreneurship, employability skills, and leadership. With a strong academic background in strategy and business management, Dr. Awojide blends knowledge with impact, shaping conversations and careers across Nigeria and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, from London, Westminster, pleased to invite to the stage Dr. Dikpo Awojide. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you so much.
Ẹ káàsán, ṣé ń gbọ́ mi dáadáa láti bẹ̀rẹ̀?
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ tan kámẹ́rà yẹn ìjọ ó dẹ̀ kàn ti pa kámẹ́rà yẹn.
Okay.
ẹ ṣe.
Oh yeah. Ẹ ṣé tí ń gbọ́ mi, ṣé tí ń rí wa báyìí láti London, láti Èkó?
Àwọn lọ́lá ṣé ẹ máa confirm pé ẹ ń gbọ́ Dr. Awojide? À ń gbọ́ yín lórí gbàgede ṣá.
Okay, ẹ ṣé gan.
Yes, we can.
Are we able to project the slides from Lagos? I don't think we're able to project it from here. Do you want to do it from here? Say it. Yeah. Yeah. You sure want to share that one or that's it, isn't it? Share entire screen. Looking into
hit play button lórí slides so that
oh yeah, okay, so it's a PDF document. Is it now?
Ẹ bá lọ sí left or right ó yẹ kẹ́ lè ṣe ní full screen.
I think it's first screen this way. I think we'll just carry on. Share and re-slide the wallet. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, ẹ ṣé gan. Mo kí gbogbo ilé o, gbogbo ẹ̀yin bàbá, ẹ̀yin ìyá, gbogbo ẹ̀gbọ́n, gbogbo àbúrò, gbogbo yín ni mo kí o ní London, ní Èkó, àti Ireland and all over the world where you are watching us from. Mo kí gbogbo wa dáadáa. Orúkọ mi ni Oladipupo Awojide. Let's see. Just trying to see if I'm sharing. Someone else is sharing. Okay, I think someone else is sharing from Lagos. I'm going to let you just carry on while I just use my own screen. Thank you so much to the leadership of TYF. Happy to be back here in a university after almost 3 years of actually, leaving, academia and, switching to management consulting. Once again, thanks to the entire TYF leadership for, finding me worthy enough to actually be here to speak to everyone today. I am going to be speaking on economic empowerment, entrepreneurship, and wealth creation in Yorubaland. If you could flip to the next slide, please. Yeah, that's it. Okay. So this is just a quick, profile, my, academic qualifications, so to say. I originally graduated with a BSc in accounting from the University of Abuja. Went to Coventry University where I completed a PhD, where I completed a master's degree in international business, and subsequently went to Loughborough University where I completed a PhD. If you please go to the next slide. Yeah. So I've actually, founded a few small businesses in the last, 10 years, but I've also worked, here in the UK in, various organizations. So I spent about 10 years at Nottingham Trent University, first as an associate lecturer, then a lecturer, then a senior lecturer. I was a senior lecturer for like 5 years, whilst also running small businesses in Nigeria. Before switching to I went to Sheffield Hallam University, then I subsequently became a management consultant. In the last 2.5 years or thereabout, I've done work at Strategic Command UK, which is like the joint Air Force, Army, and the Royal Navy here in the UK. I've done some work at Heathrow Airport, and I currently consult for a confidential client, still in the aerospace and defense industry. Yes. So this is who Dr. Dipo Awujide, popularly known as Ogbeni Dipo Omologo 7G. This is Ogbeni Dipo right here, speaking to us. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is going to be, I'm going to try to keep this as quick as possible, because I have another event to dash to, and if I don't make it to that event on time, it's going to be a problem. So that there will not be any problem on any side. So it's good that I'm speaking after my elder brother, Barrister Sheye, because some of the things I'm going to touch on will actually, briefly look at the work that he is doing alongside the Dawn Commission in Southwest Nigeria, and of course, what the new Southwest Development, agency that has now been created by the federal government, what they are going to be doing, for Yoruba youths across Southwestern Nigeria. So we're going to be looking at critical stakeholders, role of stakeholders, and of course, role, we as young people, young Yoruba, men and women, what exactly can we do, to uplift Yoruba people, Yorubaland, inside the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, I've actually got on here. This is more or less my Bible. I read this now more than I read, my Bible almost on a daily basis, maybe on a weekly basis. This is the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo, and I would like to encourage everyone to actually, get a copy of this book. You get a copy of this book in Lagos, in Ibadan, in Akure, in the UK. You can actually get a copy of this book on Amazon. I got a copy of this book about 2 years ago, and I, got a copy, got some copies for some of my friends, but I've actually stopped doing that now because I want everyone to get a copy for themselves. In Tabanoli, we value it. We place more value on it. So I actually want everybody to get a copy of this book. Historically, Yoruba people have engaged in trade and craftsmanship as primary sources of wealth. In our families, we have Omo Ya Onipako, Omo Ya Oni Orogbo, Omo Ya Olobi, Omo Ya this and that, Omo Baba this. We have all of this in most of our families. Obafemi, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, who is our hero, who is our role model, who is our father, our grandfather, was at a point in time in his life a businessman himself. And I turn to chapter 8, page 92, which is exactly why, I have his picture on here and I brought this book. He first of all, started a money lending business in the 1940s and 1950s. Then he subsequently became a public letter writer. This was before he came to the UK as a student, to study law. He was writing letters and getting money, from people. Yeah. Then subsequently, he got involved in producing, product buying and the motor transport business. This was before he became an international student, founded Egbe Omodua, and of course, the AG party, and subsequently, all of the other things he did in Nigeria. So entrepreneurship spans diverse industries. And at the end of this presentation, I'm going to touch on, what we as young Yoruba, men and women can do. By the way, people that call me CV reviewer or CV writer, yes, I am a CV writer and a CV reviewer. Our role model, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, was a public letter writer in the 40s and the 50s before he came to get education in England. Entrepreneurship plays a vital role in job and wealth creation, helping to break the cycle of poverty. Entrepreneurship, it could be vocational work, it could be selling, buying and selling, it could be trade, it could be, product or services or whatever it is. Entrepreneurship is part of Yoruba culture. Entrepreneurship is part of Yoruba history. There are people who say, I want to show, I want to shaking. We ourselves as Yoruba people are more. We did not need the Europeans to come to us. We did not need the white man to come to us in Abeokuta, in Odeomu, Nikole, Lekiti State, Nikoyi, Leko. We did not need the Europeans or the Portuguese to come to us to teach us how to trade. So entrepreneurship is very, very vital. It has been vital in the last 200 years, and in the next 100 years and 200 years, it is also going to be very, very vital in Yorubaland. If we want to eradicate poverty in Yorubaland, it is very, very important. It is very, very critical that we pay attention, to entrepreneurship. It doesn't have to be large scale. It doesn't have to be competing with Shell, with BP, and all of the multinational and global corporations. Small trade. In that our little Ayedari local government of Osun State. Fantastic. Small businesses, it goes a long way in eradicating poverty. It goes a long way in lifting communities out of poverty. And of course, there are other ways, getting a blue collar job, getting, just finding something to do, learning a trade. We have to continue to emphasize this in Yorubaland. Can we go to the next slide, please? So I did say I was going to touch on, the role of the government, the role of individuals, what we have to do, what think tanks have to do. On this slide, we've actually got a list of stakeholders. The federal government is the first and most important stakeholder. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. But amongst the conservative movement, Emma Binupe, Emma Nimobunya, Abimu Sorosinio, Entoba Taba, Amafigbara Ben Noni. In the midst of the conservative movement of the Yoruba, promoting Yoruba, more than half of them, actually criticize the president and his party. This is an opportunity for us in the united Nigeria. Àwọn mi, àwọn yòókù, wọ́n máa ń support ara wọn ni. Ọmọ wa náà ló wà ńbẹ̀ ńsìn. What exactly are we going to get from the federal government of Nigeria? And there's nothing wrong with doing this, because everybody is like a big father somewhere that you go to and collect your own 10 pounds. Ele mawag by 9 pounds. What leverage do we have? What do you have to ask for? We contribute a lot to the government of Nigeria. Go and look at, the VAT, the VAT generation. Go and look at IGR generation. Go and look at what Southwest Nigeria is contributing to the federal government of Nigeria. So the federal government is a huge stakeholder in eradicating poverty and helping to create wealth across Yorubaland. The federal government is a very, very important stakeholder. I say it again. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń sọ̀rọ̀ sí APC lẹ́ni Sanwó-Olú lọ́la eléyìí ló ṣe báyìí ní kinní ó ṣe wá sanra ó ṣe wá tínrín ó ṣe wá ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣera wa lọ́kan and ask for what is rightly ours. We contribute a lot to the center. Let us also be asking and making demands of the center. State governments, our state governments are very, very important, very, very critical in promoting entrepreneurship. In Lagos State, there is LSETF, Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. The template is there. I've been asking our other state governments in Ekiti, in Ondo, in Ogun State, in Osun, in Oyo. What exactly are we doing for young people? What are our state governments doing for young people? They might be doing some things, but koto, tanse oto, emani mo kere ti mo criticize our state government. Wow, but it is true. I was in Odeomu and Ede recently, about 3 or 4 weeks ago. I had gone to Nigeria to bury my father, and you know what I saw in Osun State, you know, versus what I saw 10, 15 years ago, I wasn't very happy at the pace of development. Of course, some things have been done, like the road that leads to my father's house has been done. I don't know if it was by APC or PDP. It doesn't make any difference to me, but that is development. If we get such roads that goes to farms, it becomes easy for Ọmọ Ọya ní Pákó, Ọmọ Ọya ní Orógbó, and Ọmọ Ọya ní Pa, whatever it is, to move their goods from Ilesha, from Oshu, from Ikire, from, you know, from Oshu. Fantastic. You know, from Owo, from all over the place, to move their things to Lagos or Abuja, or even help to ship beans, tubers of yam, cashew nuts, and whatever it is, cashew nuts, to kekere bayi, packet of cashew nuts in UKE is £3.50, £4.50. We have cashew where we come from. We have banana where we come from. We have gbogbo iṣu Ghana tó ń kó wọlé, ẹ̀wà. We have all of those things in southwestern Nigeria. So our state governments are very, very important. Then, of course, development agenda for Western Nigeria. Ẹ̀gbọ́n mi Barrister Ṣeyẹ, mo kí yín o, iṣẹ́ takuntakun tẹ́ ń ṣe. I acknowledge the work that you are doing, but again, there's a lot more that we need to do. Grants for our young people all across southwestern Nigeria. And I know that, you know, the funding for DON, you know, mainly comes from our state governments. If we go back to the previous slides, please. So I urge our state governments to contribute more, give more to development agenda for Western Nigeria, give more money to them so they can have more money for youth development events, for youth, for sponsoring gbogbo àwọn ọ̀dọ́, gbogbo àwọn tó fẹ́ ṣe vocational training, gbogbo àwọn tó fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ small businesses, 500,000, 1 million naira. It's a lot of money. It can transform lives. Gbogbo àwọn tó fẹ́ ṣòwò kéékèèké, there's a lot that our state government and development agenda for southwestern Nigeria can actually, you know, give to these, you know, give to these young people. The private sector, African Union, African Development Bank, academia. There's a whole lot that we can do. Think tanks, youth-focused organizations, you know, Think Yoruba First. Iṣẹ́ tẹ́ ń ṣe, ẹ kú iṣẹ́, I greet you. But again, there's a lot more, you know, that we need to do for our young people. If we go to the next slide, please. So for all of the stakeholders I've actually mentioned, you know, what exactly do we need to do? What is the roadmap? Where do we go from here? We need to analyze and shape tertiary and vocational curriculum to promote entrepreneurship. Osun State University, Obafemi Awolowo University, UI, you know, Ondo State University, Akungba, and all the rest of it. all our business schools, all our engineering schools. We need to craft our curriculum in such a way that I'm promoting àwọn tó máa dáṣẹ́lẹ̀, tí iṣẹ́ àwọn tó máa parí university, tó máa wáṣẹ́, káwọn èèyàn wá lè ríṣẹ́ ọwọ́ nǹkan tó máa lè ṣe. Equip young Yoruba people with adequate education and skills, helping them to create dignified work. Access to capital for MSMEs, small and micro scale businesses, 250,000. Oma Lofa, 500,000. Teba fún àwọn ọ̀dọ́, Oma Lofa. Internships, apprenticeships, coaching and mentoring. You know, all of these things are very, very, very important. If we go to the next slide, please, as I round up in 1 minute. So, àwa gangan fúnra wa, àwa ọ̀dọ́, kí la máa ṣe? What are we going to do? What is going to be our contribution? We stand on the shoulders of giants. I am standing on the shoulder of my father, Oloye Babatunde Bamikefa Awojide. Yes, who was a chief in Ode-Omu. Alapande de Tinjeni Meson Omo Abidogun, Ikoyi Esho, Iponiriku Toribo. We stand, whatever we do today, it is not just for us. It is for the coming generation. It is for the next, the generation 70, 75 years after us, 150 years after us. What are we going to do? Ishe kila wamashe, so that we are not waiting for the government. What are we going to do? Identify opportunities wherever you are. Why do you want to start a business? You want to escape poverty. You want to lift your family and your community out of poverty. You want to lead a good life. What is the value proposition? Who are the customers? Who are the competitors? These are the sort of things that we need to start thinking about as young Yoruba people. If we go to the next few slides, I think we could just jump to the last slide. I'm happy for us to have this. If we go to the last slide because of our time, I was going to touch a bit more on how we can identify customers, how we can segment our markets, but we won't have time for that. If we go to the last slide. So this is a list of micro and small business ideas that we as Yoruba people can actually do. Wherever we are in Abeokuta, in Ipetumodu, wherever we are in Ondo State, in Ekiti, Lado Ekiti, Gbogbo Bitabawa. These are the sort of small businesses and a lot more. Auntie Tokokosoro first, I think her name is Mrs. Nike. She spoke about adire making. Bó ló ṣe máa wá ṣe pé China láti máa lọ máa kó adire wọ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá. In the next 15, 20 years, 30 years, and they are going to sell it to us at cheaper prices, and people will forget their brothers and sisters and start buying aṣọ òfì, adire láti China, láti Bangladesh, láti India. Kò yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ o. Kò yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀. So training for our young people, all of these little businesses, gbogbo iṣẹ́ tá ń ṣe, bàbá ṣe ń ṣiṣẹ́ òyìnbó tá ń, working in the UK, wherever, we can still invest back home in Nigeria. Invest in small businesses. Help our young people to actually create jobs so that they can lead, fulfilling lives wherever they are. So I'm going to end here again. Thank you so much to TYF. Thank you so much, to everyone who, is attending and listening online. Again, we should continue to stand on the shoulders of giants. Our children who are coming after us, Edewa, is not easy, especially in this UK. More than 50% of the Yoruba that my father understands, I don't understand it. And I'm starting to wonder, my children, how, that link from where we are coming from Ode-Omu, from Modeke, from Old Oyo, 200 years ago, where we are coming from, what exactly are we going to leave for our children? Ni Nottingham, ni Manchester, ni Birmingham, ni Crystal Palace, ni Dublin. Exactly. Our language, our culture, our tradition, the tradition of Omoluabi, Kama Barawa Showu, Kama Barawa Je, Kama Sherawa Lokon. These values are very, very important. Once again, Eshegon. Thank you so much.
ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Dípọ̀ àdẹ̀kù aráfẹ́rakù ti bàbá yín Olódùmarè adẹ̀lẹ̀ rere fún ọ ọjọ́ á sì jìnnà síra. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, we must thank you for staying with us on this very important broadcast. We're really grateful that we have your attention. We still have a lot to get through today. It's actually really, really super exciting. Kókó inú ìwé ìròyìn tí ọ̀gbẹ́ni Dípọ̀ ń sọ fún wa ni wípé iṣẹ́ lògùn iṣẹ́ o, ẹni ṣiṣẹ́ ó jàre iṣẹ́. So as youths, we have to be up and doing. We have to commit ourselves to study. We have to commit ourselves to continuous improvement, to be able to seize opportunity and play in the global marketplace. My friend and colleague in Lagos, Lola Lawa, was saying that we have a choice real estate. Yorubaland is a prime land. Ilẹ̀ tó kún fún wàrà àti oyin. If you are thinking about what that is, ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ni. Ọlọ́run ní já sọnù ká tó sọnù o. Ẹ wò láì fọ̀tápè. A ó gbọ́ láti ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn media center wa. Ó ní fọ́nrán kan tí wọ́n fẹ́ jẹ́ ká gbọ́. They are going to play us a video now. So thank you so much. Over to you, media.
Ọmọ Yorùbá ni mí. Odùduwà ni bàbá mi.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. My name is Fumi, aka Yoruba Goddess, and I wanted to talk to you about the globalization of the Yoruba people. Firstly, did you know the Yoruba have a population of approximately 100 million across the world? Well, originally, Yoruba people are indigenous to the West African sub-region, specifically in countries you may have heard of, such as Nigeria, Benin Republic, Togo, and Ghana. Apart from Africa, how did the Yoruba civilization, culture, spirituality, and identity become preponderant in North America, Central America, and South America? Well, it was due to slavery, where 30% of the Yoruba population were enslaved between the 17th and the 19th century. Yoruba tribes such as Isha, Ketu, Sabe, Popo, Gerefe were almost driven into extinction due to the transatlantic slave trade. Despite the horrors of the slavery, Yoruba civilization, spirituality, and culture is most dominant in the New World. After 300 years of dislocation from the ancestral homeland, Yoruba people in the Americas continue to thrive and identify with their homeland, culture, and spiritual identity in Africa. Transatlantic slavery led to the globalization of the Yoruba people around the world. Despite their persecution, troubles, and tears, they continue to think Yoruba first. Thank you.
Àwọn ọlọ́pàá
Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀, a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín. Ẹ wo, live for Takpe, without further ado, we're going to hear from one of our own diaspora Yoruba people. Briefly, very briefly, can I ask if Saori Games Ifamosu is queued up? Are you there, sir?
Ṣé ń gbọ́ mi?
I'm going aboro aboyo.
Àbọ̀yè bó ṣe ṣe.
Ogbo ato asure ìwòrìwò fún. Please just speak to us quite briefly. We want people to know that Yoruba people transcend geographies. You are speaking on behalf of Yoruba people in Latin America. Thank you.
Ẹ ṣé. Ẹ má bínú nítorí ọ̀rọ̀ mi ò dá o, nítorí mi ò sùn rárá láti àná, ṣùgbọ́n mo fẹ́ báyìí sọ̀rọ̀ báyìí. I want to thank the organization of Think Yoruba First, because the work they are doing is not easy to do. And they are delivering every time and every moment to bring all the Yorubaners together. And that's very important for the whole community. I want to thank and congratulate all the speakers that were before me. They are doing a great job, and they are sharing us very, very powerful messages. So I want to start from there, because the reason I am a Yoruba man is because of the explanation of the previous video. My name is Saori Games. I'm a Babalawo. I was born into the Yoruba culture, and I was born into the Yoruba tradition. Even before I was born, Ifa told my father, that was Babalawo also by that time, that a child was coming. So as you can read, my name is Saori Games. That's how we pronounce it here. But the root of that Saori, it comes from Shawori. That means the one who was Awo before in another life. So I'm rooted and connected to the Yoruba culture and the Yoruba tradition from past lives. And not only that, our ancestors that were brought as slaves were not only slaves, they were links of a big chain that now we are connecting back. If you see a chain and you take one of its links, the link will look as something that is not important by itself. But once you start connecting it to more and more links, then it could be longer and stronger. So that's what we want to do with our communities. I'm representing the Yoruba people mainly for the ethno-religious part, because most of the people that identify as Yoruba and speak the language I speak, which is Spanish, they will recognize themselves as ethno-religious Yoruba people. But we are all Yoruba, because since I was born, I only know the spiritual way I know is the Yoruba one. So I've been growing up with Eshu, Ogun, Orunmila, Oshun, Shango, Yemoja, Obatala, Olokun, Oduduwa, Gbogbo. I just want to remind you the way our ancestors fought in this part of the world, in the Americas, to keep their culture and their tradition alive. They did a big effort. So they were not only slaves, they were seeds that now are giving fruits. So we, as Yoruba, can gather all together. I want to go back with the words of Ogbeni Seye Oyeleye, who said that we need to honor our ancestors. Also, the words of Dr. Dikpo Awojide that said that he is standing on the shoulders of giants. So all of these messages are related to our ancestors. Me, I'm here and I'm Yoruba myself because of my own ancestors. And all those ancestors are our ancestors. So the way we look at the ancestors in the Yoruba way is through Egungun. And Egungun is not only masquerade, as many people would believe. Egungun is the deity of the ancestors. That's the way we connect with our past. The way we see Egungun is as links. You know, DNA. DNA is looked as links also. If you look at how they describe, how they make the image of how the DNA would look, they are links. The way we connect with our ancestors is through DNA in a physical way, but spiritually is through Egungun. So it's already connected and correlated. So I want to thank all of our ancestors because only Olodumare knows the reason of why the suffering of the times of the slavery happened. But it was not only to make our people suffer. Our people get more strength from there. And now we are a bigger and massive community, and we need to represent, we need to teach history of our race to the next generations, to the youth, so they can know that not everybody, kì í ṣe gbogbo aláwọ̀ funfun tó máa jẹ́ òyìnbó, Yorùbá ni wá, no. So once we are truly Yoruba, we can recognize another Yoruba person. Mo dúpẹ́ gan ni, mo máa wá bí fún yín, a wà ní Think Yoruba First. Ẹ ṣé púpọ̀.
Ẹ dákun ẹ bá wa ṣá arákùnrin ní àtẹ́wọ́ tó rinlẹ̀. Thank you so much, Babalawo Omowale Ifamosu, Saori Games, Ogbo Ato yín o. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. In the interest of time, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to move on to the next speaker. Our next speaker is our Baba, Honorable Lanre Laoshe. Baba is going to be speaking on Yorubaland in 200 years, the leadership, political participation as tools of liberation for Yoruba youth. He's a distinguished chartered insurance broker with over 3 decades of expertise across key sectors of the industry, financial services industry. He has served as a member and principal officer in the House of Representatives from 1999 to 2003, where he made legislative history by sponsoring the landmark Insurance Act of 2003, another key professional act. He is a seasoned leader and policy advocate. Honorable Laoshe indeed brings deep insight into how leadership and political participation can drive youth liberation in Yorubaland. And so without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Olobiri and Olokunrin, Honorable Lanre Laoshe, thank you so much.
Ẹ káàsán.
Roju yin o baba ẹ dákun ẹ ṣí Ṣọlá bí eégún.
Mo wà ń bí. Ṣé ń gbọ́ mi?
À ń gbọ́ yín ṣùgbọ́n àròjù yín ẹ dákun ẹ ṣí Ṣọlá bí eégún.
Mo ń bọ̀ o, mò ń wà ní.
Ẹ ṣeun, ẹ má bínú, a mọ̀ pé ayélujára yìí ń gbà mí o máa ń.
Kò yọ fídíò, kò yọ fídíò.
Ó ga o.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí n máa bí mo ṣe ń ẹ jẹ́ kí kẹ́rẹ́ ok. Ló ti yọ ọ̀sìn. Ok. Ṣé ẹ ti rí mi?
Aha, ẹ ṣeun bàbá. Àdúpẹ́, ẹ dákun ẹ bá wa fi wọ́n sójú gbàgede ojú ìwòran wa, ẹ̀yin ará mídíà, ẹ dákun ẹ bá wa ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ẹ má bínú.
Àgbà ọpẹ́ lórílẹ̀ o, ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ bàbá.
Ẹ má bínú, mo kí yín o. Ẹ kúṣẹ́ takuntakun ẹ̀yin Think Yoruba First ògo adúláwọ̀. Mo dúpẹ́ pé nǹkan tí mo gbà yànjú òun lẹ̀ ń ṣe. Tí yín ni ọjọ́ ọ̀la Yorùbá, tí yín ni ẹ̀yin lẹ gbọ́dọ̀ ṣe iṣẹ́ tẹ̀ ń ṣe yìí. Inú mi dẹ̀ dùn pé ẹ̀ ń ṣe iṣẹ́ yẹn pẹ̀lú okun, ẹ̀ ń ṣagbára láti má jẹ́ kí orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá kó parun. Àwa ni ògo adúláwọ̀, àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ adúláwọ̀. Níbikíbi tí a bá ti wà, Yorùbá ní àkọ́kọ́, Yorùbá làgbà. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi já mọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ òṣèlú. Ṣé rí gbogbo ohun tá a ti sọ látàárọ̀ yìí, tí a bá ní political power, nǹkan méjì lèèyàn fi ń gbára ẹ̀. Inú ogun, nínú òṣèlú. Nígbà tí ò bá ti dogun, òṣèlú lèèyàn fi ń gbára ẹ̀. Tí a ò bá dẹ̀ dílé mú, gbogbo àwọn tó wà ní òkèèrè, irú babaláwo, àwọn tó wà ní Brazil, gbogbo wọn, níbo ni wọ́n máa padà sí? Ọ̀rọ̀ ń bẹ lórí pé báwo la ṣe débí báyìí. Kí àwọn òyìnbó tó gba Nàìjíríà ní 1901, ajagun kan tó ń pè ní Kiriji War tí gbogbo yín mọ̀ ń pa ẹ̀. Èròǹgbà wa tèmi ni pé ogun tá a jà yẹn was to create a Yoruba nation state. Bí àwọn Fúlàní ṣe ní flag wọn gbà táwọn òyìnbó débí, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àwa náà ò bá jẹ́. Ṣùgbọ́n òyìnbó bá a dá sọ̀rọ̀ wa, ó bá a parí ẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n nínú orí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ Yorùbá ṣì ń ja ogun yẹn lọ. Ẹni tó bá ṣẹ́gun gbà yẹn ni ò bá jẹ́ nation state wa, ibi tí ọ̀rọ̀ leadership wa tó ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní wọ́ nìyẹn. Nítorí pé wọ́n parí ìjà yẹn, ṣùgbọ́n ìjà yẹn ò tán nú wa. First Republic, òun ni a lè pè ní golden age Yorùbá. Kí ìgbà tí Chief Awólọ́wọ̀ pre-First Republic, nígbà tí Chief Awólọ́wọ̀ bàbá wa olóyè Ọbáfẹ́mi Awólọ́wọ̀ tán ṣe ètò ìjọba. Ṣùgbọ́n nígbà tá a wọnú First Republic after independence, ìrètí yẹn ò parẹ́, ó ṣe ní láàánú. Ohun tó wá ṣe pàtàkì jù tó burú jù ń bẹ, àwọn àgbàlagbà ní owó tí a ò bá fi lọ́mọ lọ́wọ́ kì í pẹ́. Ìkọ̀sẹ̀ kan tí àwọn bàbá wa ṣe ń gbà yẹn, òun ni wípé bàbá wọ́n ṣe ọdún mẹ́jọ wọn kúrò. Ṣùgbọ́n bàbá wọn ò bọ́ àjàgà leadership ètò yẹn sórí ọmọ. So nígbà tí aáwọ̀ dé láàrin wọn, gbogbo ẹ̀ dàrú. Ohun tó ṣẹlẹ̀ nìyẹn tó jẹ́ pé ẹ wò títí tá a ṣe wà yìí, ẹnikẹ́ni nílẹ̀ Yorùbá kò tí ì dán nǹkan tí Chief Awólọ́wọ̀ dán wò yẹn kán tún dán wò mọ́. Kí ló dé? Tẹ́ bá wo leadership láwọn ìlú kan, ẹ jẹ́ kí n fi Singapore ṣàpẹẹrẹ. Ní 1959, bá a ṣe rí ní Singapore ṣe rí 1959. Lee Kuan Yew ó dẹ̀ jẹ́ olórí wọn. Lee Kuan Yew dúró fún 31 years. In fact, total ìgbà tí Lee Kuan Yew tó fi rule Singapore was 52 years in various forms. But 31 years ló fi ṣe prime minister. Ìtumọ̀ yẹn ni pé àwọn òyìnbó sọ pé generation kan is 15 years. Ìtumọ̀ yẹn ni pé generation méjì ló kọ́ṣẹ́ lọ́wọ́ náà bí tí wọ́n dàgbà lábẹ́ Lee Kuan Yew. Ó fi òwò yẹn lé generations méjì lọ́wọ́. wọn ò lè gbàgbé nǹkan tí Lee Kuan Yew ṣe nítorí pé ó dúró ń bẹ̀. A ní báwọn àgbà wa wí nítorí ìgbà míì ọgbọ́n ọdún yìí wèrè ẹ̀mí ni. èrò tí wọ́n ní pé ńgbà tá a bá lọ sí Èkó tá a bá wá sí Èkó a lè tún gbogbo ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀ ṣe. bóyá Olódùmarè ò tí ì fẹ́ gbà fún wa ó ní pé ká kọ́kọ́ ṣe ọ̀dọ̀ wa ṣùgbọ́n ìyẹn ṣẹlẹ̀. Unfortunately military rule dé, tradition leadership yẹn àwọn sójà gé for civil war dé for another 13 years transition yẹn wọ́n gé. ẹ wo Singapore tí mo sọ yẹn, ọmọ ọdún méje ni ọmọ Lee Kuan Yew nígbà tí Lee Kuan Yew di prime minister. ó mì pé títí tó fi wọ 37 years bàbá ẹ̀ ló jẹ́ 38 years bàbá ẹ̀ ní prime minister. ṣé ọmọ tí èèyàn fi 38 years kọ́ ṣé ó máa ṣìṣe? Kò ní ṣìṣe. But ọdún mẹ́jọ ni bàbá fi kọ́ àwọn èèyàn ńṣe ni wọ́n mọ they happen to what the Bible says. Ó ní God showed his ways to Moses, his act to the children of Israel. àwọn ọmọ Israel nígbà tó dé tọ́lọ́run tó máa fún wọn ní àwọn òfin yẹn tí wọ́n rí iná wọ́n ní máa bá Moses sọ̀rọ̀, fàwa sílẹ̀, leave us alone, let him come and tell us. Invariably every time they disobey, but Moses did not, because Moses was the one that actually knows the ways of God. All the other people saw was the drama. You hear many people say, Awolowo was this, Awolowo was that. But do they understand what Awolowo did? That is why almost 4 generations after, no one has been able to replicate what he did, because probably nobody understood it. Then we had another interregnum. When he was there, after the UPN days, we had another interregnum, another 16 years of military rule. Everything learned from Jakonde, from Onabanjo, from Chief Awolowo was broken again. It was an unfortunate trajectory Tabarawa. Now we are where we are now. Where we are today, what happened in Singapore was also replicated in Malaysia. 22 years. Dr. Mahathir Mahathir was there for 22 solid years. A whole generation had to learn how to rule, what should not be done. Unfortunately, we do not have that trajectory. But here we are today. We are exactly where we are, almost where we are, when Chief Awolowo came in as premier. Ngbolawa, Ngba Chief Awolowo dé, Yoruba was about to move away, was about to end Western colonization into internal colonization. Awo rescued us. We are here, we are today. It is more pernicious today, more determined, more legal, more strong, more financial assault on our civilization. So, I'm encouraging the youth. It is time for you to participate in politics. It's not about partisanship. It is the fact that without political power, whether language, whether economy, whether culture, everything will come to an end. If you don't hold political power in Yorubaland, in Nigeria, everything will be overturned. We have challenges in Ilorin, and you can see the challenges they say in the north, and you can see what is going on in Middle East today. In a few years' time, there will be nobody called Palestinians, and nothing is going to happen. If you that want a heritage for yourself, want the next 200 years, are not participating in the political process, there will be no next 200 years for Yoruba. Just look at it. 1824 or so, Ilorin went. We are now in 2025. Has it been reversed? No. No. The next one, which will be the total homeland, will not be reversed in another 200 years if we are not there. Now, let's now go to the politics. For the future, for the next 200 years, for the future of Yoruba people, we must secure the homeland. We must secure the homeland by participating in the political process. This is where we were in those days. If Chief Awolowo had not been Premier of Western Region, we would have just gone into the first leader of government, then Premier of Western Region, we would have gone into internal slavery, and nothing will have happened. Nothing will have happened. We will grumble, nothing will have happened. Everybody, this TYF will be called a terrorist organization. It will be described as a terrorist organization, and there's nothing you can do because the former state said you are proscribed. So it's a dire situation that we find out that we are handing over to you. Ọwọ́ yín ló wà. We need a leadership that when you get into that political process, we need a leadership that will think of Yoruba first. Now, what do I say? If you are going to public office to think about yourself, your wife, where your wife comes from, your son or your daughter, where they come from and what they do, then you have no business there. Because the people that we make heroes today had to sacrifice all those things. Is it Chief Awolowo? He was in jail. He went to jail. If he was going to think about his wife and his family, he will concede and he will be out of jail. He refused. Is it Nelson Mandela? The struggle is my life. When Nelson came out, and Winnie was misbehaving, he kicked her out. The struggle is my life. We go to MKO Abiola, the richest black man on earth. He sacrificed. He could think of his businesses. He didn't. So we need a leadership. As you, the youth, go in, you must go in to be Yoruba-centric. We are getting to a word that we use now, we call Southwest, Southwest. When you say Southwest, it's so amorphous. It's everybody that lives in Southwest. But how are the poor of my people doing? That is the issue. Nobody else in Nigeria talks about the region. They talk about when they say a region else in Nigeria, it's about their ethnicity. It is when it gets to Yoruba that it becomes Southwest. But when we live there, it's the way we have carried ourselves. And we don't have people who are Yoruba who can. A friend put it this way. Here is his statement. He said, we need to teach our younger generation self-love, that is among our Yoruba tribes, Egba, Ijebu, Ibadan, ethnic cohesion, placing group interest above self, and that cosmopolitanism does not equate to self-sabotage and self-loathing. Oh, Yoruba cosmopolitan. You go to Oduji Yoruba, somebody says, oh, I want to wear skimpy dress. And I ask the question, would that person wear that skimpy dress to Buckingham Palace? She wouldn't. If a few days ago, the Prime Minister the Mayor of London was being knighted by the King, a 57-year-old man knelt before the King, wore traditional dress, and had traditional sword put on him. He's a Muslim. He could say Islam forbids it. Well, he will not be a knight. And that would have been the end of his political career. But because our children have this inferiority complex and they misunderstand cosmopolitanism, that is not cosmopolitanism. You can build, there's a difference between multiculturalism and pluralism. Multiculturalism is every culture is equal. Pluralism is all of you are here, but we know which culture is dominant. it is Yoruba culture. But everything we have now boils down on whether you hold the political power. Do not make a mistake of this liberal. I hear all these things and I say our heritage is going. All the Yoruba in diaspora, Ghana, Togo, gbogbo ibi tó ń wà yẹn, àwa tá wà nílé, àwa ni a jẹ́ ìṣòro wọn. Gbogbo wọn náà ń ronú. Just like the Jews, we need a leadership that will practice Zionism in reverse. The Jews use Zionism to take their land. We need to practice the tactics of Zionism in reverse to retain our heritage. To retain our ọ̀rọ̀ tá à ń sọ, ìlú wo ló máa wà tí ò lédè? Hebrew was one of the forgotten languages on earth. The Jews rebuilt it padà. Almost before Jesus Christ, Jésù tẹ̀rí yẹn, Aramaic ló sọ, kò sọ Hebrew. So èdè yẹn ti kú láti 2000 years ago. Nígbà tó di 1947, wọ́n jí padà. A gbọ́dọ̀ jí èdè Yorùbá padà. Ohun tá a lè ṣe ni, ṣùgbọ́n tí a bá dé òṣèlú yẹn mú, a ní rí ṣe. Gbogbo àmúlùmálà a ní rí ṣe. Ẹ wo determination àwọn Jews. Ẹ wo bíkíbi tó wà. Wọ́n fi ra wọn ṣọ̀kan. Ẹ̀gbá ni mí, Ẹ̀gbádò ni mí, gbogbo ìjà pẹ́pẹ́pẹ́pẹ́ tá à ń jà yẹn, ká fi yẹn sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́. Ọ̀rọ̀ tó kàn wọ́n ni ọ̀rọ̀ Júù. Ẹ dẹ̀ rí báyé ṣe ń lọ sìn. Àwọn nǹkan tó wà nulẹ̀, resources are dwindling. So there will be competition for them. And there's a doctrine formulated by Sir Winston Churchill. He said that you are there before me. If I'm smarter than you, I'll take it over from you. There's nothing wrong in it. It's a terrible doctrine, but báyé ṣe níyẹn pé tó gba ti débẹ̀ yẹn ṣáájú mi, tí n bá gbọ́n jù yín lọ, tí n bá gbà lọ́wọ́ yín, ẹ lè ṣe nǹkan kan pa ẹ̀ náà. So bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe wà yín sìn, ẹ̀yin ní ògo Yorùbá, ẹ̀yin ní Yorùbá wà lára ẹ̀. Tí ẹ ò bá participate, tá bá máa participate yẹn, ẹni ó gbọ́dọ̀ wà Yorùbá centric. We must be centric to the average Yoruba man. What are we giving him? That was what Chief Awolowo was to us. Ibẹ̀ yẹn gangan, ibẹ̀ la padà ń sìn. Báwo la ṣe fẹ́ tún gbà padà? Báwo la ṣe fẹ́ gbà padà? Báwo la ṣe máa ṣe ara lọ́kan? Báwo la ṣe máa wọnú ẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé tó bá ti àwọn tó kù wa, wọ́n wà ní APC ni o, wọ́n wà ní PDP ni o, wọ́n wà ní YYP ni o, tó bá kọ̀ràn lu wọn, ẹnu wọn kò. Ẹ ò ní gbọ́. Àwa la máa ń rò pé ń ṣe làwa rò pé àwa nìkan ṣe la wà ní Nàìjíríà. Àwa nìkan ṣe kọ́ la wà ń bẹ̀. Onílé ọwọ́ tó ń fojú rewo ni ìmọ̀ràn ká nítòsí ń gbà. Kẹ́ni má ní onítọ̀kan gbọ̀ngbọ̀n ọ̀kan gbọ̀nran. Ṣùgbọ́n tá a bá ti débẹ̀, a ti máa gbàgbé, a ti rò pé bóyá àwa nìkan ṣe la wà. Èmi PDP, ìwọ Labour, ìwọ kinní kan. A ò ní pé kí ni Yorùbá fẹ́? Kí ni nǹkan tó máa jẹ́ àǹfààní àwọn èèyàn wa? And ẹ má jẹ́ kí ẹnìkan tàn yín jẹ. Tá a bá ti kúrò, a kúrò náà nìyẹn. Kó padà wá mọ́. So ọ̀rọ̀ mi ni pé, kókó ọ̀rọ̀ mi ni pé ẹ jẹ́ kí a padà sí, ẹ jẹ́ kí ẹ̀yin ọ̀dọ́ ẹ wọnú òṣèlú pẹ̀lú selflessness, group interest, Yorùbá interest. Not your wife, there's this thing that we do. My student, mo wo fọ́tò ilé Chief Abiola, omi ń yọ lójú mi. 70,000 wọ́n á máa nùwé Chief Abiola. 70,000 a month. But ẹ wo bó ṣe rí. So ìyẹn máa wẹ̀yìn pé kí ni ọmọ náà ń sìn yín náà? Kí ni ọmọ náà ń sìn yín tí kò sí èèyàn kan nílé ayé yìí, kò sí legacy tó ju legacy service to the people lọ. Kò sẹ́ni tó kú tí wọ́n ń pọ́nlé nítorí pé ó jẹ́ bàbá dáadáa sí ọmọ ẹ̀ àbí ó jẹ́ ọkọ ìyàwó dáadáa. They will remember you for the legacy to your people. Nobody is going to remember you for your love for your wife. Nobody is going to remember you. Look at the soldiers that fight for us. They have wives, they have children. They fight. Look at the policeman. Ẹ lè máa bú wọn. They stay on the road and protect all of us. They have wives, they have children. But when we get to political office and we are thinking of, oh, I want to leave something for my wife. I love my wife, so I should throw away my whole heritage. It doesn't work that way. We don't need that kind of, when your participation should be focused on it, because the heritage you will have that is enduring is what you do for your people. Where's Chief Abiola today? We saw a video of his bedroom. What did you see there? Gbogbo ìwé erukurubo. Wọ́n dẹ̀ sọ owó tá a bá fi lọ́mọ lọ́wọ́ kì í pẹ́ o. So kókó ọ̀rọ̀ mi nìyẹn. Tí a ò bá sì kí ọ Yorùbá in the next 4 years, ká má tiẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ ìgbà ọdún yẹn ò ní ṣẹlẹ̀. Ìgbà ọdún kan ti lọ tí Ìlọrin ò tí ì padà, ṣá máa lajúlẹ̀ a máa wò. So ọ̀rọ̀ ìyànjú mi ni pé ẹ máa one, ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ participate in political process. 2, tẹ́ bá débẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ tó hùn kẹ́ jẹ́, ọ̀tún ni o, òsì ni o, nǹkan tó bá kan Yorùbá ló gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ pàtàkì. 3, cosmopolitanism yìí kò wà incompatible pẹ̀lú ethnic interest yín. Àwọn tó sọ orúkọ yẹn ní UK lénìí, wọ́n náà sọ pé wọ́n ti fẹ́ get native. What is native? Oh, population wa ń reduce. Ẹ mọ nǹkan tá a máa ṣe. Ẹni tó bá jẹ́ ọmọ wa, a máa ràn lọ́wọ́ láti bímọ sí. Fáwọn àjèjì mọ́. Àwọn tó kọ́ wa tí ó fún wa ní gbogbo òyìnbó yẹn nìyẹn o. Wọ́n sọ pé àwọn ò fẹ́ àjèjì mọ́. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi kò jù bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn lọ. Ẹ ṣé, mo dúpẹ́.
Ẹ ṣeun bàbá, a dúpẹ́ o. Àgbà onítán lórílẹ̀. Wọ́n ní abọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ òun là ń sọ fọ́mọlúàbí tó ṣe bí òwe ẹ̀yin àgbà tó bá dénú ẹ̀ adòdìdì. Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ bàbá. Ọ̀rọ̀ yín kò ṣe tàdánù. A sì dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín. Àkànṣára sí yín, a dúpẹ́ fún gbogbo ìfọmọnìyàn ṣe àti kóríyá tẹ̀ ń ṣe fún wa. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè, ojú òní ti ilẹ̀ Yorùbá o, àní parun láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we will be proceeding forward in this program. We want to thank the Right Honorable Larry Laoshe for giving us gems and his candid insights from his well of wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of Yorubaland is at the mercy of our participation in politics as young people. We cannot stay aloof and expect things to go our way. The world is very ultra-ethnic. His final words there is around the need for us to understand the dimensions of how the world is moving. Let no one begrudge you. Let no one, embarrass you for claiming and holding true to your Yoruba heritage. Do we have Ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Adeolu Bamidele? Is he in the Lagos Center or is he online? Because we just need to make that. Hello, sorry. Is Ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Adeolu online or is he in the Lagos Center? Lola Lawal, please, can you confirm the presence of Dr. Adeolu Bamidele? Okay, listen, in the absence of his presence, we'll just move on back to the Lagos Center, leaving the capable hands of Lola Lawal and Tosin Onifon Boyede.
He's online.
Is he online?
Yes, he is. He is.
Okay, can we please center him and I'll do a quick citation. Dr. Adeolu Bamidele, you have 10 to 15 minutes to please address us on the subject of Yoruba language, education, and preservation for future generations. Please, can I ask the media room to center him, and I'll read his citation right away. Ladies and gentlemen, Ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Adeolu, Bamidele is a distinguished scholar holding a double PhD in literature and gender slavery studies from the University of Bonn. Dr. Bamidele serves as assistant professor at the University of Applied Sciences, Ludwig Franchers in Germany. Dr. Bamidele's work passionately centers on Yoruba language, education, and cultural preservation for future generations. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Olobiri and Olokuri, please join us in welcoming Dr. Adeolu Bamidele. Thank you so much.
Shepupo, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Although we can't see you, if you can please open your masquerade. I know you are a man who loves the masquerade, so don't hide on that masquerade now. Show your face.
Yes, I'm trying to find out how to get. Is it possible to send it for somebody to send me the link on how to open myself or to open the video?
God, I'm even trying to find you. Are you the Malikad here? Is that you?
Yes, I suppose.
Okay, that's you right there. Please, can we center him? Can we spotlight him? Dr. Bamidele, you have 10, 15 minutes, please. Our time is fast spent. I don't want to put you under pressure, but please.
Okay, thank you very much. Mo kí gbogbo ilé o, mo kí ọkùnrin, mo kí obìnrin, and mo kí gbogbo àwọn aṣíwájú, àwọn àti àwọn tó ń bọ̀ lẹ́yìn wa. Mo kí gbogbo àgbààgbà ilé, and I particularly greet TYF. Thank you very much for this prestigious job you are doing. As they said, I will try to go straight to the point. I prepared differently from this, and however, I will try to make sure that I do everything as quickly as possible. I can see how time is running very fast. Before I begin, I would like to thank those who came before me. And I'll particularly pay attention to the Babalawo Sahori Gomez, who tries to translate his name to Shawori, which is a very, very interesting name. I'm particularly interested in this name because what I'm presenting today also links us to the global. I think as Yoruba people, we need to understand that, well, like everybody has always has been saying, that we are more than just a geopolitical space in Yorubaland of Nigeria, which is the homeland or the source, Ile-Ife. We are more than that because we now occupied nearly all the continents of the world. So what links us together? That's one thing we need to put in mind. So before I begin, I would like to begin with a story. And the story, most of you probably are probably familiar with it. And that's the story of a woman. I will try to use non-Yoruba centric people to begin my, presentation. And there is a reason for that. And the question I wanted to ask yourself is that if some of these people can do this about us, or, get familiarized, get immersed in our culture, what is stopping us from also using our language to develop ourselves? This is the main reason why I'm doing this. So I begin with a woman. Her name is Susan Wenger, who is is also known as Aduni Olorisha. So Susan Wenger was born in 1915. And then in 1949, she got married to a German she herself is Austrian, born in Graz. So she was married to a German called Uli Bayer or Ulrich Bayer. So who is also a university lecturer. So in 1949, they got married, and then the Uli Bayer got a job at the University of Ibadan, which was very new then. So they moved to Ibadan. When they arrived in Ibadan, one thing they noticed about Ibadan was that they have this segregated space, like the kind of apartheid South Africa. And this really, got them upset, and they decided to move out of that place. So they moved out of Ibadan, and then the husband and wife, they traveled to another part of, that's within a year. So they traveled to other parts of Yorubaland, which is the town of Ede. Then Venga began to fall sick. She was falling sick every time, and they were using different medicines, and none of them was actually working as they should. That was when she had a contact with the Yoruba chief priest of the Edes Obatala chief priest, who was called the Ajagemo of that period. So they came together, and then the man taught him some of our local medicines, and then that was how she got interested or became interested in Yoruba language, Yoruba culture, Yoruba worldview, or which I usually prefer, quoting Professor Oyeronke Oyewumi, world sense. So, and then she started learning some of these things. As time goes on, she began to live in different parts of Yoruba land within the Oshun area, including Ilobu and Co. And then in 1961, she finally moved to Oshogbo. And then she took interest in shrines. She loved building shrines. She herself had studied in the Graz, where she was born. She studied art in Vienna, Paris, Italy, and so on and so forth. So she was interested in art. So she started working and doing the works of her art. And then she saw the designs, she began to take interest in the shrines and our Orisha system. But the question is not about shrine Orisha system. The question is that how did she become, immersed into Orisha system? The only reason, or the only way, or the only vehicle through which she became immersed into Yoruba was through the language. She first of all learned the language, and then she listened to the people. Take note of that. She listened to the people. She listened to how the people expressed themselves, how they spoke, how they performed, and the performativity of the people on a daily basis. So she listened to these expressions, and then she was able to penetrate the mentality, the mindset, the word sense of the Yoruba people. And before you knew it, the council and our government of those periods, they were more or less intellectual based. So they focus on intellect. They know some of the aspects of intellectual. So they develop a group. They say, please help us to rebuild our shrines in that area of Oshun, Oshogbo being the headquarters. And then this woman was asked to be part of the, with time, she even got to the, one of the senior members of this group that began to build the Oshun Shrine. And she herself built a lot of things. She did a lot of things in that Oshun Oshogbo area. And you and I, if you have been to Oshun Oshogbo before, you will understand what I'm talking about. So now, what happened with this is that when you look at what she developed in Oshun Oshogbo, it's beyond what you can actually easily express. She did a lot of great jobs. Okay, she did a lot of writing. Unfortunately, I'm unable to use my PowerPoint because I also, use some photos. But because of time, I decided not to use my PowerPoint because that would slow me down. So she began to do a lot of designs and stuff like that. And that was how, So in 1965, the Oshun Grove became a national monument. And in 2005, the Oshun Grove became the World Heritage Center, accredited by UNESCO. And this is one of the few in the world at that time, even until today. Now, mind you, Oshun, the Oshogbo Oshun, is not actually the source of Oshun. The source is in Ekiti, in Igede-Ekiti. However, it was Oshogbo that actually became the world known. Of course, the Igede own is still being celebrated till today. But why is it that it's Oshogbo that took seems to be the one that is well known worldwide? Everybody knows it. Okay, why? Because of the use of language on the one side and because of the performances on the other side. The combination of these two is what made the Oshogbo what it is. So what I'm trying to bring out here is that your language is not even what makes you powerful. Oh, we've always been like this. We had these great civilizations. We have this and that. That's not what makes you great. It is how you carry it, how you use it, how you deploy it. So that's why I created the presentation for today, which I would have presented as the title as "The World Became Power." That's the title I give the presentation. And the word became power. The word became power. That is how our ancestors used our language to empower themselves, and how we can also use from some of these knowledges and use it to empower ourselves for future. Now, pay attention to the fact that language can empower, but language can also disempower us. So these are the two characteristics. So it is now your choice. It is my choice. It is our choice. It is TYF's choice. It is the choice of all of us on which side we choose. Are we going to use the language to empower us or to disempower us? Many of you would have understood where I'm heading towards, because we know what is already going on in the Yorubaland today, which is threatening us within our own space, not even outside, not beyond. Within our own space, our language, our culture, our identities are undergoing threats. And take note of the fact that it is the language that serves as the vehicle that is being used to do all of this, or to perpetrate all of this. Now, let me quickly just draw your attention to two theories. And one is from J.L. Austin, and the second one is from Judith Butler. Both of them are Americans. So Austin states, and I try to summarize because it's a bit philosophical. It's a language performs. It shapes circumstances. It brings to being. That is, it brings something into existence. What maybe may not have existed before, it brings it into existence. Then Judith Butler even goes extreme. She says, there is nothing pre-existing in life and in identities. Entities and identities come into existence through enactment, enacted through the use of language, sustained through reenactment. Take note of reenactment. That means the perpetual ways of performing and performativity. That is something that you are doing continuously. So think about acting a movie or a theater. I used to act theater in those days. And one theater we could, and one play, we could actually perform it maybe 10, 15 times repeatedly. And it is always believed that the more we perform it, the better we get. So this is actually how reality also comes into being, through the use of language. So in other words, what this means is that language brings to life, language conjures, it shapes, it is performed. When a particular language use a word, and is conventionally accepted, it becomes conventional, it becomes a reality. And in future, it can be used as a source of reference about who the users are, or what they do. So what does this mean? What does this mean? Because the presentation obviously is not about Adunilurish. I just use that as an example. So it is about how our ancestors have used language to perform their identities and their realities, to shape their realities, sorry to say, their success and their progress. If you're looking at the progress of our ancestors, we often talk about it, but we often avoid the role of language. Without language, our progress would not have come into existence. So it is the language that was used by our ancestors to shape our existence. I'm sorry, I'm trying to jump or go very fast. So that's why I'm, oscillating here and there. Our language use in various forms have turned people to warriors. It is the language that makes you a warrior. You are not just a warrior. It is the language that makes you that. You are not a woman. It is the language that makes you that. The reason why they call you woman is because your language says that. If your language says otherwise, if the language looks at somebody with woman features and say, this is a table, or this is a table, you will be called table. So the person, you have no essence in yourself. Something, an existent, an entity has no essence in themselves, except that the language conveys and say, this is what this person is. And then it becomes acceptable. This is the reason why you will notice that recently, the death of our storytelling Yorubaland, the death of our Ayaile, Iyawole, that develop Oriki, talked about Oriki and so on, and that talked about Oriki and Co. The essence, what they did, the absence or the death of these people. I'm not saying they died, physically, but I'm trying to use that they are non-existent or they have reduced. You will see what is causing Yorubaland today. You will see that we are really dealing with identity crisis today. You will say some things, and from Yoruba, will say, I didn't know that. You meet somebody from Ile-Ife itself, you will even see the loss of identity. Somebody from Ile-Ife is supposed to be walking with their nose in the air. But today, you see some of them walking with two shoulders. They walk like, some of them walk like, because they don't, especially the highly educated ones. The reason is because they have they don't have this grip of the power of language. And that's the problem we are having as Yoruba. If you don't try to connect language with our performativity, we are lost. Sorry to say, I'm a bit blunt, but that's actually what it is. And that's why when you see somebody who actually has this aura, these characteristics of Yoruba language, and connect it with their performances, they go long way. Professor Wole Soyinka did not get Nobel Prize because he could speak English. No, he got the prize because how he connects Yoruba language performances with his writing. And that's why many Western society cannot understand what he writes. Why? Because he's writing in Yoruba and he's conveying it, in English, but it's actually of Yoruba essence. So for you to understand what I'll say this for you to understand what I'm trying to, bring forward. Now, we have concepts like Ogun, we have Anyo, we have Esho. If you're a real Esho, that is, if you're not a bastard, if they say the Oriki of Esho, you might go into trance. Even if you don't go in trance, you might, something will happen to you, feel it in your body. And I'm not saying this to what you call it. So I know some of it has happened to you before. It has happened to me before that an elderly woman met me on a vehicle, on the public transport. And once he realized where I came from, she started saying it. And I began to cry, which these are things hardly happened to me. And my body was shaking. So, I dug my hands to my pocket, gave everything I had to the mama, and I had to pay on via app to the driver at the end of the day because of what this woman did. This is the power of language. The woman was just saying some things. So these are for you to understand. So the language is what actually conveys you, that evoke you to do certain things. So if they chant your Oriki and your origin, you will feel it in your body. Not only spiritually, but as a kind of member of that lineage. In fact, it is a DNA in this sense. That's actually something you can even use to detect your DNA. Our Omoluabi ethos are all provoked by language. They were shaped by language. They were provoked by language. They were constructed by language. So language empowers, but also it disempowers, as I mentioned earlier. So if language empowered our ancestors as Omalade, Jagun, Akikanju, Oba, Oloja, and so on. If our language inspired people who were not born in Yorubaland to, perform what they like at Duni Olorisha and her creativities, how can the language empower us for the future? And I want to bring you back again. Language empowers, but it can also disempower. Take South Africa, for example. We Yoruba don't really speak Yoruba much. The way the South Africans, the indigenous, the way they speak their own language, indigenous languages. As a matter of fact, many of them, they will tell you, sorry, I don't speak English. And they speak their language. They go unapologetically, unlike you and I, that we will begin to feel sorry or feel ashamed when we cannot speak correct English. Okay? But let me ask you a question. Are they in charge of their land? Are they in control of their everything they had? No, they really are not. They are just, more or less like a minority, despite all this power of their languages. So you might be speaking your language, use it for your movie, use it for everything, and still be powerless in your land. And this is the reason. It takes me back to my big sister that spoke earlier on. Big sister that spoke earlier on, that talked about, I think, her name is
Sanike Adefunke Treasure.
Exactly. Thank you very much. When she talks about this political intention, the political intention of language, politically, intentionally, culturally, this aspect is very, very important for us. And this marks my number one task for us as Yoruba people. We need to uphold the language, not just by speaking it, but by performing it. Okay, your language needs to be performed. I want to go deeper into what performance and performativity means, but unfortunately, I can't go too deep into that. And the host is already giving me signals. I think me and the host are going to fight when we meet next time.
Emma Binu, Dr. Adeolu.
Always the one that always.
Dr. Adeolu, what we are going to do, and I promise you this, is we're going to, in one of our upcoming series, we have lecture series, we're going to have a specific spotlight on this subject. Emma Binu, please.
Absolutely. So let me just quickly finish. Absolutely, no problem, my brother. So encrypting it in our inventions and creativity. People have talked about they've talked about technology, so I'm not going to go deep into that. But you need to begin to name them after Yoruba. Name them Shango, name them Ogun. Nobody is going to arrest you for that. Of course, they will mock you. But people that are mocking you, they are your enemies. You need to know that. Anybody that mocks you for naming your things according to your language, according to your culture, is your enemy. It's not your, even if the person is your a biological brother or sister, it's your enemy. You need to know that. Because I don't understand why somebody will mock you for naming a German will name their things according to German. French will do the same. You as a Yoruba will do the same, and somebody will mock you, and you will now be feeling sorry for yourself. No. So you need to be unapologetic about that. So your name is your digital activities, your musical activities. Unfortunately, our music and movies, some of them are going the other way around nowadays. But in those days, you listen to Sunny Ade and Co. You learn Yoruba, you learn Asha Yoruba, you learn so many things. But these days, and Yoruba were not like that. It was, something that we become acculturated into. We know people that all they do is this. They don't really have kind of savviness in their cultures, and we are now imitating them, but I'm not going deep into that. So we need to incorporate them into our everything we do, because they are the vehicle that will transport us to the global level. We've heard about that earlier on. So we need to protect the language, because languages are disappearing nowadays. So we need to protect it. We need to encrypt it to our own advantage. You need to remove elements of shame. Uphold pride in your language. Nobody should be able to intimidate or bully you because you speak your language. Be bold. Be aggressive if you can. I'm not saying you should carry guns or kill. But when I mean aggressive, you need to be, firm in terms of your language use. Teach your children your language for continuation. The reason is because all the elements of our identity, the greatness, you'll be there. You'll be presenting works. Our ancestors did that. It's because they preserved them. That's why you were able to do that. That's how you were able to meet them. What are you going to do? That is the word, the phrase I wanted to say here. You need to continue this legacy and transfer it further. Some of us these days, we speak only English to our children, and then we begin to change, like, what do you call it? Your children should be able to understand elements of your language, and that's no excuse, and there's no excuse for that. So towards the final, Yoruba language is a global language. We see how our Shawo Ori talked about it just now. Yoruba is a global language with the potentiality of rubbing shoulders with great world languages like the Chinese, the English, French, and co. You, the native speaker of are the ones to make this happen. Nobody else. Nobody can actually promote your languages. Of course, Harvard and Co, they are all doing it now, but you need to be at the center. That's why I said that your language could disempower you. It can be benefiting America economically. It can be benefiting the British economically, and yet serve to your disadvantage because you are not at the center. Look at what they talk about Adire just a few minutes ago, whereby they are planning to, and we know people that are doing this behind us. Okay, they are planning to be producing, and as time goes on, the one you produce at home will cost 20 naira. The one from China will cost 5 naira, and people will prefer the Chinese one because Chinese are good at mass productions. Go and learn what the Chinese did to Western markets. Okay, but I'm not going deeper into that right now. So you need to understand that you need to be at the center of it so that you don't really lose it. So finally, Yoruba is a global language. You see, I'm repeating this. I want you to be understanding this. Geopolitically, Yoruba language is insignificant.
Land cannot connect us with our siblings in Mexico, in China, in all over the 6 continents I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation. Land will not connect us. You cannot go now and say China, a Mexican land or the Cuban land is your land. You might have problem. But you know what thing that connects us? The language. And you know how the language is being used? By performing it. And you know what is used to perform the language? Our orisha, our carnivals, our music, our movies, all of this is what is being used to perform our language. So when you are against orisha and you are there, you say you love Yoruba, you hate Yoruba, stop deceiving yourself. When I say orisha, but the point I'm trying to make is that you need to connect with it. That's the only way you are spreading and connecting with our siblings. Otherwise, you are creating enmity with your siblings all over the world when you hate your Isheshe, because that's the only vehicle they are using. All of them are coming to you. The last what they call the day that he lived, I was there. I was so excited. Our siblings from Mexico, they were playing football in the front of Oketasha. They were playing, they were happy. I was so excited. My town too. My father was telling me recently, because my father is a chief, he holds a chieftaincy title. He was telling me, he saw about 70 vehicles driving to our town to go and Borisha. Because there is a very significant Yoruba Orisha in our town, and the whole world converged there. These people, some of them may not even speak fluent Yoruba. However, they are connected with you because of the vehicle that the Yoruba language is carrying around. Let me stop here. Thank you very much.
Dr. Adeolu Bamidele, thank you very much. You know, if we give you all the time in the world, I know you can go on and wax lyrical. One thing I think I'm taking away from your brilliant presentation, I think 2 things actually, is if we look at the etymology of the word a day, entire day. So like you said, there are mysteries that are trapped within the language, and there are potentials that can only be unlocked through language. So and your constant repetition around a dead language being, the Yoruba language being global, it is entirely correct. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Dr. Adeolu Bamidele, ọ̀mọ̀wé làwọn o, wọ́n dẹ̀ sì ń ṣe òrìṣà. Make of that whatever you wish. Without further ado, now we'll go back to our Lagos Center, where I will hand you to the capable hands of Lola Lawal and Tosin Onifon-Boyede. Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀, adúpẹ́ kẹ́ òkun. Lagos, over to you. Àwọn ará Èkó wọ́n rà pé wọ́n ti mute wọn, àgbọ́n wọn o. Mo ráwọn èèyàn jàǹkànjàǹkàn ń jókòó, àròjinlẹ̀. Greetings from over here.
Yes.
I see ọmọlúàbí ṣe yí lọ. Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀, adúpẹ́ o. Ẹ kú dìde.
In fact, can we speak now? Okay. All right. So Lagos is about to take over. Lagos ti fẹ́ take over. Wọ́n ní pé ká máa speak Yoruba. You guys, I'm Yoruba tọkàntọkàn. Sibakọ ti wà very official. Mo máa speak English, but ẹ má worry. Without actually Kato move on, we're going to actually bring on someone very, very important in our midst. He's come to represent the Ondo State governor. He has brought good tidings from Ondo State. He has a speech here for us. We have been keeping him waiting, and we sincerely apologize, Honorable Gwemi, right? Yes, Ejo. But we're just going to quickly recognize in our midst, you know, the Molumoka, right? Is that what you say? Ilumoka, Sheilo. It's so good to have you in our. Àròjinlẹ̀. Àròjinlẹ̀. Ẹ ṣeun. Thank you so much. It's so good to have you. In fact, we're really grateful. We have told them that you know, we're Yoruba. Well, if you're not in Lagos, sorry. You know, if you're not in Lagos, you're not really at this event. You know, Are not you though. So, ẹ ṣeun gan. So I'm going to hand over to my co-host, and he's going to you know, honorably bring on Honorable Ogunyemi. Ẹ ṣeun.
Thank you very much. Ẹ ṣé lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀. A kí gbogbo alẹ́ kan sí wípé a kú ìjókòó olókùnrin àti olóbìnrin. Kí a tó máa tẹ̀síwájú, fẹ́ fi àsìkò yìí tọrọ àforíjì lọ́wọ́ aṣojú gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo tí wọ́n wà ní àárín wa ní ọ̀sán yìí. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí a ti mọ̀, àwa ọmọ ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo, ó ní orin kan tí a máa ń kọ fún gómìnà wa ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo. Mo sì máa ń pè é pé ọ̀gá mi ìlú mọ̀ọ́ká gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹnìkejì mi ṣe sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan, a máa ń kọrin a ní má bá jà o, má bá bínú, má bá jà o, má bá bínú. Ọ̀nì Ọlọ́run bá ti lẹ́yìn rẹ̀, èjú bá jà o. Ọ̀nì Ọlọ́run bá ti ṣe tirẹ̀, èjú bá jà o. Thank you very much. On this note, I want to quickly read to hearing Honorable Olumuyiwa Ogunyemi is a graduate of Business Administration from the University of Lagos. He was appointed in 2017 as a member governing board at Ahmadu Bello University. He is a seasoned politician who was appointed by late governor of Ondo State, Rotimi Akeredolu, as a special assistant on youth and student affairs. And within 2 weeks, he was elevated to the senior special assistant, SSA, in the same capacity. He was appointed by Governor Ida Tiwa as a special assistant on community integration, a position he continues to hold. Throughout his career, Honorable Ogunyemi has remained committed to community development, youth empowerment, and good governance. His passion for public service is rooted in ensuring that the voice of his constituents are heard and their needs are addressed, whether in business or politics. His focus has always been on driving positive change, fostering economic growth, and enhancing opportunity for the people of his community. Please, let's make welcome Honorable Ogunyemi Olumuyiwa. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to represent my principal, the working governor, my amiable leader, Lucky Orimisan Ayedatiwa. Our own governor is a true Omoluabi and a lover of youth. That's why we also have one of us who is also one of you, who is present here with us, my own brother, the Senior Special Assistant to the Governor of Ondo State on tourism and culture, my brother, Sheilo. I recognize you. And I want to also recognize those who have spoken earlier. Notable, Barrister Sheye, who happens to be the DG of the Town Commission. Also, I'm the focal representative of Ondo State government at the Dawn Commission as well. I want to also recognize all the speakers who have spoken, namely Mrs. Nike, Right Honorable Bamidele Laoshe, Dr. Akonji, our brother Shauri Gomez, Dr. Adeolu Bamidele, and I also recognize the anchors and those who have been here working behind the scene to make this event a better event. Tosin and Lola as well. Before I read the speech of the governor of Ondo State, we will have to sing as well because we are talking about Yoruba here and we are talking about Odudua. And we are also lucky to have a lucky governor in Ondo State because Ondo State adopts the Yoruba anthem. I know Ogun State has their anthem. Ekiti State also has their own. Osun State. I think Oyo State as well. Not sure of Lagos State. But we have our anthem in Ondo State. And the anthem of Ondo State happens to be the general anthem of the Yorubas. So before I deliver the goodwill message of the governor of Ondo State here, I want us to rise to sing our Yoruba anthem, which is our heritage. 1, 2, go. Iṣẹ́ wa fúnlẹ̀ wa, fún ilẹ̀ ìbí wa, ká gbéga, ká gbéga, ká gbéga fáyé rí. Ìṣọ̀kan àtòmìnira ní ẹ jẹ́ ká máa lépa, tẹ̀síwájú fọ́pọ̀ ire àtòhun tó dára. Ọmọ Oòduà dìde, bọ́ sípò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ. Ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ gbogbo adúláwọ̀. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Address by the governor of Ondo State, His Excellency Dr. Lucky Orimisan Ayedatiwa, at the 3rd Annual Yoruba Youth Conference organized by Think Yoruba First, held at the Civic Center, Victoria Island, Lagos, on Saturday, 14th June 2025. The governor, because he loves youth, and he's supposed to be here, but due to some other states event, and he directed me to represent him here. So on behalf of Mr. Governor, please accept me as his representative at this event today. Thank you. It is an honor and privilege to address you today, not just as the governor of Ondo State, but as a proud son of Odudua, a custodian of Yoruba heritage and values. I commend the organizers of this remarkable gathering, Think Yoruba First, for their unwavering commitment to cultural preservations, youth development, and ideological reawakening of our people. This is not only a laudable initiative, but a crucial step as our country's transitions into a more decentralized model of government, as vigorously pursued by the capable leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, through the establishment and the constitution of the various boards of regional development across the country. I acknowledge the invaluable efforts of the Down Commission and other strategic partners through sustained advocacy and collaboration. They have reinforced our cultural and geopolitical significance. Their activities in entrenching regional integrations, policy, innovations, and stakeholders' engagement has united the Southwest states beyond political and ideological lines. The theme of this year's conference, Yorubaland in 200 years, status of youth, economic empowerment, and Yoruba economic development within Nigeria, is both up and visionary. It challenges us to reflect on the present and also project in the future. It is therefore pertinent to ask ourselves germane questions about the future to do with envision for Yoruba in the next 200 years. Will our language still echo in classrooms and innovation hubs? Will our culture, ethos, remains alive in our children? Will our youth emerge as global leaders in technology, governance, and commerce? Or are we going to watch as the legacy of our forefathers and values eroded as a result of fleeting influences and foreign ideologies? These are not merely rhetorical questions. They are calls to actions. We must safeguard our heritage and ensure it thrives across generations. At this heart of our vision for sustainable development lies our youth, the Omoluabis of tomorrow. It is our collective duty to invest deliberately in their education, creativity, entrepreneurship, and most critically, their cultural identity. A Yoruba youth disconnected from his roots is like a river severed from its source. Without cultural grounding, the risk of systematic dislocation and long-term social cultural disempowerment becomes real. Since assumption of our administration in Ondo State, we have prioritized issues that have to do with our youth development, because it is our belief that it represents a critical segment of our population that we cannot afford to neglect. As the governor of Ondo State, I believe our collective progress hangs on empowering our youth and fostering economic development. Our economic empowerment must also be driven by regional cooperation. Yorubaland possesses vast comparative advantages in agriculture, tourism, technology, and trade. We must work across the state line, develop critical infrastructure, promote interstate investments, and advocate for greater resource control within Nigeria constitutional framework. Furthermore, we are fostering innovation and entrepreneurship through revolutionary technological advancements and industrialization. Our administration has introduced programs such as grants for startups and training initiatives to equip our youth and skills. Our Ondo State contributory health insurance schemes organs has been extended to the informal sector, benefiting artisans, traders, and private sectors workers. Our unity must transcend political affiliations and religious divides. I commend the Southwest Governors Forum, led by the Governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu, for demonstrating what genuine cooperation can achieve in the pursuit of regional prosperity. Let us draw inspiration from our rich legacy from the bronze artistry of Ile-Ife to the agricultural wealth of the Western region and rebuild a future of shared prosperity. This conference must not end as a ceremonial gathering. It should be a launch pad for a new Yoruba Renaissance, where dreams are born, innovations are nurtured, and leaders are raised. I encourage our youth to think Yoruba, act Yoruba, and build Yoruba, not in isolation from the Nigerian project, but as a powerful voice within it. To think first, it is not a retreat from modernity. It is a bold reassertion of identity in the pursuit of progress. May the next 200 years find Yoruba land stronger, wiser, and more united in purpose. Thank you all. Odua Agbewa o. Thank you.
So, please help me give Honorable Ogunyemi a round of applause. Esheon, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ile Odua Agbewa. And thank you for that anthem. Some of us need to come and take classes. Esheon. I would also, before we quickly take, so we're going to have like a round of what do you call it now? Be short. I don't know if we'll call it speeches as it were, but there will be, little contributions and from our people that are here. Just very short, be 2 minutes. But before we do that, I want to recognize the presence of one of our people, Arakuri Adewumi Waliu Mufutao. We are grateful. Thank you so much. It was nice to have you here. It's good to have you here. Also, I want to recognize Oshei Funmi. I think I know you from the show Masoimbo. Thank you so much. We're rooting for you. Thank you. I know we don't want to say too much about Masoimbo. Rodula is sitting, but we win some and we lose some. No, Mokos son you. Mokos on you. So in quick succession, we're going to have some of us because if I go there, I would lose so much money. But on my uniform for me. So, Benny, we're going to have Honorable Wale Ajetumobi to just speak with us. Kiwa Esho, Honorable Wale Ajetumobi, the SA media to the state governor. Please, eba mi fi. Yes, you're going to come. Eba mi fi atewo. Eba mi fi bi wa. I'm also going, no, is a part of the family. I say, part of the family, you are our guy. It's so nice to have you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Ekasun, should I speak my language? Okay. Okay. Eku ason gbogbo àwa tí Ekasun. Well, I'm trying to, So good afternoon, all. I'm delighted to be part of this conversation. It is a privilege I do not take for granted. So I also want to convey the apology of Mr. Tokuma Wahab. He was supposed to be here, but he has been on official assignment in Europe in the past week. So he's not able to join either virtually or physically. So he sends his apology to everyone. So let me also add that I've listened to speakers, people that have gained fresh insights, in all of these conversations that have been held. So, eléyìí ó tún fún mi ní kí ló máa ń pè interest ní Yorùbá. Ó tún jẹ́ kí n ní more interest nínú anything that concerns Yorùbá, promoting Yoruba tradition and culture and values. So lẹ́yìn eléyìí, I'm sure I will do things that will be promoting this culture. And thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's go.
That's it. Yes, I shall go. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Sometimes being Yoruba is not a name alone, is an Iwa. And I know that a lot of people probably know him on his social media. He's he's one of our Yoruba stalwarts. He's never shy to be Yoruba, and we're grateful for people like him. Eshe, Honorable Wale, thank you so much. So now we're going to be Momafi Towotowo Fikpe, Honorable Sheyi Law, Konwa Kiwa, and he should also speak with us. Honorable Sheyi Law is the SSA on entertainment. We should have gotten this thing on entertainment and tourism to the Ondo State governor. But just beyond that, he's the Lumoka, he's someone that has held down the entertainment industry in Nigeria. You cannot mention his name without people pausing. So we're really grateful to have you here. Thank you so much. Esho.
Ẹ ṣé gan, ẹ bá mi fún gbogbo àwọn tó ń darí ètò, ẹ bá mi fún wọn látẹ̀wọ́. Tó bá jẹ́ ti èdè Yorùbá ni àsọ, ó dẹ̀ tún ní ká sọ ti abínibí gangan tó jẹ́ làjẹ́ náà ni màá tún sọ. Mo kí gbogbo wa àti ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń wò wá látòrí ṣé ẹ̀rọ ayélujára, gbogbo yín náà ni mo kí. Ẹ ṣé nítorí pé ẹ fẹ́ kí èdè Yorùbá ẹ fẹ́ kó parun. Ẹ fẹ́ kí orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ẹ fẹ́ kó máa tẹ̀síwájú. Inú mi dùn. Mo ní bó tiẹ̀ jẹ́ mi nìkan ni nínú iṣẹ́ tí mò ń ṣe ló máa dá dúró pé òun á jà, òun á dúró gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọ Yorùbá òun ò ní sá. Mo ní màá ṣe. Kàkà kílẹ̀ Yorùbá parun lójú ẹ̀mí mi ní síbẹ̀ ni. Àìsíbẹ̀ dẹ̀ ni òun ni àìbá wọn dá sí. ẹni tó bá jẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá ní tòótọ́ tó jẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá ní tòótọ́ wàá mọ̀ pé àti gbélé ayé tí o bá ti mọ òwe tó túmọ̀ àwọn ìjìnlẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá wàá mọ̀ pé láti ṣọmọlúàbí á rọrùn láti gbélé ayé pẹ̀lú ọgbọ́n á rọrùn láti màsìkò tó yẹ kó o jà àtàsìkò tó yẹ kó o sá á rọrùn. Ìjà tilẹ̀ Yorùbá kìdẹ̀ ń ṣèjà tẹnìkan ìjà gbogbo wa ni. Ẹlòmíì á ní bí iṣẹ́ tó ń ṣe ṣèbí gbogbo wa ní orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà là ń gbọ́. Kí ló wá fà á tó fi wá mú Yorùbá ní líle báyìí? Odò tó bá gbàgbé orísun ẹ̀ yọ gbẹ ni. Èmi ò lè gbàgbé orísun mi o, ọmọ Yorùbá ni mí. Bí Yorùbá dẹ̀ ṣe máa tẹ̀síwájú òun ni mò ń rò. A gbúdọ̀ máa ní àìkéèsí nǹkan. Orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà bá a ti ní ẹ̀yà lóríṣiríṣi. Ẹ jẹ́ n fi òyìnbó sọ eléyìí tí mo fẹ́ sọ yìí. A ní subnational politics. A dẹ̀ ní national politics. Ìyìn tó wá ń bí èmi nínú gbogbo ẹ̀ ni pé ní subnational politics kò sí ẹ̀yà míì tó mú tẹ̀yà míì ṣe àfi ilẹ̀ Yorùbá. Tá a bá dé national politics a lè kó gbogbo ẹ̀yà pọ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀yà àkó gbogbo ẹ̀ pọ̀ ṣùgbọ́n tá a bá dé subnational politics a gbúdọ̀ mú ti ẹ̀yà wa gangan a gbúdọ̀ mú ṣe. Mi ì tí ì rírí ní ilẹ̀ Haúsá kí n rẹ́ni tó ń gbé gbáàbò ní ilẹ̀ Haúsá tó wá wọṣọ Ìgbò tó lọ sí campaign. Mi ì tí ì rírí ní ilẹ̀ Ìgbò tó wá wọṣọ Yorùbá tó lòun fẹ́ fi ṣe campaign. Ṣùgbọ́n tá a bá délẹ̀ Yorùbá láì ṣàfiṣe àbẹ́ẹ̀dì àwa wọṣọ eléyìí ànítorí pé wọ́n wà nílẹ̀ wa. Ṣélẹ̀ wa wá jẹ́lẹ̀ bàbá ẹnikẹ́ni tí ì bá ń ṣe tiwa. Tí mo bá ti sọ lẹ́nu ẹni tó bá ti fẹ́ bínú kó bínú sí mi. Ẹni bá fẹ́ bínú kó ṣe kí ni o kó bínú. Yorùbá dẹ̀ ti ní ọmọ àlè ló ń rínú tí ò ní bí. Bó o bá lè bínú yẹn o ọmọ àlè wá ni ẹ́. A gbúdọ̀ bára wa sọ eléyìí tó jẹ́ òótọ́ nínú ọ̀rọ̀. Wọ́n ní bọ́mọ ìyá méjì bá wọnú ilé tí wọ́n jọ sọ̀rọ̀ tí wọ́n rẹ́rìn jáde wọn tí ì bára wọn ṣe eléyìí tó jẹ́ òótọ́ nínú ọ̀rọ̀. Wọ́n sì ń parọ́ fúnra wọn ni. Ṣùgbọ́n tá a bá jọ wọnú ilé tá a jáde tójú lé jáde a jẹ́ pé ọ̀rọ̀ kan débì kan ni. A jẹ́ pé ọ̀rọ̀ kan ṣe kí ni o ó débì kan ni. A bá lè jòjà. A ní ká lejò mọ́ ṣe. Ṣùgbọ́n àlejò gbúdọ̀ mọ ara ẹ̀ lálejò. Èyí tá a tún wá ń ṣe tó ń bí. Mo sọ ọ̀rọ̀ kan lọ́jọ́ kan. Mo ní ìwọ tó lọ síta tó lọ pọkùnrin tó ní ó wá báyàwó rẹ wí tó ní ó wá bá ẹ bọ́mọ rẹ wí ọjọ́ tó bá báyàwó rẹ sùn ìwọ ló fà á. Ìwọ ló fà á. Ẹnìkan ní ọ̀gbẹ́ni Ṣèyí ṣebí ìwọ gan-an bí ìyàwó rẹ̀ ṣebí ọmọ ìlú Ìgbò ni. Mo ní àádókò bàbá ẹni kó má làálàá. Ní ilẹ̀ Yorùbá bàbá ọmọ ló lọ́mọ. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ Ìgbò lè wà lára ọmọ tèmi ṣùgbọ́n ọmọ Yorùbá ni wọ́n pọ́nbélé kò sálébù kan ìta dẹ̀ fi mara wa nílẹ̀ Yorùbá wà á kọ́kọ́ jọmọlúàbí ìwà la fi máa mọ̀ pọ́mọ Yorùbá ni ẹ́. Lẹ́yìn tá a bá wá rí wà yẹn lára ẹ̀ àwa tó wá ríra akíkanjú lára rẹ̀ àwa rí wà ìrẹ̀lẹ̀ lára ìyẹn la máa fi bó o bá ṣe gbé wa la ṣe máa ṣe kí ni o la ṣe máa gbé ẹ. Ẹni bá tẹ́bẹ́lẹ̀ wa àwa náà tẹ́bẹ́lẹ̀ rẹ̀ ẹni bá tọ́jú wa mọ́lẹ̀ bá a bá fọ́ tiẹ̀ kò sí tó burú mbẹ̀. Ìwọ tó gún mi nígi lójú bí n bá gèdí rẹ̀ jẹ tìmítìmí kò sí tó burú mbẹ̀ rárá. Èyí tó dòótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ní kẹjá bára wa sọ èdè Yorùbá kó má parun orílẹ̀ Yorùbá kó má dàrú a gbúdọ̀ kọ́kọ́ fira wa ṣe òṣùṣù ọwọ̀. A gbúdọ̀ kọ́kọ́ fira wa ṣe kí ni o òṣùṣù ọwọ̀. Ìtó tún máa ń bí mi nú àwọn òṣèlú yẹ Yorùbá wọn mọ bí wọ́n ṣe ń gbà wọn ọmọ Yorùbá lárugẹ. What you fail to empower cannot come and fight for you. Mò ń bá àwọn òṣèlú ilẹ̀ Yorùbá sọ̀rọ̀. Nígbà tí Jonathan tó jẹ́ olórí orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà mo mọ àwọn tá a jọ wà nínú iṣẹ́ tí mò ń ṣe tó jẹ́ pé ibẹ̀ ni wọ́n ti là. Ìgbà tí Jonathan máa jáde àwọn náà ni wọ́n jáde gbówó ń bẹ lọ́wọ́ wọn náà ṣe jáde. Àwa ń tiwa bá a bá jáde tán fún ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè wa tán wọ́n bá débẹ̀ wọ́n gbàgbé ibi tán ti wá. Bó bá tún dọjọ́ mi ẹ̀ wá ní kán wá jáde kán wá jà fún yín. Kò lè máa lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ o. Kìdẹ̀ ṣe pé bóyá torí pé ẹnìkan wá láti orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá la ṣe sọ pé àwa fẹ́ dìbò fún. Kì í ṣe tó fà á nìyẹn o. Àríṣẹ́ tó ṣe ni. Ṣùgbọ́n bá a bá gbéra wa débì kan a tún máa fara wa lọ́wọ́ ká a bá lè dúró dáadáa ni. Kí wọ́n má bàa bú wa bó bá dẹ̀yìn wá ọ̀la. Wọ́n ní gbogbo ohun tó ṣe náà àtẹ̀yìnwá ẹ̀dá báyìí. Wọ́n á nà ká sí wa. Ṣùgbọ́n tá a bá ṣe nǹkan pẹ̀lú èdè Yorùbá á wù wọ́n á dùn mọ́ wọn. Gbogbo wọn á fẹ́ wá fara pẹ́. Ńgbà tí Máṣòyìnbó bẹ̀rẹ̀ mélòó nù wọn náà gbárùkù tì. Ó dọbẹ̀ tán báyìí ó dùn báyìí gbogbo wa mọ Máṣòyìnbó. Wọ́n mọ Máṣòyìnbó báyìí o. Ẹlòmíì wo ló ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ nǹkan báyìí tí wọ́n gbárùkù tì. Ó ṣe fún mi ló wà ń bì. Orí Máṣòyìnbó mo ti rí. Ìgbà tí mo máa dé ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo ń gbọ́ sẹ́mi ìwà ẹ̀kan. Bá a bá ṣe ń wára wa kàn tá à ń fara wa lọ́wọ́ tá à ń dìde tó ń dá sí òun ni ká máa fẹ́ fúnra wa. Òun la gbúdọ̀ máa fẹ́ fúnra wa. À ń sọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá ní igba ọdún sí èní. Òun là ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀. Ẹlòmíì á wò pé Yorùbá ò lè parun. Yọ parun bá àbá gbárùkù tì. Èdè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì tá à ń sọ lénìí. Bíi ìgbà ọdún mẹ́ta sẹ́yìn òun lèdè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì tó jáde. Àwọn Latin tí wọ́n ń sọ ń gbà yẹn òun dà báyìí. Èèyàn mélòó ni ó kàn dúró níwájú yín tó lóun fẹ́ wá sọ Latin. Àwa wá rò pé bóyá wọ́n ní Mr. Latin nìkan ló ń sọ báyìí. Èèyàn mélòó ló fẹ́ wá dúró síwájú yín tó fẹ́ sọ Latin tẹ́ ẹ fẹ́ gbọ́. Bọ́n bá sọ Latin báyìí lójú yín bẹ́ẹ̀ bá Google ẹ̀ mọ̀ tán ẹ̀ mọ̀ túmọ̀ ẹ̀. Ìwọ̀nba tá a mọ̀ nínú ẹ̀ kò ju ceteris paribus lọ. Non-civic said at least ìyẹn skul mọ́tò tèmi ni. A máa pariwo Victoria Asata. Èdè Latin tó jẹ́ pé èdè àwọn kan gbà kan ni. Èdè ogun ló kùn nú ẹ̀ báyìí. Victoria Asata. àwọn tó tiẹ̀ ń sọ kì í ṣèdè wọn bá a bá fẹ́ kéde Yorùbá parun bá a bá ṣe ń sọ là á mọ hùwà sí là á mọ fi ṣe oríṣiríṣi nǹkan. ẹ̀yin náà ẹ wo àwọn àwòrán tó ń jáde láìpẹ́ yìí àwọn fíìmù tá à ń ṣe sinimá tó ń jáde báyìí bẹ́ẹ̀ bá rí ẹ̀ rí i pé bá a ṣe padà sí bó ti wà tẹ́lẹ̀ ẹ̀ rí i pé èdè Yorùbá eré ìtàgé Yorùbá báyìí ó ti tún lágbára sí gbogbo èèyàn báyìí fẹ́ ya sinimá Yorùbá ṣùgbọ́n bọ́n bá ṣe ń yà náà ẹ jọ̀ọ́ gbogbo àwọn tó ń yà tí wọ́n ń ṣe ẹ jẹ́ á máa jẹ́ kí tàn wá kó máa jẹ́ ìtàn bí ìtàn ṣe jẹ́ káwọn ọmọ wa má lọ wò mí kan wá sọ pé ṣé bí wọ́n ṣe ń ṣe nílẹ̀ Yorùbá nìyẹn ẹ jẹ́ èyí tó jẹ́ òótọ́ ọbẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ á mọ̀ èyí tí ò ṣe òótọ́ ọbẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ á tún sọ pé this is partly fiction so that kó lè níwọ̀n kó níwọ̀n ká lè mélé tó jẹ́ òótọ́ àti lè tí ò ń ṣe òótọ́ kó níwọ̀n ọba ilẹ̀ Yorùbá kan kò lè lọ fẹ́ ọmọ ìlú kan wá sọ pé wọ́n ní ọba fẹ́ sílẹ̀kùn méje ó fẹ́ kanlẹ̀kùn méje wọ́n wá sọ pé ọmọ ìlú kan bínú kò sí yẹn ń bẹ̀. nílẹ̀ Yorùbá kò sówú láàfin là ń gbọ́ ẹ jẹ́ kó máa yé àwọn ọmọ wa kò sówú láàfin àbáròjinlẹ̀ ṣé èyí tí mo sọ ẹ̀ ṣe. We must be intentional if we want Yoruba to continue to exist. It has to take an intentional effort. A lè máa fẹnu sọ láti ní títí dọ̀la ìyẹn kọ́ o. Ẹnu dùn rọ̀ fọ́ o. Ìṣe ní èdè Yorùbá. Ìṣe ní èdè Yorùbá. Ìgbà tí Dr. Bámidélé ń sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan, ó ní bí wọ́n ṣe kì ẹ́ lórí kì, ara rẹ̀ á dìde. Mo máa ń wò ó nígbà tí àwọn bíi King Sunny Adé, Chief Ebenezer Obey, àwọn K1 the Ultimate tí wọ́n bá lọ, ta ló máa kùn? Ìgbà míì wàá lọ síta tí wọ́n bá kọrin, táwọn King Sunny Adé bá kọrin, tí wọ́n bá fi ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá sí, tí wọ́n sọ ìjìnlẹ̀, tí wọ́n tún fi àyájọ́, tí wọ́n fi báàkì orin, wàá ti náwó mọ́tò ẹ̀ kó tó rántí pé ọ̀nà lé jìnnà. For me as a person, when I joined the comedy business, there was a place I had to make a distinction for myself. Because for every time I come to a comedy event, everybody for warrior, those were the lingua. For warrior. And I was trying to flow in that direction too. But then I remember that the person that gave me interest in comedy, my primary 3 social study teacher, used to crack jokes about Benga Adeboye. And then I went back, I listened to his tape, and I said, this man, as eloquent as he was speaking English, he was very good with his Yoruba comic. He was also very good with music. You know, he has different parts in himself. And I decided, what is stopping you from infusing Yoruba to your comedy? That was what I said. What is stopping me? I lived in Ebute Metta, very close to the main road. Our house is just by the main road leading to the Third Mainland Bridge. And I know sometimes when the Danfo driver and all those stuff, they are around cars on the, and I see funny things. I said, what is stopping me from infusing all this? Who says Yoruba cannot be funny? And I started infusing Yoruba into my jokes. I speak the English. Sometimes I learn the punchline with Yoruba. And by the time I was doing that, something happened. After the main, the established comedians, it was easy to now categorize Sheyilo immediately after them. Because when they call the moment they call the basketman, they call the Alibaba, they call the Julius Agu, they call the AY, the next thing, who comes after? They say that boy don't saw Yoruba yen. Boy don't go Yoruba yen. Boy don't say the Yoruba yen. And then the Yoruba boy just so stylishly started flowing in the direction of the people who had been there. But if I had decided to fight in an area that I don't have full knowledge about, I would probably have suffered defeat. But that Yoruba gave me an essence, created a niche for me. And whether you like it or not, some people can refer to themselves as failure. But their favorite, majority of them lived in my house. So they fed from the Yoruba that gave me a place in the industry in the first place. And I tell you, I am not bragging. It is a known fact. You cannot hide it. Sheyilo is the mentor that most of them saw that they decided to pursue the dream. 20 years is not a joke. 20 years is not a joke. Let them, that's why I like that King Sunny Ade song. Let them say, ayele ma shata ma se bo gbo kini o let one sort anyone. But how are you people promoting your own? Go and look at their targetry. When one of them posts, 1,000 of them comes to defend. But when our own posts, what do we do? We say, come on, ba mi nbe, come on, so pé òun náà ṣe. Kí ló jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀? Èmi ṣe yí lọ mi ìran ìyálà ya anybody. Bá o fẹ́ kú ni o kú. Ẹnìkan fún ẹ lọ́fun. Onígbà bá mi sọ fún kó jẹ́ kí n rí mú mi. O fẹ́ kú lò ikú lò òun gbègbè ikú nìyẹn. We must be able to separate the facts from the falsehood. One of the reasons I said I would not stop talking was very simple. The misinformation that you allow to thrive will become the fact that your children will know tomorrow, even though it's not the truth. So why are you keeping quiet? Why are you keeping quiet? Kí wọ́n tú tán lé ẹ pa. I saw something today. One of them was questioning Reno that the Igbos have been in Lagos in the 15th centuries, that they settled in a place called Onyigbo. Mo lóyìnbó tí mo fi ẹsẹ̀ àìmọye ìgbà tí mo fi ẹsẹ̀ palẹ̀ lóyìnbó. Òyìnbó táwọn làjẹ tó jẹ́ pé àwọn ló wà ní etí òkun yẹn. Lóyìnbó tó jẹ́ pé àwọn ẹgbẹ́ ìyá mi wọ́n tagi lóko bàbá. Àwọn ọmọ wọn tagi ń bẹ̀. Lóyìnbó tó jẹ́ pé oko bàbá làwa ti ń jẹ ẹ̀wà àgànyìn. Ìyá ẹlẹ́wà àgànyìn lóko bàbá. But somebody will tell you to keep quiet. And do you know what? The AI of tomorrow filters information from whether truth or not to come to a conclusion. And then you are allowing that misinformation to thrive. O dẹ̀ fọ́ pé o dẹ̀ sọ pé o fẹ́ ká identity ẹ̀ parun. O fẹ́ ká. We must know what we are doing. Consciously, intentionally, we must put our real history out there. It must be online. It must be orally documented. It must be done in videos. It must be written. Anyhow you can put it there, let it be there. So that when the AI filters through everything, You will know which one is the truth. Because we failed, for example, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, our failure to protect his achievements is the reason why we are having distortions today. Ibite Wayi, Civic Center where you are today, my secondary school was in Sinari Daranijo, Methodist Boys High School. We used to trek to Maroko Sanfield bus stop here to take buses. It was one single lane, one car here, one car on the other side. Dual carriage road that leads straight to Ekpe. This place was a dump site. Ibite Waleni Dankpeni Civic Center was a site. We go home for weekend, we come back, and we hear news. Those were the things we were hearing until this place was concession and things were built and the place was changed. Somebody said he was going to put children in the slum. When Maroko Sanfield, do you know how long it took them to chase people away from Maroko Sanfield to become the Oniru that is one of the highest bro of real estate in Lagos today? And somebody will push the blame on somebody who did all that. Be me, but support here. Does that now mean that I should keep quiet and allow the moment to keep quiet for others, your own too will become nonsense? So if we want Yoruba, see, it has come to a time in Yoruba land that we must, as a matter of fact, at our power, even if it's misbehaving, we must know when to pay respect so that our traditional institutions are not rubbish. Kì í ṣe gbogbo ọba ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ló tó bọ̀wọ̀ fún. Tọ́lọ́ ọba mi á kàn sọ̀rọ̀ ṣákálá bó ṣe wù ú. A mọ̀ wọ́n o. Ṣùgbọ́n ìyẹn mi pé a gbọ́dọ̀ wá kó gbogbo aṣọ wa tó dẹ̀tí nù. Wọ́n sọ pé kálejò máa wò wọ́n bá a ṣe ń fọ́. Ìgbà yẹn wọ́n wá rí i pé boxers yẹ lọ́mọ ti yà nídìí. That's why sometimes when we want to criticize some of our obas, we keep quiet, not because we don't know what to tell them, but we must protect that, which is the stool of our traditional institution. Àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá náà bá rìn àárọ̀ bá ọmọ ìnáwó sọ́ba ọba náà àgbọ̀wọ́ àṣẹ báyìí. Ọba mi ó yẹ ká wò lójú ká sọ pé kábíyèsí. Ó tọrọ bàbá ìsọkúsọ ni. Kábíyèsí mi gbọ́dọ̀ afárá ẹ sípò. Wọ́n pè é nígbàkejì òòṣà lásán. Ọba bá lórí ohun gbogbo ni. Ọba dé face cap wọnú club kílẹ̀ páká. Ọba fẹ́ jayé nú àfin. Òótọ́rọ̀ ní ká má sọ òun. Those who should protect the institution, who should protect the language, should not be the one desecrating it. Kó má wá di pé ìgbà tó bá yẹ ìgbà tó gún bá wá débẹ̀ tán làásẹ̀ wá sọ pé à ń gbòòrò lọ́sàn-án gangan. Àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn kò jẹ́ ká máa gbọ́. If the Yoruba elite, the rich, the wealthy Yorubas, they should know it is not until it turns to war. Ni wàá ṣe wàá máa fowó ra ogun, wàá ṣe wàá máa fowó ra nǹkan ogun. No, don't allow war amongst us. Don't buy ammunition. Help us to build knowledge. Invest in the knowledge of your people. Invest in the preservation of your culture. The lack of investment in preservation in knowledge, òun ló fà tí ogun Kírìjí wọ̀ tó fi pẹ́. Àwọn tó lówó nílẹ̀ Yorùbá, ìkángun ni wọ́n rà. That was why the war was prolonged. invest in knowledge, invest in the unity of your people. Bí gbogbo wa ṣe ń gbárùkù ti ojúde ọba, bàbá gbọ́ pé wọ́n ń ṣe Ògún náà ní Ondo, àgbé sókè. Bàbá gbọ́ pé wọ́n ń ṣe Ìgọ́gọ́ festival lọ́wọ́, à lọ síbẹ̀, àgbé sókè. Ògún pa bàbá ẹnìkan rí ni. Tẹni o, Taki Santaton. Thank you very much.
Ẹ ṣé lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀. Ẹ ṣé lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀. A dúpẹ́ gan ni. Aha. Ó dàbí ẹni wípé wọ́n ti sọ ti inú gbogbo wa ní ọ̀sán yìí. Inú wa sì dùn lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀. Ẹ ṣé gan ni. Láì fi àkókò wa ti ń lọ. Mo fẹ́ fi àsìkò yìí pé ẹni tó kàn. Àwọn náà ni ènìyàn wa tí a mọ̀, gbajúgbajà ni wọ́n. Ìlú mọ̀ọ́ká sì ni wọ́n pẹ̀lú. Púpọ̀ nínú wa la ò tí ì ní àǹfààní àbí oore ọ̀fẹ́ láti rí wọn lójúkorojú, ṣùgbọ́n lónìí a jọ wà nínú gbọ̀ngàn yìí tí a sì ń ṣe ètò yìí papọ̀. Mo fi àsìkò yìí pè sí orí àga ìbánisọ̀rọ̀ yìí, àròjinlẹ̀. Tá a bá ń pàtẹ́wọ́, ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe dáadáa. Aha.
Ẹ káàsán, àsìkò déédéé wòye o. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè, ire àtìdùnnú àtayọ̀ tàfilé wa sílẹ̀ láàbà o. Àbí wọ́n ní aṣọ funfun ní sunkún aró, ìpìlẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ ní sunkún èkejì, adíá fún adérọ̀mọ́kàn ọmọ ní alánàkan ìṣòro tí mẹ́kọ ojúṣèrè àwọn orin gbogbo wọn pé kórúbó ó sì rùn jẹ́ bọ́kán bá yọ nígbó abọ́nà wá ire gbogbo máa wá ire gbogbo. Bá a bá domi sórí abẹ́sẹ̀ wá ire gbogbo wá ire gbogbo. Àbí wọ́n ṣáà ti kọ̀wé ẹ̀ pé tọ̀tún tòsì lẹ́yẹlé fi ń kórè wọ̀ ló wá ìpele láṣọ ayán, ìpele lẹ́wọ̀ àlùbọ́sà, ìpele láṣọ ògúnnukó. Láṣẹ Èdùmàrè yìí, àdìpèlé eré ni yóò jẹ́ ti gbogbo wa o. Inú mi dùn púpọ̀ láti wà níbí lónìí. Gbogbo nǹkan tó bá ti jẹ́ nǹkan Yorùbá, mọ bó ṣe máa ń ṣe mí. Ní alẹ́ àná, a wà níbi tá a ti ń jayé pẹ̀lú Másò òyìnbó. A wá ń sọ̀rọ̀ kan. Àwa méjèèjì sì jọ sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan náà pé téèyàn bá ń tún ayé wá, ìbá ní kí n má ya Nàìjíríà yìí. Ṣùgbọ́n tí ìbá ya Nàìjíríà, báwo ní í ṣe ya Yorùbá? Ìdí tí màá ṣe tún Nàìjíríà wá ni láti jẹ́ Yorùbá. Ṣé rí ẹni tó bá gbọ́ èdè Yorùbá tó sì tú àṣà Yorùbá wò níwọ̀nba, tẹ́ bá jókòó ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá ẹyọ kan ṣo, ẹ lè máa fi ìṣẹ́jú mẹ́wàá rò ó. Ọjọ́ tí mo kọ́kọ́ gbọ́ mélòó lọ̀kánjú àfẹ́ lá nínú yọ̀. Mo sì jókòó. Àwọn ẹ̀mí ṣe máa ń tí n bá kàn gbọ́rọ̀ ìgbà àwọn bàbá ńlá wa, àwọn ìyá ńlá wa, ìyá àwọn ń gbá lórí wọn. Ló fi jẹ́ pé tí mo bá rẹ́ni tí ọ̀gbẹ́ni Mufta, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ dìde, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ bá mi fún bàbá yìí látẹ́wọ́. Ṣèyí lọ sọ pé àwọn fẹ́ Ìgbò ṣùgbọ́n Yorùbá làwọn ọmọ àwọn. Bàbá eléyìí lọ mú òyìnbó wá kó àwọn èèyàn lẹ́rú, bàbá eléyìí lọ kó wọn lẹ́rú nílùú èbó. Ó lọ Fínláńdì, wọ́n ń gbé Fínláńdì, àwọn ọmọ sì ń sọ Yorùbá ní Fínláńdì. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn látẹ̀wọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí i. Ẹ máa ń wò wọ́n náà, Adam, Kamil, àwọn ọmọ yẹn, bàbá wọn ní. Ṣẹ́rí ló fi jẹ́ pé àtìsín a gbọ́dọ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀. Wọ́n ní òòṣà tá a bá mọ́mọdé díẹ̀, kí ni yóò ṣẹlẹ̀ sí? Yóò parun ni. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹ̀gbọ́n mi Ṣèyí Lọ́bíàn ṣe sọ, ṣe rí ìgbárùkù ti ara wa, ìfara wa lọ́wọ́ sókè, ìbára wa ṣe, ìdúró tira wa lásìkò tí àwọn kan bá gbójú àgàn tira wa. Mo kọ nǹkan kan sórí Twitter láàárọ̀ yìí, kò yí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀, ṣùgbọ́n bí ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá ṣe ń jẹ́ òwe ni. Àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀yà yẹn méjì nínú wọn, wọ́n kúrò nínú ẹgbẹ́ wọn tí wọ́n máa ń wà wọn. Àṣìrẹ́ nìkan kó bú wọn, àṣìrẹ́ nìkan kó fà wọ́n láṣọ ya. Ṣùgbọ́n tó bá jẹ́ tọ̀dọ̀ tíá, béèyàn kan bá ṣe nǹkan kan, ọmọ Yorùbá náà lẹ́rìí tí ó kọ́kọ́ máa fà láṣọ ya pé eléri ibú ni, ó ń ṣe kinní ni. Mo wá ní ó ní ìtàn Yorùbá tí ìtàn ajá àti ìjàpá tí wọ́n máa ń kọ. Ẹ bá mi gbé orin ìyá ìyá takùn wálẹ̀ o, gbogbo ayé ló pa yèyé rẹ̀ jẹ, ajá gbé tiẹ̀ ó dọ̀run. Fún ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá mọ ìtàn ẹni ṣókí, àwọn ẹranko nígbà tí ìyàn mú tí ò sí nǹkan kan, gbogbo wọn wá ní ẹ wo, gbogbo wọn ṣèpàdé, àwa àṣìkéré, ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo wa lọ pa ìyá wa jẹ, tá a bá fi jẹ ìyá wa tán bóyá ìyàn yóò ti kásẹ̀ ńlẹ̀. Gbogbo wọn ṣe, wọ́n jọ sọ ni o, àmọ́ ajá ṣe kí ni o, ó gbé ìyá tiẹ̀ ó lọ fi pamọ́. Ọjọ́ tí wọ́n wá jẹ ìyá wọn tán, ìyàn ò tí ì tán, ìyà jẹ gbogbo wọn. Ajá wa ń lọ ọ̀dọ̀ ìyá tiẹ̀ tó ti fi pamọ́, ẹ wá ń rọra gbé ìyá ẹ̀ ó takùn wálẹ̀ láti ọ̀run fún òun ló ń jẹjẹ. Bọ́rọ̀ yẹn ṣe rí nìyẹn. Ní ìsín ìran Yorùbá, àwa fẹ́ máa pa ìyá tiwa jẹ, ajá tí wọ́n lọ gbé ìyá tiẹ̀ sọ́run. Tá a bá wá ṣọ́ra, tá a bá fi pa ìyá wa jẹ tán, àárù wá kegungun. Àsìkò yẹn ìyá tiwọn táwọn ò bá jà, ìyá tiwọn tí wọ́n gbé pamọ́ yóò ṣẹ̀ máa wá fún wọn lóúnjẹ tí wọ́n ó sì máa jẹ. Yorùbá ò nílò àti fi gbogbo ẹnu sọ̀rọ̀. Ẹni tó bá jọmọ Yorùbá ó ti yé kọjá bí mo ti sọ. Gbogbo wa náà ẹ jọ ní ohun tí oníkálùkù bá gbé dání, kò sí ohun tí a lè fi Yorùbá bọ̀ o. Bá a bá ṣe ń fi bọ̀ ọ́, ṣe rí wọ́n sọ nǹkan kan pé èdè yẹn kì í ṣe nípa sísọ, ṣíṣe. Bó o dẹ̀ ni wàá fi ṣe. Máṣòyìnbó ń ṣe, èmi ń ṣe, ṣèyí fún mi, àwọn èèyàn oríṣiríṣi. Nídìí sáyẹ́ǹsì ní ìsìn, à ń sọ pé ní ìgbà ọdún láṣẹ Èdùmàrè tá a bá fi kó tó dìgbà yẹn gan, wọ́n ti máa fi sáyẹ́ǹsì kọ́ Yorùbá, kọ́ sáyẹ́ǹsì, kọ́ chemistry, kọ́ physics. Ṣùgbọ́n ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ bí ó ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀, mi ò mọ̀. Nígbà táwa lọ léèwé, tẹ́ ẹ bá kọ́kọ́ láti yàrá kàwé àkọ́kọ́ dé kẹta, Yorùbá ni wọ́n fi ń kọ́ wa. Kò sí nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ social study, ìbágbépọ̀ ẹ̀dá ni. Kò sí nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ basic science àbí integrated science, ìmọ̀ ìjìnlẹ̀ sáyẹ́ǹsì. Bí wọ́n ṣe fi ń kọ́ wa nìyẹn, ó sì yé wa. Ṣé rí tí a bá jẹ́ kí ó wá dé ìpele kan, àwọn èèyàn ó máa wá kọ́ èdè yẹn nítorí ìmọ̀ tó ti so mọ́ èdè yẹn. Ṣùgbọ́n tí nǹkan kan ò bá kàn so mọ́ èdè yẹn, ihun tí ó sì ń fún Yorùbá jẹ nísìn, àwọn ọdún, àwọn òrìṣà, àwọn nǹkan tó so mọ́, òun ni ó ń fa táwọn òyìnbó yẹn tí gbogbo tí ò bá sí nǹkan tó so mọ́ èdè, ó ti lọ o. Èdè Yorùbá ò ní parun, kí kálukú kí a kó ipa tiwa o. Èdùmàrè yóò sì fún wa ṣe o. Ẹ ṣeun, mo dúpẹ́.
Ẹ ṣé lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀. Nítorí àkókò wa, tí n bá ti ń pe àwọn orúkọ wọ̀nyí, wọ́n á máa bọ̀ níwájú láti wá bá wa sọ ọ̀rọ̀ kan tàbí méjì. Ọmọ ìyá wa náà ni wọ́n. Ẹni àkọ́kọ́ tí màá pè síwájú ni àwọn ènìyàn wá láti Ìṣẹ̀kírì. Àwọn náà ni Òrìṣàjẹ́lómi Rọ̀nẹ̀, kí wọ́n máa bọ̀ níwájú. Àti kí Comrade Olúṣẹ́gun láti Bẹ̀nẹ̀, káwọn náà máa bọ̀ níwájú láti lè bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ ní ìṣẹ́jú kọ̀ọ̀kan nítorí àkókò wa. Bákan náà ni a fẹ́ fi àsìkò yìí pé arákùnrin Adéwùmí Wàlíù Muftau láti máa bọ̀ níwájú bákan náà. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta yìí ni wọ́n máa bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ ní ìṣẹ́jú kọ̀ọ̀kan torí àkókò wa.
Ẹ ṣé o, mo kí gbogbo ilé. Orúkọ tèmi ni Muftau Adéwùmí Wàlíù. Mo jẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá àtàtà tí mo sì ń gbìyànjú láti gbé àṣà Yorùbá ga níbi tí mo wà. Mo kí gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n ti kọ́kọ́ sọ̀rọ̀, sì kí gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n máa sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́yìn tèmi bá tún sọ̀rọ̀ tán. Mo gbà ládùúrà wípé àṣà Yorùbá ò ní parun. Mo fẹ́ gbà wá níyànjú ká jọ̀ọ́ torí t'Ọlọ́run tó lédùmarè ká máa fi èdè Yorùbá kọ́ àwọn ọmọ wa. Èdè Yorùbá jẹ́ nǹkan tó ṣe pàtàkì. Ó jẹ́ nǹkan tèmi múlò níbi tí mo wà láti fi tọ́ àwọn ọmọ mi. Tá a bá fẹ́ kí ọmọ yàn kó yanjú, èdè wa jẹ́ nǹkan gbòógì tá a lè lò láti fi tọ́ ọmọ látọ̀yè. Ń fún wa ní àwọn àpẹẹrẹ kéékèèké kan tí mo fẹ́ ká kọ́ àwọn ẹ̀kọ́ kéékèèké kan láti bẹ̀. Bí mo ṣe máa ń bá àwọn ọmọ mi sọ̀rọ̀ nínú ilé, mi ò kì í yàtọ̀ tí n bá déta. I don't normally change my tone. The way I talk to them at home is the way I talk to them in public. Ó jẹ́ kí àwọn ọmọ yìí má rí gẹ́gẹ́ bí nǹkan tí, fún àpẹẹrẹ, tí n bá sọ fún wọn wípé orí rẹ̀ dáa ni, èmi ò ń ṣépè fọmọ, orí rẹ̀ dáa ni, tí n bá déta, bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni màá ṣe sọ. Bó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé níbẹ̀rẹ̀ àwọn ọmọ yẹn ò mọ̀ wípé torí pé àwọn tó wà lágbègbè yẹn èdè yẹn ò yé wọn. So tí n bá dé ilé ẹ̀kọ́ wọn, tí n bá sọ fún wọn pé nǹkan tó ń ṣe yẹn ò dá o, ó jẹgba o, lójú olùkọ́ wọn ni màá ti máa sọ. Òyìnbó ni wọ́n. Àwọn ọmọdé mọ̀ pé tó bá sọ fún yàn pé yóò jẹgba lójú òyìnbó, ń pọ̀ ọlọ́pàá fún ọ ni. Wọ́n máa wò pé bàbá àwọn yìí ọ̀kanran ni o. Lójú àwọn olùkọ́ wa náà ló ti ń sọ fún wa pé á jẹgba. So ìyẹn jẹ́ kí wọ́n máa hùwà tó dáa. Wọ́n á wò pé bàbá àwọn ò bẹ̀rù àwọn olùkọ́ àwọn o, wọ́n ò pọ̀lọ́pàá àwọn ò pọ̀lọ́pàá, wọ́n mọ̀ pé wọn ò gbédè tí mò ń sọ. Ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì, èdè jẹ́ nǹkan tí ó máa ń kó èèyàn yọ nínú ewu. Ó ti kó mi yọ nínú ewu lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀. À ń gbé orílẹ̀-èdè kan gbà kan tí mo fi orúkọ bò láṣìírí. A wà gbé bẹ̀ mọ́ àti padà sí Finland. Ìgbà tá a wá ń padà lọ, mo ti wò pé àwọn ẹ̀ṣọ́ aṣọ́bodè ó bi wá pé ṣé bílẹ̀ ń gbé. A sì lè sọ fún wọn pé àgbé bẹ̀ mọ́. Wá sọ ní Yorùbá fáwọn ọmọ mi pé tá a bá ti dọ́dọ̀ ẹ̀ṣọ́ aṣọ́bodè yẹn, gbogbo nǹkan tí n bá ń sọ, bó jẹ́ irọ́ ni bójú òdodo ni ẹ dákẹ́ ni mo gbọ́dọ̀ gbọ́ nǹkan lẹ́nu yín o. Wọ́n láwọn ti gbọ́. Ìgbà tá a débẹ̀ tó bi mí pé do you live here? Ìkànnú àwọn ọmọ mi fẹ́ sọ pé rárá, ẹ̀gbọ́n wọn ní ò gbọ́dọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ o. Bàbá wa ti láàbọ̀dọ̀ wí nǹkan bí o. So tó bá jẹ́ wípé ó sọ̀rọ̀ tó sọ wípé ibi kọ́ là ń gbé, ẹ mọ̀ pé wàhálà ó ṣẹlẹ̀. Ọlọ́run ò dẹ̀ ní jẹ́ ká rí wàhálà. Àwa Yorùbá, mo fẹ́ ká gbárùkù tira wa. Mo ń fi àsìkò yìí bẹ̀ àwọn ìjọba wa. Wọ́n jọ̀ọ́ kán gbárùkù tì wá. Ìgbà tí a bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí máa kọ́ àwọn ọmọ wa ní èdè, there are many resources out there for people from different countries, but àwa Yorùbá ò ní. Mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí máa ṣe mò ń tú àwọn ìwé tí wọ́n ti kọ ní èdè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì, mò ń tú sí Yorùbá fúnra mi láti máa fi kọ́ àwọn ọmọ mi. Tí àwọn mi bá tan TV ní Polish, yóò gbé cartoon sí fáwọn ọmọ rẹ̀. Ọmọ kékeré dẹ̀ máa ń tètè kọ́ èdè látara nǹkan tí wọ́n ń wò àti nǹkan tí wọ́n ń rí. Ṣùgbọ́n àwa Yorùbá ò níyẹn. Gbogbo orílẹ̀-èdè tẹ́ ẹ bá dé, gbogbo àwọn Disney movie tó ń ṣe, gbogbo àwọn cartoons tó ń ṣe, náà ti tú sí èdè wọn táwọn ọmọ wọn ń rí wò tó ń jẹ́ kí wọ́n kọ́ èdè yìí dáadáa. Ṣùgbọ́n àwa tá a jẹ́ Yorùbá ò níyẹn. So mò ń fi àsìkò yìí gba àwọn ìjọba wa níyànjú kán jọ̀ọ́ kán bá wa wo nǹkan tán lè ṣe láti jẹ́ wípé àwa náà á ní àwọn nǹkan oríṣiríṣi tá a lè máa fi kọ́ àwọn ọmọ wa nílé. Some parents are not intentional like me. Ṣùgbọ́n tó bá jẹ́ pé wọ́n bá ní àwọn nǹkan oríṣiríṣi tán lè máa fi kọ́ àwọn ọmọ, yóò jẹ́ kó rọrùn fún wọn. Gbogbo wa ò lè rí bákan náà. Ibi tèmi kù sí, ẹlòmíì dá ń bẹ̀. Ibi tẹ́lòmíì dá sí, èmi kù síbẹ̀. So ẹ jọ̀ọ́ torí t'Ọlọ́run, Ọlọ́run á túbọ̀ máa ràn wá lọ́wọ́. Lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí ní ìparí, mo fẹ́ kí àwa tá a jẹ́ Yorùbá tá a wà lókè òkun ká máa gbára wa níyànjú láti máa kọ́ àwọn ọmọ wa ní èdè. Mo ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọ̀rẹ́ níbi tá a jọ ń gbé tó jẹ́ pé ìgbà tí mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ àwọn ń sọ fún mi ní wípé wú Yorùbá help. Èdè yìí jẹ́ nǹkan tí ọ̀rọ̀ yìí máa ń bà mí nínú jẹ́. A sì rí àwọn tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n dèlú òyìnbó wọ́n ń sọ Yorùbá sọ́mọ wọn, ṣùgbọ́n lọ́jọ́ kan tẹ́nìkan sọ fún un pé òun gbọ́ ohùn àwọn ọmọ rẹ̀ nínú mọ́ọ̀lù tó ti mọ̀ pé àwọn náà ń sọ Yorùbá yẹn, kí nìyẹn wá dùn ẹnìyẹn pé ṣé ó ń gbìyànjú àti mọ́ọ̀kì òun ni. Ìdí tí ò fi sọ Yorùbá sáwọn ọmọ rẹ̀ mọ́dọ̀ nìyẹn. Ẹ jẹ́ ká máa jẹ́ ẹni tí ó máa ranra wa lọ́wọ́, tí ó máa gbéra wa lọ́wọ́ sókè ni, ẹ má jẹ́ ká jẹ́ ẹni tí ó máa jára wa sílẹ̀. Ẹ ṣé.
Ẹ ṣeun lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀. Ní báyìí mú pé ẹ máa bọ̀. Èrè ọ̀sán o. Èrè ọ̀sán o. Orúkọ mi ṣe Olùṣẹ́jọ́lọ́mi Rọ̀nẹ́. My name is orúkọ mi ni Olùṣẹ́jọ́lọ́mi Rọ̀nẹ́. I am from Delta State and I am Shekiri by tribe. Mo dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé àwọn kan máa ń rò pé kí ni Yorùbá one Delta State. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ má bínú, Yorùbá ní one Delta State. Tá a bá ń sọ̀rọ̀, tẹ́ bá fetí sílẹ̀, ẹ gbédè wa. Ọ̀kan ni wá o. And even ibi tí mò ń gbé, táwọn bá mi pé Yorùbá ní Yorùbá ni wá, báyìí jẹ́ Yorùbá. Kò tó bá kọ́kọ́ sọ fún wọn ni wípé ẹ jẹ́ ìjà kan 1 2 3. Ọ̀kan, ìyáni Ṣẹ̀kìrì o, ọ̀kan, méjì, mẹ́ta, mẹ́rin, márùn, mẹ́fà, méje, mẹ́jọ, mẹ́wàá. Is that not Yorùbá? So why are we not Yorùbá? Àwọn kan tó pé kí ló tẹ́ fi múra báyìí tẹ́ múra bíi Yorùbá tó wà ní West. Mo rí picture kan Twitter, picture Aláàfin Ọọ̀ni of Ifẹ̀. Àwọn tó wà lẹ́yìn yẹn bó ṣe múra lélẹ́yìn náà. So I've come to believe that probably the trade we have westward with the Malians evolved the way the Western Yoruba dressed. We're all Shekiris. We kept our dressing modified by the trade we had with the Portuguese. And I am also the coordinator for Tiwaya Edo Delta. We have the Yoruba tribe also in Edo State, the Akoko and the Usen. And the other, our brothers in Olukumi that we had a meeting with some weeks back, yes. So we are a larger body and we are proud to state unequivocally that we are Yorubas. Thank you. Ẹ ṣé lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀. Arákùnrin Olúṣẹ́gun ó ti kàn yín báyìí.
Tout le monde? Vous allez bien? D'accord. I don't understand English very well, but I will try to speak English. I'm Olusegun Charles from Benin Republic. I spend most of my times in Paris and in Porto Novo. It was only 3 years ago that I learned that I am a Yoruba. For those who know Benin Republic, those who speak Yoruba at home are from Ajache, Porto Novo, from Ketu, from Kobe, also from Save, Sakete. I'm from Grand Popo, Odimpopo. But yes, I am Odimpopo. But mind you, there are still thousands of Yoruba people like me that don't know that they are Yoruba. As I was saying, it was 3 years ago that I learned that I'm Yoruba. My name is Olusegun. I thought that my parents gave me that name because they lived in Nigeria, because I lost both my parents when I was 14. And I didn't have connection with my family. So I speak Yoruba because I lived in Porto Novo, Ajache, where people speak Yoruba. And 3 years ago, I was in Ibadan for a French conference. And then when I introduced myself from Grand Popo, the Yoruba elders that are there were singing the Oriki that on Popo. I say, no, I'm not Yoruba. I am from Grand Popo. They say, you don't. So that is where the president of Yoruba World Center told me the history of my forefathers. And I started promoting my language. I started linking up with people on Twitter. And I was planning an annual excursion that I called Ileya Ifenile for, yes. Yes. So that is how I started chatting with the president of TYF. And Yoruba is a huge and international language. And I am proud to be here as the coordinator of TYF in Francophone Africa. And God bless Yoruba people. God bless all of you. Thank you.
Ó ti padà wálé o. Ẹ ṣeun, thank you so much. Please, a round of applause again for all our speakers. And another round of applause for our brothers that have finally come home. If there's anything that stands out about TYF, is that the founder of TYF is so passionate about the Yorubas that are on the outside. There's a way Are embodies it. It is amazing. It's one of the things that inspires me. Are believes that the reason why why we are so decadent as well is also because we have not reached out. We don't even understand what our people on the outside are facing. The Shekiri people are going through a lot currently. They are being treated like a minority in the states that they currently are. They are fighting an existential battle. And we are decadent. Why? We don't have, in Yorubaland, in the Southwest, we are the majority, we are the minority, and anybody don't know what do. So at CMO, we are comfortable. And that's why we think that we see Nigeria through our own lens, the lens of comfort. You don't know that the day you lose your land, the day you lose being majority in this land, is the day you would understand what it means to be Nigerian. Our people know what it means to be Nigerian. Our people in Usen, our people in Akoko Edo, our people in Kogi, the Okun, the Ogorimagongo, yes, the Shekiri, even our people in Kwara. It is important that we need to be very, very humble. There's a lot that our people are fighting, and we need to wear that garb as well sometimes. And then especially our people that are on the outside, outside Nigeria. I already said something that the reason why he wants to be Yoruba is so that he can be Nigerian. No, we have Yorubas that are indigenous to all these other places. Unfortunately, our leaders were post-colonial. Awolowo did more than enough. He did more than enough. Unfortunately, we had the leaders that came after Emo. The land was sweet, everything, so they forgot. And that's why we are here. We need to roll our sleeves. We need to do the work. Esheon. So we're going to now connect to London so that they can then address us. Thank you very much.
Esheon, adúpẹ́ o. Téèyàn bá lè gẹṣin wọnú mi báyìí, yóò kàn máa lọ tààràrà ni. Such a beautiful time to be alive, to see the wonders of the passion that our people carry within. Honorable Sheilo, you got me riled up, man. You absolutely got me excited. Kushe, Olodumare ama juyin se o. Owo aye oni kayin lashe Idumare. I mean, if we start name dropping, we probably can spend the next 2 hours name dropping the brilliance with the people who have spoken in the last couple of hours. But adupe lowo yin, you know, eku afomoniyan se, you know, because the truth of the matter is that agbajowo la fin soya. You know, it's when we come together as a people with intention. You know, one constant theme from this conference today has been intentionality. You know, things would not drop on your laps. In our ultra-ethnic world, you've got to make efforts. You've got to put your best foot forward. And, you know, hopefully in time and space, we can all look back and say that, yeah, I did my part. I persevered. I contributed to the upliftment of the fatherland. So, Emma Binu, we have so much still to cover. And so what we're going to do next is we're going to connect with our friends in Westminster. And we're going to have Abagunkole Omololu address us shortly. He's going to be talking about the role of Afenifere with respect to Yorubaland in 200 years. And so if Abagun can start making his way to the podium as I read his citation, that would be awesome. Wọ́n ṣe àjòjì fún wa, ara àwọn bàbá Sàlẹ̀ wa ni. These are the people that, you know, when it was not cool, you know, to be Yoruba, these are the people who stood and said, you know what, we're going to hold forth. We're going to, you know, stand to be counted. Abagunkole Omololu is the organizing secretary of Afenifere Worldwide. Baba is, he doesn't like to toot his horn at all, you know, but we just want to appreciate you, sir. Ataro noti wani Westminster, one, you know, Joko lati bawa soro. Can I ask our people to please, okay, I think, okay, we're going to have to move on to the next speaker. So right about now, I think we're going to hear from our own Dr. Bukola Adeniji, who is the General Secretary of the Think Yoruba First Worldwide. Dr. Bukola is a very brilliant and passionate woman. Yalode, you know, she's got the vibes, you know, she's got that power, you know, that Yoruba women of antiquity, you know, exemplified. You know, she's very passionate about our people. She's an assistant professor of medicine at Gissinger Health Systems in the United States. She brings a unique international perspective to today's discussion on United States of Nigeria, the place of Yoruba nation within the United States of Nigeria, and the whole proposition around ethno-linguistic federalism. So I'm going to ask Dr. Bukola to please speak to us.
Ẹ ṣeun o, ṣá ń gbọ́ bí mo ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀.
Ohùn yín jákè, ẹ ṣeun.
Mo kí gbogbo ilé o, mo dẹ̀ ṣe bà fún gbogbo ẹ̀yin àgbààgbà. Mo kí gbogbo alọ́kùnrin lóbìnrin lónílé àtàlejò. Adúpẹ́ gan ni fún Olódùmarè tó jẹ́ kí ọjọ́ òní kó ṣojú wa. A dẹ̀ ṣe bà gbogbo àwọn tó láyé. Nítorí pé àkókò ní àkókò tó pọ̀ lọ títí láti sọ̀rọ̀ nípa nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ sọ lénìí. Ọ̀rọ̀ náà dẹ̀ ó pọ̀ díẹ̀. Màá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní sọ nípa nǹkan tí a fẹ́ sọ lénìí. Màá lo èdè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì láti fi present slide mi lénìí. Emma Binu. Like the topic rightly says, United States of Nigeria, a case for ethno-linguistic federalism. This topic is being delivered today by myself, Dr. Adebukunla Aya Ogundoyin Omo Adengi. People call it Adeniji, but the pronunciation from us is really Adengi, which is interesting. So I'm going to go to the next slide. The term United States of Nigeria was actually coined by Chief Obafemi Awolowo. If you look at Baba's book, which is one of my favorite historical books to read at all times, How Autobiography, Chief Awolowo used this term, United States of Nigeria, when he was talking about the need for ethno-linguistic federalism as the best system of government for Nigeria. And he used the example of the Switzerland at that time, when he talked about we need not be alarmed about the amount, the number of the autonomous state that
Dr. Bukola, Emma Binu, I just shall press F5, Lori Kipodi.
F5.
F5, so that can you
full screen?
Full screen, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna use full screen.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I can still see. Great. So Chief Awolowo said, we need not be alarmed at the number of autonomous states which would come out of Nigeria if we were to be linguistically structured. And he talked about the fact that he thought it would be 30 to 40 regional houses, wouldn't even be too little. And he referenced Switzerland at the time, that they had almost, he described the number. I don't want to quote him verbatim, but at the time, Baba used that. You know, everybody knows that Baba is a very spiritual person and very spiritual, very is a visionary. He can envision what the future will look like. Are we edging towards that in Nigeria? I don't know, but I think that the word of the late stage is still very relevant today, and it still points towards the solution. Why do we need United States of Nigeria? Why do we need ethno-linguistic federalism? Everybody, you already seen all of the reasons why we need this. Look at it, the experiment of 1914. All of you nationalists, you know what I'm talking about. It is the amalgamation of Nigeria, the Northern and Southern Protectorate that officially established the Nigerian states. And we need this structure to be put back into the way it's supposed to be, because it is important for political stability, cultural identity. We have issues of ethnic rivalry and centralization of power. We have sociocultural preservation and conflict of interest ensuing, and of course, developmental priorities and all of this. These are just examples that I'm going to mention. Political stability and cultural identity. If we don't want to deceive ourselves, we can see, especially during the last election in Nigeria 2023, the concept of Lagos is not it's no man's land. You know, this is a clipping from 1970. When the governor of Lagos State was Baba Bolaji Johnson at the time, was talking about the fact that Lagos is not a no man's land, that the capital can always move. But guess what? In 2023, I'm going to play a little clip. I hope I'll be able to do it real quick. 2023, can you guys still see? Can you see and hear me?
No, we can hear you, but we can't see anything that you're.
You can't see. I'm going to share that screen. Yeah, I'm going to share the screen where I have the video that I wanted to play. Yeah, I think it's this one. Okay, it's acting funny. I wish I can play the video, but if I can't play, that is fine. Because essentially, okay, I think it's right there. Shengo.
Gbọ́ anything bio, but I'm reading.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí n padà sí orí Essentially, if it was just a group of people that were in the audience, and they were essentially discussing how they must take over Lagos State. And that was during 2023 election. And these were youth. These were youth that were making this statement. So I'm going to go back to my slide. Okay, I think I'm back on my slides now. So we also saw that people transfers their voters card from different geopolitical zones. They transfer it to Lagos, creating more political instability. The clip that I have here, I'm not going to play it because I think I'm having issues with it. I should have sent it to the IT people. Maybe they could have do this for me. But the clip here essentially was when they were talking to, I believe it was the INEC person in Lagos, and he talked about how people transfer their voters card to Lagos State, and those people overwhelmed the system. So when you hear these things, when we say that these things happen, it's not made up. It is because it actually happened. Because in Nigeria, you can transfer your voters card. You can move anywhere that you want. So that is the question. Are we still supposed to continue in that way? If we continue that way, are we going to have political stability? And are we going to still maintain our cultural identity as a people? So, and of course, I'm hearing feedback. And of course, lastly, ethnic-based voter suppression allegations. In fairness, some people made these allegations, whether they were true or not. It is because we don't have a proper structure that we are having this kind of problems ensue. So ethnic rivalry and centralization of power, real and imaginary threats, okay? Imaginary threats, every time we hear the Igbo people blame political they say they're being politically marginalized. There's racism towards them within the Nigerian system, and they don't have access. Lagos dominates with their ports. It is Lagos port that is killing honest ports. They are appointing too many Yoruba people because it's a Yoruba government, or they are appointing too little Igbo people. Things like, the Fulani are the one controlling the army. All of these things, they are real, and some of them are imaginary. But it points to it still suggests, what it is telling us is that we have a system that is not really functioning the way it should be. We have a system that is not, that needs to be rejigged in order for us to have a United States of Nigeria. And of course, these are the favorite thing I wanted to talk about. Social cultural preservation and conflicts of interest and conflict resolution. In 2023, suddenly this man came up, Ben Kalu. He introduced a bill, HB 2057, that is asking that your indigenous rights be eradicated, that everybody that lives in your place, if they live there for 10 years or if they marry your children, then they becomes indigenous to your place. This is in Kalu's brain. Whatever he's smoking, he believed that is going to create stability. I don't know which school of governance he went to or which experience he has in life, where he believed that when you uproot the culture of a place and then you plant yourself there, these people are still alive. They are not extinct. You didn't wipe them out. They are still alive. There are millions of them, about 100 million of them in the world. But you can take their place just because you share the same nationality with them, being Nigeria. So these are some of the problems we have. When Kalu comes in and they got their bill, if they got their bill passed, HB 2057 or whatever they call it, if they get it passed, what's going to happen to Ojude-Oba? What's going to happen to that? You're going to have, they're going to have some new people marching in Ojude-Oba. That is his own definition of conflict resolution. But we know, those of us that are smart and intelligent, we know that what it's going to cause is actually more chaos. It's actually not going to resolve anything. It's going to create a big mess. And of course, it's going to create ethnic war, which we don't want. So it is part of the reason why we need the ethno-linguistic restructuring of Nigeria for us to live in peace and have a glorious country that Chief Obafemi Awolowo was looking for. And of course, when you hear all this, Fulani people killed so people, the Hausa people are fighting with Yoruba in Sabo, all of these things. Lack of proper structure is what is causing it. Don't take this to mean that you're going to chase people out of your region. No, the world is bigger than that. You are not going to chase anybody out of your region. But when you are properly defined as an autonomous place, as a people that controls their future, people will respect that. The reason why they don't respect it today is because we said, Yoruba Ogiriwa, heterogeneous. So we need to get rid of that and find a system, develop a system that is better for us. Developmental priorities. Each region have different developmental priorities, and the lack of ethno-linguistic restructuring is hampering the growth of other regions. It is not a secret. Ekiti wants to be a tech hub. They're living in the same national port. Some people wanted to sponsor mass marriages. Some people want to sponsor pilgrimages. These are their priorities. Some people are coming to Dawn Commission to come and learn how to do regional integration. This means that each of these regions have different things that they want to achieve. So that is fine. I don't think anyone is particularly wrong or anybody's vision is better than the other. But what we are having is a situation whereby the vision of one place is keeping away other people from achieving or moving forward. And we cannot continue like that. The world is so fast now. The Dawn Commission DG talk about what's going to happen in the job markets, automation, the rise of automation replacing human being, the need for new technological advancement and job skills. That is the priority of the Western Nigeria. It is not necessarily the priority of all parts of Nigeria. How are we going to do that? We cannot continue that way. There has to be a solution. So this is one of the reasons. Another thing, some of the threats to Yorubaland, especially, I wanted to mention quickly. If we don't have ethno-linguistic restructuring, there are a bigger threat to Yorubaland. And we have threats of constitutional theft. Some people are going to manipulate the constitution to take away everything that is left. Honorable Laoshe talked that there are two ways to fight a war. You can go to war with guns and everything, like the one they're doing in Israel now and Palestine and everything, or you can engage politically. Some people have understood that they can use the constitution, manipulate the constitution to their advantage. And that is essentially what Kalu is trying to do. He's not advocating for the Biafra or anything, but he's advocating to take your land while you're still alive and claim heterogeneity, liberalism, whatever, while you're there, he wants to eat you alive. So think about that. We have people publishing books. I have here a clip, a historical textbook that was being used in Nigeria to teach the children in the Southeast, where they're telling them that Ile-Ife belongs to the Igbos. The Igbos originated from Ile-Ife. They are indoctrinating their children in this thing. They're teaching them. Children are a plain sheet of paper. You write whatever you want on them. Once you engrave that in the kit, it will take them about 60 years before they unlearn that. And for that 60 years, they will be fighting you to take over Ile-Ife from you and your children in the future. So we have all of these problems that is coming up. And then we have the issue of lands, selling land. I wanted to play this video, but I won't be playing it. It's a clip of a Yoruba farmer, a very wealthy farmer, very knowledgeable man in Ijebu area. He has a big plantation there. And he was talking casually that, yeah, they sell land. They sell land. They do sell land. They can sell land. They can buy land from families and things like that. And he was talking to the nomadic, the people that came to Yorubaland for economic development. And these are the people that has been pulling resources together to buy Yorubaland while you're alive. They are doing a Palestine on you. And our elderly man innocently was telling her that She can buy land in Yorubaland. But these folks, they have a culture that in their land, they don't sell you nothing. You can buy land there. Food for thought. So you are going to continue to have the question of no man's land if you don't have ethno-linguistic restructuring. You should be prepared for it. There is potential to lose your majority, and there is potential to lose your political power. And you could become minority in your space. There are projections that suggested that. And you're going to, these people that are coming to your space, they're going to continue to fight with you. They're going to continue to have this indigenous versus residency status and loss of autonomy. All of these things can happen. The reason why you can become minority, birth rate is a major factor in it. In Yorubaland, we're the one birthing the least children in Nigeria. We're the one that is using the most contraceptive in Nigeria. These are data-backed research work that I put here. This is not me talking about it. By 2050, Nigeria will be the 4th most populous country globally. So Nigeria has a very, very bright future. But some people are going to become casualties of Nigeria. Some ethnic groups will be wiped out from ethnic gender genocide that is gradually going on. Some ethnic group will be depopulated. Yoruba is one of those that is on the depopulation list for so many reasons that we don't have enough time to go over it. But birth rate is a major one. Now, people are quick to say, oh, I don't have money. You want me to have children? The other people are having children. They also don't have money. Think about that. Parity ratio for Yoruba versus Nigeria, if you look at the data that I put here, you will see that Yoruba is the lowest. We're the lowest. That's us in golden yellow there. We're the lowest. You see the people that are number one. You see the people that are neck and neck with you. Those are the people that are claiming your space with you as we are currently speaking. The other ethnic group, the Igbo group in Yorubaland. The population of Southwest, this is the projection. This is a study that we sponsored, Think Yoruba First, sponsored about 2 years ago, that they did a private investigation for us. And the number really, really alarmed me. And overall, they projected that our population in Yorubaland will decrease, okay? Will decrease. We're the least, we're the least that is growing in terms of population in Nigeria. The Yorubaland population will only grow by 33%, whereas non-Yoruba in Yorubaland, they will go up by 249% by the year 2053. And their projection was that by that time, Yoruba will become minority in your space. What that means, that is the reason why you have your lawmakers. Baba Sheyi Law was talking about lawmakers doesn't need to dress in Isiagu and other cultural stuff. Maybe they do need to, because they know that the house is falling. They know that the numbers, politics is a game of numbers. They know that the population is dwindling. So they think that what they can do is to pander and try to pretend that they're not Yoruba. The problem is that it's not going to work, because the people that are growing in number, when they become stronger, they are going to take a stand. They're going to take a stand. If you look at United Kingdom today, the immigrants in the United Kingdom, they did not assimilate into United Kingdom. They formed their individual identity and they're pushing for more rights. They're now pushing for their culture to replace the British culture. They're demanding for their laws that is inconsistent with their own cultural values. You can't blame them. That's humanity. Okay. So all of those things, we should think about it as we are, taking decisions. It is every one of us, the youths that are here today. It is every one of us that has to determine what's going to happen to us. Low birth rates, these are the drivers. High rates of contraceptive use, internal migration, uncontrolled internal migration that is usurping the resources in Yorubaland. They are choking because we don't have, there is no border, and there is no, you don't even need any physical border. There is no legislative border. No legislative border. People are entitled to the same thing you are entitled to in your land. So, and believe it or not, people that are external to a place, they are more aggressive and more competitive than the natives. That is the law of, that is the way it is typically. That is the way it is. When people come from outside, they lack. That's why they come. So they tend to have more drive and push more than the people that are sitting there. They know more about your land than yourself. Go and look at immigrants in the diaspora, United States, United Kingdom. They are the ones that know all the social services. The native don't know it because they don't even think about it. But the people that come from outside, they know the immigration law. They know social services law. They know everything. They know how to access resources. But the locals themselves, most of them, you'll be surprised that they do not know. And when these people start to come more, the more and more they come, and you don't have legislative borders. You don't have legislative borders. You are still saying that anybody can apply to the job. You are equal opportunity and all of those things. Guess what? 9 out of your employees, they don't start to speak your language. And you are saying that you are doing meritocracy or whatever it is that you're doing. What you are doing is you are destroying your future. That is what you're doing. Because eventually those people will outnumber you. They'll vote you out and they'll put their children there. It doesn't matter if you wear isiagu, if you dance, if you dress like a Fulani today, you dress like an Igbo tomorrow. It doesn't matter. Because once they outnumber you, they don't necessarily need to outnumber you by themselves. They will form a block. What you will have is a rainbow coalition. They will all come together because they are all like small minorities. So they come together to outnumber the majority in the space, and the game is over. And they will be sharing your positions among themselves, and they will be eating your resources. So Japa is another thing. Liberalism, our geographic location, like they said, Yoruba, everybody wants to come there. Guess what? They will suck you to death. That's just what it is. Hospitality, we are very hospitable because we are very urbanized people. We've been very urbanized since the beginning of our time. So it was a good thing. It is still a good thing, but we must practice self-preservation. And of course, intra-ethnic tribalism, our own, our Funrawa, Sirawa, Ibadan, Oyo Ogbodo Waseku. We need to, yes, I know, I'm almost done. Oyo Ogbodo Waseku, we need to check ourselves. Do we want to continue that pathway? Or do we want to find a way to work together as a group? Cultural erosion is what's going to be happening. Our culture is getting eroded. This is part of the reason why people have been able to invade our house. Our culture is getting eroded, it's getting collapsed, it's getting replaced. So we're selling. Election, constitution, religion is another way that we're losing ground. The way forward, we can go the American way, but we don't have power to do that. American, they are deporting people, they are stopping contraception, they are outsourcing jobs so that people don't come to America to come and outnumber them. In California, they have been outnumbered. That is why if you go and look at the US now, they are doing aggressive deportation in California because guess what? Whites are minority in California now. The coalition of the rainbows, they are 50-something%. The white majority has 48%. It happened last year. The way forward, we can use the Swiss model. The Swiss model is an ethno-linguistic federalism. They have 22 cantons. There are 4 ethnic groups there. Very high degree of autonomy within all those cantons. They have peace. Because you don't have any problem in Swiss. Any problem, rara. They get along because they have sensible structure. Canadian model. Canada has 10 provinces. They have ethno-linguistic recognition. Quebec is French speaking. High degree of autonomy in all those provinces. Italian model, Italy has mixed mosaic structure. They have 20 regions, 5 of those regions, very highly specialized, autonomous, ethno-linguistically recognized based on their culture and history. The UAE model, if we can't do anything at all, the state government needs to look into it. The UAE model, only indigenous people can vote. Only natives can vote. Otherwise, they would have lost their country because they have more people. This is why our people need to understand. People can come. If they can come and serve your land and produce and pay taxes, but don't let them vote. Don't give them political power to vote. That way, you maintain the power and control of your land. And that's it. Thank you very much. Block by block, we build our house on a solid rock, just like the builder of the house envisioned it.
Esheon, Dr. Bukola, it's always a pleasure to have you speak to us, sharing with us depths of insight. You're like the woman who has seen tomorrow, coming from tomorrow to tell us about today, about tomorrow today. So ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ ọpọlọ yín ò ní jọba o ẹ̀yin aráalé kò mú òkun bẹ̀ náà sọ fún wa pé ní àkójọpọ̀ ìlú tó ń pè ní Nàìjíríà àwa Yorùbá àbímọ tó ẹ dákun ẹja wá nǹkan ṣe ẹja ká fi wọ̀rọ̀kọ̀ ká fi ṣàdá o lóòótọ́ náà wọ́n ní ọmọ bẹ̀rẹ̀ òṣì bẹ̀rẹ̀ ni ṣùgbọ́n àwọn àjòjì tán wà ń lu wa wọ́n ń là lọ ní o ẹ dákun ẹja wá nǹkan ṣe o wọ́n sì ní pé kì í jẹ́ ti bàbá kó jẹ́ kí tọmọ kó mọ́ làálàá ẹ dákun ẹja wá nǹkan ṣe o Olódùmarè á ràn wá lọ́wọ́ wọn ò ní fi wá ṣe lòmíì o wọn ò ní fẹ́ lòmíì ṣe wá o láṣẹ Ìdùmarè ẹ wo láì fọtápè we will go deeper. I'd like to say this that whereas the Western front talk about feminism and agitation of women, in Yoruba antiquated society, women are considered not on the fringe, but to be integral element. Oni takotabo, the feminine and the masculine are very important. In one of the Ifa verses, it tells us the story of how, when the primordial beings, which we call Irumoles, when they came to Earth, when Olodumare dispatched them, they relegated Oshun to the background. And Eku Okebi Eku Eye Okebi Eye. And then they went back to Olodumare, and Olodumare said to them, so our own ancestors, the Yoruba ancestors, did not relegate women to the last bottom. We don't marginalize women. Our women are our source. So, Life Otakpe, the next speaker is going to be looking at the role of women. Very, very, very important. Arabiri, Comrade Arabiri Shola Salako is another energetic soul who is going to be unpacking for us the role of women. Just to read a citation, Arabiri Shola Salako, she's a seasoned finance professional. Ishunowo, and Penile Yoruba, Yaloja, Ipo Yaloja, Ipo Toshe Patakini. She's a seasoned finance professional with deep expertise in pensions and investments. She serves on multiple boards, offering strategic leadership and guidance. And beyond finance, really, Arabini Shola is a passionate cultural advocate. She's committed to empowering communities through education and cultural enrichment. Ladies and gentlemen, Olobiri and Olokuri, we make welcome Arabiri Shola Salako. Ẹ ṣé bá mi wò wọ́n ní àtẹ́wọ́ ẹ dákun.
Thank you. Thank you. First, I want to thank TYF, or Think Yoruba First, for holding this conference. And then I want to thank them for giving me the opportunity to share a few thoughts with you all. My speech will look at Yoruba women in the last 200 years and the next 200 years. My focus will be on leadership, culture, and heritage and finance. Now I have some slides. No, you don't have them? I sent them a few days back, which I wanted to use. I should send it to you. Give me my phone. Thank you. I'll send it to you. Who do I send it to? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Excuse me, I'm just sending the slides because I'm just sending the slides so that they can come up as I speak. I'm going to have to email it. Should I email it? WhatsApp. Yeah, because I don't have it. I can't see. I don't have it on email. Okay, Dr. Buki, can you please help me to project the slides? Thank you. Okay. So I'm going to start off with actually the our host was reading my mind, because to start this off, I was going to tell a story from the Ifa literary corpus. And the story was about how integral women are into leadership and to the Yoruba worldview. He's partly told the story, so I'll simply summarize that Olodumare sent down the Rumorless to build the world. And for various reasons, they ignored and set aside Oshun, who was the woman amongst them. What they were doing wasn't going right, so they eventually they got tired and went back to Olodumare. Olodumare now said to them, "Where is Oshun?" She arrived, and he said, "The reason why what you are doing is not working was because you didn't have Oshun with you in what you're doing." What does that tell us? That tells us that in the Yoruba worldview, in our philosophy, in our folklore, women are integral to leadership. Women are integral to what we do. If you want it to go right, then the women's view must be at the table. Moving on, I'm going to start off with a woman of times gone by. Alimotu Pelewura was an Awori woman at Eredo Market at Isaleko, Lagos Colony. Before I start her very brief story, just remember that in the 1930s, because her story was in the 1930s, the colonials were running what was to become Nigeria. And the colonials came from a time, a Victorian time. And in Victorian time in England, women were the property of their husband. So you would, until they got married, and then they became the property of their, they were the property of their fathers, and then when they got married, they became the property of their husbands. And if they never got married, then they effectively were the property of the oldest male relative in their line. So basically, these colonials were coming from a background where women had no or little autonomy. To now come to Africa, and specifically in this place, Yorubaland, you can imagine it would have been a shock to them. Anyway, back to Alimotu Pelewura. In the 1930s, she reintroduced the Iyaloja that the British had scrapped and led mass revolt against Sir Budulon to reverse tax laws against women. So what Sir Budulon had done was he raised taxes on market women. And she said, "No, we're not paying these taxes. If you need taxes to run your operations, go and ask the women in England to pay the taxes." She was also the mobilizer for the first political party in what became Nigeria. The party was called the Nigerian National Democratic Party. Can you help me move the slide, please? Thank you. I'm going to move on to the 1940s in the personality of Fumilayo Kuti, when in the 1940s, she established the Abeokuta Women's Union. She led marches of up to 10,000 women, forcing Alaike to step down temporarily. She was also the only woman in the delegation in the 1950s to the Lancaster House Constitutional Conferences. That was the discussion to what became the foundation of Nigeria. Can you please help me move the slide? In the 1990s, we have Kudirat Abiola, who continued to fight for her husband's freedom until she too was killed. Can we move the slide to next one? Chief Bisoye Tejuosho. She was the Yalode of Egba. She was assassinated in 19th of September 1996 at her house by Abacha operatives. the strike force, as they were called, under Major Hamza El-Mustafa. She was a little too loud in her opposition to the Abacha regime and lost her life as a consequence. In 2025, when I was looking, I struggled to find Yoruba women with such political power as the few I've just mentioned. We need to remember that we are the legacy of all those who came before us, who worked for and died for us. And as Yoruba women, we stand on the shoulders of those who came before us. Our leadership is not an accident, it is ancestral. Leadership requires Yoruba women to speak up, especially when silence is easy. Those who came before us led with courage, clarity, love, equity, and integrity. So we have a model ahead of us. When I was looking at those Yoruba women who had done a great deal to move forward or to keep culture and heritage in our minds, one of those who came to mind was Professor Sophie Oluwole. Now, whether it's a woman in her home or a grandmother looking after her grandchildren, whether it's an auntie giving advice, in whatever position women are, they set the culture and they pass it on. Professor Sophie Oluwole was born in May 1935 in the town of Igbaroke. She was a Yoruba professor and philosopher and was the first female doctorate degree holder in philosophy in West Africa. She was a practitioner of Yoruba philosophy. Oluwole's teachings and works are generally ingrained with the cultural beliefs of the various regions of Yorubaland. According to her research, the Ifa branch of philosophy predates Western tradition, as the ancient African philosopher Orunmila came before Socrates. Can you move the slide for me, please? Another name that some of us will know is Nika Davis Okundaye, a Yoruba woman born in 1951 in Ogidi, Okun, present-day Kogi State. She's the owner of the Nika Arts Gallery, and that gallery is arguably the largest in West Africa. She's a creative batik and Adire textile designer. She served on the UNESCO Committee of the African Heritage Project. She has been honored several times. A book about Nika was written by Kim Marie Vaz titled The Woman with the Artistic Brush, a life history of Yoruba batik artist Nika Okundaye. When we look at, sorry, can you move the slide for me, please? When we look at Yoruba women and in finance and wealth, I really take my hat off to Madame Tinubu. Efunreyo Tinubu was a shrewd and successful business tycoon who wielded enormous economic power across Western Africa and political power in Abeokuta and Lagos Colony. She was born around 1805 in Yorubaland, today's Abeokuta. She married a man and had 2 sons with him, but he died soon thereafter. Newly a widow and single mother, she started trading tree bark and leaves to make a living. She had learned valuable market skills from her grandmother, Oshunshola, who traded in tree bark, roots, herbs, and leaves. She also learned business skills from her mother, Nijide, who had been a food seller. In 1833, Efunreye Tinubu married Adele, an exiled Oba of Lagos Colony. With this marriage, she began to accumulate economic and political power. The two moved to the coastal city of Badagry, where Tinubu, using her husband's connections, built a successful business empire trading salt and tobacco. Tinubu now established foreign trade alliances and broker deals with European and Brazilian political and military leaders. She was the major conduit in Lagos. She was the major conduit in Lagos Colony between European traders and merchants from throughout the backcountry. She fell from power in Lagos when she challenged British consul Benjamin Campbell, who railed against her economic hegemony with Europeans and Brazilians. She organized a plot to remove Consul Campbell, but before it could be implemented, he confronted her with British gunboats in May of 1856 and demanded her exile from British colony. In the face of superior British military power, she left. Can we move on to the next slide, please? Folorunsho Alakija, a successful businesswoman who is the Group Managing Director of the Rose of Sharon Group and also serves as Executive Vice Chairman of Fanfare Oil Limited. Can we move on to the next slide, please? Bola Shagaya, another successful businesswoman and fashion enthusiast. She is one of the richest women in Africa. Let me just go back a bit. So the Alakija is I think, either the first or the second richest woman in Africa. And Bola Shagaya is the second or the third richest woman in Africa. That's to tell you the level at which these women are operating. So what do these women tell us? They show how effective Yoruba women are at following their passion, seizing the challenge and new opportunities. We launch initiatives, businesses, wherever we are, we thrive. My final slide, please. So I heard this phrase and I thought I should mention it. It says, I'm just a girl, which seems to be used as at best a joke and worst an excuse for women choosing to do less because they are just a girl. Who wants to be the first? Who wants to push through? Our culture has never said women should sit at home or achieve less. Expectations of girls has always been high, either through education, business, culture, whichever. We do not shrink from a calling to do more and be more. Before I finish, in this time, I'm going to make I think it's important to make reference to social media. Social media seems to focus on women on the quality of being high value, whether it's influencers or podcasters. The focus seems to be to demonize women who choose to push through, as if drive, ambition, business acumen, and leadership are exclusively masculine traits. That has never been Yoruba culture. So we need to be careful of allowing social media to dictate our narrative. We must lift fellow Yoruba women as we climb, sponsor where we can, be role models and mentors when we can. Think about who we're making room for. It should be our purpose to invest in each other, ask for advice. I'm just finishing. We are the legacy of those who came before us. When we remember who we are and our culture, then we can be optimistic about the kind of future we are building, and we'll leave for those coming in 200 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Ma. We are really, really grateful. Again, just to re-echo, Yoruba women are not appendages of the Yoruba society. They are very much in the inner sanctum of our civilization. The late Thomas Sankara said that women hold up the other half of the sky. That's very much a Yoruba point of view. Our women are not appendages. They are not materials for kitchen. They are side by side with us in the enterprise of nation building. Thank you so much, Ma. God bless you. Olodumare bless you. Okay. I think what's next now is for us to hear from, sorry, just give me a second. Ojogbon Kayode Okunola, who will be speaking to us and addressing us from Canada. I don't know if Ojogbon Okunola is online. Hello, sorry, am I audible? Hello? Okay. Okay, very well. Thanks very much. Okay, I've just been told that we're going to now go back to Lagos Center. Lola Lawal and Tosin Onifon Boyede, please over to you as we hear from Baba Kenny Adenuba. Thank you very much. Lagos venue, you are speaking, but we cannot hear you. While we wait for Lagos to come on stream, can I ask the media team to please play the video that we wanted to be played by Arabin Shola Salako? Please, can you play that video? Can you project that video? Thanks very much.
As a woman horse rider in honor of our heritage, this year I ride not just as a princess, but as a daughter, a mother, and a keeper of legacy. My origin is royal, yes, but is also resilient, rooted in the wisdom of my ancestors and the boldness of every woman who came before me.
Here's a fact.
Okay, thank you. So we are now going to invite the next speaker. He has been very patient with us, Adupe Esheogon. He's going to speak on security, peace, and development in Yorubaland. It is my pleasure to invite our amiable speaker, Dr. Kenny Adenugba. Dr. Kenny Adenugba is a distinguished Yoruba intellectual, linguist, and strategic thinker with nearly 30 years of leadership experience as lead consultant at Quanto Fluence Nigeria and former CEO of the Institute of Strategic Management. He expertly leads cultural preservation with strategy. Dr. Adenugba is also a celebrated author and founder of Rhodium Effects platform, dedicated to advancing Yoruba knowledge and media sovereignty. Please join me in welcoming, with a round of applause, Dr. Kenny Adenugba.
Thank you. Hello, ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa. Àtijọ́ wa níbí látàárọ̀. Àwọn tí wọ́n ń gba, àwọn tí ara wọn ò gba ọyẹ́, wọ́n ń dọ́gbọ́n gboru ń ta. Àwọn ṣífì máa mú wá kan tí wọ́n lè lọ Finland. Bí orí bá dáni sílẹ̀ là á gbé. Olódùmarè mọ̀ kó tó dá gbogbo wa sílẹ̀ Yorùbá. Yóò ju wá ṣe o láṣẹ Èdùmàrè. Ń gbà wá ń kéke níbi ọdún díẹ̀ sẹ́yìn ìpọ̀ náà. Wọ́n máa ń kọrin kan ní orí rédíò OYO. Ìgbà yẹn wọ́n ti take over, OYO ti rédíò Nigeria ti take over from WMBC, so Ọ̀yọ́ State ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ tiẹ̀. Wọ́n ní ẹ fura o, public service announcement. Ẹ fura o, pánsá ò fura, pánsá jáná, àjà ò fura, àjà jìn. onílé tí ò bá fura olè ní ó kó lọ. Ó ní bẹ́ẹ̀ bá fẹ́ sùn lálẹ́ ẹ tanná yí lépo ẹ sì tún tilẹ̀kùn gbọ̀ngbọ̀n ẹ tọ́jú dúkìá ká má bàa fara wa lólè lọ́wọ́. Yóò bá ṣáà ti fara wa lólè lọ́wọ́ báyìí. Jẹ́ kí n kan mo fẹ́ kí n tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ mi ní kí n tó mu ní ojú méjèèjì dáadáa. Ìyá wa kan sọ̀rọ̀ kan láìpẹ́ yìí nígbà tí ó sọ̀rọ̀ obìnrin. Gbogbo ẹni tó bá wà níbí yìí ẹ jọ̀ọ́ o ẹ mọ́ lùgbàdì ogun obìnrin o ẹ̀yin ọkùnrin. Wọ́n sọ mọ́ kéèyàn ó fi odù Ifá sọ wọ́n kàn sọ léléèbó ni. Àmọ́ nínú odù Ọ̀sẹ́túrá àwọn kan tó ní tó ti bọ́ sí ẹ mọ́ jà don't bother about the fact that I understand the odù. By the way, Akaji Agan, well done. I saw the Idefa, well done. That was a good one. Anyway, don't let me get into what was said in Osetura about women and how, just like Madam Salako said, how the Romans actually missed out on succeeding, and then they went back to Olodumare, and Olodumare told them, sorry, I thought you all, the 400 of you went with Oshun as a 401, as a 401. I said, she's a woman, we just let her, kept her somewhere. She's doing her own thing. I said, that's the reason why things didn't work for you. So you need to go back and talk to her and draw her close. Then things can work for you. So now she ni gunyan le to ko ti o fi tosun se. Biru won ba gunyan, iyan amo ni koko. Bí wọ́n bá ro ká ọkà máa pa pẹ̀tẹ̀. Bí wọ́n bá tẹmọ nífá ọmọ ọmọ òkú bí wọ́n bá rẹmọ lóṣùn ọmọ ọmọ àṣàárẹ̀. Torí obìnrin ló bí wa ká tó dé èèyàn. N tí Ọ̀sẹ́túrá sọ nínú Ọ̀sẹ́túrá nìyẹn. Anyway, we're talking about security, peace, and development in Yorubaland. And I didn't just stop there. I said security, peace, and development in Yorubaland. A century beckons. 200 years seems close, but still far. But whatever it is we're going to achieve in 200 years, you and I will not be there, but we can lay the foundation today. Right? And so we must understand that. So a century beckons. So I'm looking for the next century before we even talk of 200 years. Somebody said, my friend Anike said earlier that she wanted to look at 50 years. But I'm looking at 100 years from now. What happens in 2125? I won't be here. I keep telling people that I don't pray to double my year in life again. It's a waste. Seriously. I don't. Because what am I looking for? Yorùbá ní pé wàá pẹ́ láyé ojú ò ní rí bí ìkan ló fọwọ́ mú. Nígbà gbogbo ẹni tó jọ rẹ̀ tó jẹ́ bí tọmọ gan ti ń kú tọmọ ọmọ ti ń lọ lójú ẹ̀ kí ló wá kù? Ó ya gbẹ́rù ẹ̀gbà tó bá sì ti rẹ́gbẹ́ wọn ò sí láyé mọ́ kó máa wẹ́gbẹ́ ẹ̀ lọ́run. Now, the Yoruba nation stands at the threshold of a new era. Oh, okay. I have it here. Okay. Good. Thank you, Dr. Bukola. So, the Yoruba nation stands at the threshold of a new era as it breaches a quarter of a century. As it breaches a quarter of a century. We're already in the quarter of a century now. This is 2025. Exactly a quarter of the 21st century. 3 more quarters to go. So quarter one, what have we done? And then we're projecting into the next century, beyond this century. Now, this quarter of a century will has tested our endurance, and the century, so to say, will test our endurance, challenge our values, and ultimately define our destiny. In my consideration, we should reflect on the tripartite pillars of security, peace, and development, not as an independent pursuit, but as interwoven imperatives that must guide our policy, our culture, and our leadership. Our strength lies in our history, from Oyo's diplomacy to Ife's cultural prestige, from Lagos cosmopolitanism to Ekiti scholarship. Yorubaland has been both a guardian of tradition and an engine of progress. But as the next century beckons, we must ask, how do we secure our people? How do we preserve our peace? And how do we catalyze development? Now, let me say this off the slides. If we look at its historical trajectory of war in Yorubaland, we've had different wars in Jalumi, the Kiriji. The Kiriji War was fought for 16 years, our own internal civil war. And when people tell you that, they tell you that Yorubas are cowards. Tell them we were the only nation that ever fought a civil war for 16 years as Yorubas. Internal, not stop. 16 good years until a truce was called. Then we had different battles here and there. And then when the Ibadas also, they decided to want to do their own thing as well. You had a number of things. But like I said, let's leave all of that. But it had been, like Honorable Lanre Laoshe said earlier, our civil war, the Kiriji War ended. But psychologically, are we still fighting wars among ourselves? Ife Ijesha, Ekiti Ibadan, Egba Ijebu. Ọmọ baba Awólọ́wọ̀ ni. And you won't, because of that, you won't give him job. Oh, Ijebu ni, oh, Egba ni, Ekiti ni. You will not get anything from here. Are those things that are we still doing those things? Or we are allowing those old sentiments to impact on us today enough to not make us look very well as to how to bring ourselves together so that we will not be broken by the aggressions that are facing us on a daily basis. Now, a century beckons. We're standing at a crossroads, at a crossroad where time bows to decision. The Yoruba people scattered across continents, Southern Africa, America, Latin America, Australia. You have Yoruba people all over the places. They are rooted in centuries, must now ask, what kind of ancestors will we be? We have had ancestors, we talk about them. Unfortunately, because of the kind of religion sentiments that we've had a number of times, we also more or less desecrate our ancestors and disrespect them. I want fi baba baba she baba. Tabak pe Ọlọ́run Abraham, Isaac àti Jacob. How about Ọlọ́run Odùduwà? Tó bá sọ wọ́n ní ó ti lọ ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ṣe, ó ti di babaláwo. And I tell people that the priest, every faith and belief system has its own priesthood. That you read the Bible and go to church doesn't make you a pastor. That you read the Quran and have your 5 prayers doesn't make you an imam or a sheikh. How come because you understand Odrifa, now everybody now begins to call you Babalawo? So, but the challenge is tomorrow you also become an ancestor. What kind of ancestor would you want to be? Would your children, 200 years from now, your great-grandchildren or great-great-grandchildren say that our fathers were wicked to us because they didn't fight for us when they ought to? Because those days they used to sing one song. Ogun de bode, katiru mese ko le. Ogun ti de o, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ni òfura o. Nǹkan ṣe wá o. Nǹkan ti bọ́ sí wa lára wa láàmú o. Tó bá ti ń di pé wọ́n ti ń sọ fún yín nínú Èkó, lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ń bí yìí. Ó ti àkọjá no man's land. Dr. Bukola will attest to it. People are writing HR. People get into HR and then say that Yorubas cannot apply for a job in Lagos State. And then when you find out that once all of you apply, they take out the names, the applications that are for Yoruba guys there. They put it aside and keep it away and then project the other ones. And you think that things are not deliberate. You see, when you understand the Zionism, the Zionist agenda rather, you will understand how yesterday it was like nothing. The Palestinians didn't bother. They were friendly, they were cosmopolitans, they were very welcoming and everything. But one day, suddenly, the Zionists began to take the land. They began to buy up. Until now, nothing can be done. United Nations will not come and help you. One of the things we've learned in international politics and the global environment today is might is power. If you have a strong hand over somebody, they will only make noise a little bit. Nobody's going to beat that person for you. So we must understand it. Koruni, ondo yikani. And as I say, Sheikh, one man song kankan wọ́n ní èyí ò tó fò fìlàfà ń kú gbẹ́kí. Kò tó fò, it's nothing, but you are losing in the process. When you look at the quantum, you've lost greatly over time. Kíso bí a bá dégbò ká tètè késo lúgànbe. Ó ti wá ń dégbò báyìí o, ó ti kú òǹsó bíà o. Láti mójútó o. So this century will not be inherited. It must be engineered. Everybody's been talking about intentionality. You won't inherit it. The peace you are looking for, the security you are looking for will not be inherited. You must engineer it. You must make it happen. Will our land be a museum or a masterpiece? Will our story be preserved in pity or in power? Today, the world is pitying Palestinians. The people in Donbass, even Ukraine, are only going through pity. They're not experiencing power. Because once you have someone who begins to gain upper hand over time, and you are allowing them to say things about you that Yoruba says, "En tó bá fẹ́ jẹ ogún gógún á pàtàn kìtàn." Wọ́n ti ń pàtàn kìtàn lé wa lórí o, àdẹ̀dákẹ́ à ń wò. Wọ́n ní gbé ò bá wọn gbé, wọ́n á gbé sẹ́ǹkùlé ẹ o. N tà ń fojú wì ní ìsín nìyẹn. Wọ́n fẹ́ jogún gógún, wọ́n ti ń pàtàn kìtàn. Àwa dákẹ́ à ń wò. Aláwọn tó wà ń jọba, wọ́n dákẹ́ wọ́n ń wò. Aláwọn tí ó jẹ́ lọ́balọ́ba, wọ́n dákẹ́ wọ́n ń wò. Ọ̀pọ̀ ọba mi gan ó ti fẹ́ talẹ̀ tán. Ẹ lọ Ìjẹ̀bú Òde, ẹ lọ Abẹ́òkúta, ẹ wo kẹ́ lọ wo tútọ́ ń pa lórí ilẹ̀. Wọ́n á kówó àwọn owó bàràǹdà tán ti ṣẹ́ tán bàràǹdà oríṣiríṣi, wọ́n máa kó wọlé, wọ́n á máa ralẹ̀. Tẹ́yìn ò lè rà. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ti ta lé, ó ti ta family house ẹ̀, ó ti ní kán kú bàbá òun kò ń bẹ̀. Àìnílàákàyè. Wọ́n á náwó ọ̀ǹtán o, á fi ṣe ó wà ń bẹ̀, lẹ́yìn ó wà ń bẹ̀ kí ló kù. Ó tán bẹ́ẹ̀ ló wà o. So we need to be careful. And as young people, we need to tell ourselves things. The youth must rise up. One house, please. The youth must rise up to realities of what is ahead of them. Like I said, the next 50 years, I don't intend to be here. Kì í ṣe pé ó dá mi lójú ni. But some of the people here will be here in the next 50 years, not to talk of the next 100 years, when all of us will not be here, but our children and great-grandchildren will be here. So what legacy do you want to leave for them? Ṣé kán máa fi orúkọ wa ṣe èpè, kán máa fi wá ré nínú kòtò lẹ́yìn tá a ti lọ tán, àbí kán máa dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ wa, kán máa ṣàdúrà fún wa pé àwọn bàbá wa ni ò jẹ́ kí ojú ó tì wá, ni ò jẹ́ kí ká dẹrú nínú ilé wa. Now, I have a poster here. Because when I was going through this, I decided to write a poster each and then create a chart for us. What would a Yoruba Renaissance powered by youth look like in 21-25? A resurgence of the Yoruba spirit, of the essence of the Yoruba. What will it look like if it's powered by youth towards 2021-25? Then I'm charging you, don't just inherit legacy, extend legacy. Some people have inherited legacy, but they didn't manage it. They didn't manage it. Honorable Lanre Laushe said something about Abiola's video. I watched the video as well. Somebody posted it on the platform we all belong to. And I watched it. And it was a sad story. A very sad commentary. We've seen houses and properties and heritages and what have you that people have wasted, children have wasted. Omota ako, yog beleta kota. Lashin korawanisi, kuto bosori. So extend legacy. Don't just consume history. Craft history. Mama patang ba ye lagbaja ngba yawo lowo. Kini wo fe se? Ton ma sọ pé ngba ayé tie náà. What do you want to do? So think about it. But like I said earlier, the homeland is under pressure. This is our homeland. For those who are in diaspora, this is the homeland. For those who are in Brazil, who are in Cuba, Haiti, and all other places, this is their homeland. But the homeland is under pressure. And let's say it plainly, Yorubaland is being encircled by silence, by apathy, and by calculated erasure. History was taken away. Thank God we are trying to bring history back. But there's erasures. You know, just like the Europeans are experts in erasures. They erase history. They don't create history. And we have people around us today who don't have history, pardon me, to create, but they will rather erase. At that time, we'll live fun wara, I'm only da wara no. Ohun tí wọn ò kún wọn lójú, ohun lóhun ní jọ wọn lójú, ní yá wọn lára. Wọ́n ti kojú bọ̀. Àwa tá a dẹ̀ ní nǹkan. Àwa lákàdásíkà, àbìkítà lórí ń tá a ní. Àbìkítà yìí ló fẹ́ kó bá wa báyìí. Kákan wò pé kò sí nǹkan kan bẹ̀ náà, ẹ má ṣe yọnu, kò sí tí ó ṣẹlẹ̀. Ṣé nílẹ̀ Yorùbá iná mẹ́wàá ó ṣẹlẹ̀. Torí pé kó lójú ó tó ṣẹ, nǹkan ti bàjẹ́. Ó ní wọ́n ṣe ń sọ fún wa lẹ́ẹ̀kan pé tó o bá lágbára òṣèlú, wọ́n á yàn ẹ́ mẹ́bọ o, wọ́n á tẹ̀ ẹ́ mẹ́rẹ̀, wọ́n á mú ẹ lẹ́rú. Torí pé ẹni tó lágbára ìjọba wà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, tó bá lò lọ́nà tí ò pé wa, a lè sọ̀rọ̀ o. Òótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ bí ìsọkúsọ. Àmọ́ láti bára aṣọ nìsín, pàápàá jùlọ àwọn ọ̀dọ́. Pàápàá jùlọ àwọn ọ̀dọ́. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ la rí nígbà ìdìbò tó kọjá. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn ọ̀dọ́ wa, wọ́n ń ṣe fúlẹ́ńgé kiri. Lágbájá ni kì í ṣe lágbájá, tàmẹ̀dù ni kì í ṣe tàmẹ̀dù. Nígbà tó kẹ̀rẹ́ gorí ìrókò, ojú ọdẹ wọn dá o. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ tí wọ́n sáré tẹ̀lé àwọn aráabí, wọ́n wá ń fi gígùn wọn lójú ní ìsìn kiri ìgboro. Ẹ ń bá sọ lẹ́nu ó sàpòyà kọ́. Torí náà ṣe jẹ́ pé ó yẹ ká wò dáadáa. Ṣáà ti gbà lọ́rin padà lọ́wọ́ Fúlàní? Ṣáà ti gbà lọ́rin padà? Kápò Òṣogbo bọ́ ni bí ó ṣe bọ́ náà nu. And these people keep telling you on a daily basis that this is what they have in agenda, and you go to sleep. like nothing will ever happen. So we're talking about war is not just kinetic. I'm getting this in a minute. So displacement is not just geographical. It is ideological. You can be displaced ideologically. They create things around you, and then you lose your ideologies, and you're no longer a Yoruba by that. And the Europeans did that a lot with a lot of us. Today, they will tell you, Tobati was tie àti suit. Oh, ti washo. Tobati shebai. Oh, ti nko ti shefwe. And that's not the way it's supposed to be. So if you are defeated ideologically, you've lost your ground. That's why there are certain things that you must not lose as a Yoruba man. Never lose your language. Never lose your culture. Never lose your belief system. If you lose those political power is ephemeral. But the critical things that are intrinsic to you as a person to make you who you are, your language, your culture, and your belief system. Once you lose those three, forget about it. Láti ilẹ̀ níbi ìgbà ọdún sẹ́yìn náà ti fi kíní yẹn kàn wá. Àwa bára wa ṣe mọ́. Àáfàá rèé, pásítọ̀ rèé. Eléyìí ń kéwú. Èyí ń ka sáàmù. Ẹ wá mú ẹni tó sọ pé ọ̀sán yìí ní tòun. Ẹ mú sáàrin. Ẹ ń pè lẹ́lẹ́bọ. Ẹ ń gbọ́ gbá lórí mọ́lẹ̀. Mo sọ nǹkan kan jọ́ kan wọ́n ní gbogbo alẹ́ lẹ́bọ o. Àmọ́ ẹ má jà lọ bẹ̀. Torí tá a bá ilé aláṣẹ kọjá ní ìsìn àáfà. Ilé aláṣẹ kọjá ní ìsìn. A fi ṣe commemoration ẹbọ ni. Wọ́n ní kẹ́nìkan ó ṣẹbọ àmọ́ kó rẹ̀. Láyé ìjọ́ wọn máa ń fẹ̀yàn rúbọ o. Àmọ́ àwọn tí wọ́n máa ń lò méjì ni o. Olùwọ̀, ìyẹn àlejò àbí ẹrú. Kọ́ wá sọ pé kó lọ mú ọmọ ibi tí yàtọ̀ ti wà nìyẹn. Ńgbà wáṣẹ̀ wọ́n máa ń ṣe kò kí ń ṣe nǹkan tó jọjú bí ẹni pé tí ó bá mẹ́rú wọ́n á mú olùwọ̀. Olùwọ̀ ni ó túmọ̀ sí pé ẹni tó arìnrìn àjò àrè tó kàn wọ̀lúùlù láti wá sùn bí ọjọ́ kan àbọ̀jọ́ méjì tó bá yẹ pé ọ̀rọ̀ ẹbọ wọlé tó tọwọ́ bá tẹ̀ sọ pé ó ti lọ. Àmọ́ ọmọ wọn ní Olódùmarè sì wá ṣe tó mọ́ lu ọmọ o ẹ̀rọ rèé kì í ṣe pé kò ṣẹbọ yẹn ó sì ṣe o àmọ́ wọ́n pa nǹkan ẹbọ dání o ẹ má jà lọ bẹ̀ àmọ́ tí ò bá yí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ẹ béèrè ká mọ̀ mọ̀ ṣe àtúnwí ká mọ̀ mọ̀ ṣe àṣìwí kiri yóò lè mi o mi sì ṣe kiri yóò kéékèèké kó má dà pé bóyá torí pé bóyá babaláwo ni bóyá oníkìíní kan ni ló ṣe ń sọ báyìí kì í ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ àmọ́ Yorùbá ni mí pọ́nbélé ká dálé àtúnṣà tọkàntọkàn bẹ́ẹ̀ gbé odù falẹ̀ tí 256 odù á sọ àjòkó òtúrúpọ̀ méjì á bọ̀ sórí ògbègúndá á bọ̀ sórí kò sí tí fi ṣe èèyàn. Kò sí tí fi ṣe èèyàn bó bá dórí ìrẹtẹ̀ méjì àwọn odù tó dùn láti ní ìrẹtẹ̀ odù oríire ni ẹ má jà lọ bẹ̀ àmọ́ tí mò ń sọ ni pé láti Ìlọrin dé Ìlaró bẹ́ẹ̀ là ń rí àwọn ìdúnkokò díẹ̀díẹ̀ pé kí wọ́n tẹ̀ wá lórí ba tí Fúlàní wà ń bẹ̀ darandaran àwọn ọmọ yánmẹ́rin náà ń ṣe tiwọn. So there's a quiet contest for control over land, control over values, control over presence. And the worst enemy is what? Invisibility. Invisibility, that's the worst enemy. When we stop seeing ourselves in our streets, listen to this. When we stop seeing ourselves in our streets, in our schools, on our screens, we are already losing. And that was why when some Shei's Law mentioned something earlier, and I said it to people. I was trying to, somebody, my friend Anika, they spoke earlier. We were discussing it, and one day she said, Anika, why don't you just write something about it? There was no basis for Jagun to have that Igbo woman. There was nothing. It had not added no value at all. Sorry, in 7 doors rather. There was no value addition of that being added to the story. And I'll tell you why. Did any of our families speak in any way? They just showed dance in their own way, and that was all. Then they said the man was going to fight the Ebola. They came and they also supported with some juju from their dibia. There was nothing specific. If the Oba had married a white woman, then there probably would be a story to tell. But there was no basis to bring an Igbo into the part. And that's a narrative that somebody somewhere is also pushing into your mindset. It's a mind control thing. It's a programming thing. So people don't see it as anything negative when our Obas begin to marry, or our princes begin to marry Igbo women. Because, pardon me, I have to say it, and I'm saying it on camera, Ken Bankole will have done that role perfectly fantastic. I'm better. Let's say Ken Bankole fit. I looked at it and I saw Ken Bankole on that role. Nothing else. So there was no basis. But narratives are coming. And Awala Sherawa, who wrote the script? Who directed the script? Who was the producer? Awai Nani. Our liberality, or our liberalism rather, is likely to be our undoing if you are not careful. We're too liberal for our own good. Komata is nothing. I wanted them back, boo. I won't worry. I won't pete, won't pero. Binti, right honorable, so let one year, Aralia to foju rewoni, Imone Canto Singba. Kaja de kama wọlé mọ́ ntí tọ̀kan lé o àárín ọ̀tá la wà o ntẹ́ ẹ ní ó ti àwọn kan wọ́n retí wọ́n dúró àti jókòó tì o báwo lè ṣe wá fẹ́ nísinmi tẹ́ ẹ̀ ní tí ẹ pé ẹ̀ ní jagun tí ò nídìí fún ọgọ́rùn-ún ọdún tó ń bọ̀ ẹ pé ní ìsìn níbi tá a wà ní ìsìn gangan ó ti ń di nǹkan míì so. Tó bá di pé ẹ bọ́ sáàrin ìlú ẹ ríra yín mọ́ wàhálà ni o. So we must understand all of these things. Who owns your neighborhood now? Ask yourself. Who owns your neighborhood now? And who narrates stories, things in your neighborhood? Who controls your CDA or your estate leadership? Ask yourself. Those are pointers. So the battle is not just at the border. It's on your block. Don't think it's far away. It's on your block. It's in your street, in your estate. It's in your playlist. The things you listen to. It's in your curriculum. The books your children read. So real security is layered. It is when your language isn't mocked. When you don't allow people to mock your language, that's when you are secure. When your land is not sold behind your back by your children or by your siblings to people of other places, when your leaders cannot be blackmailed into silence, that is when you are truly secure. Guns can protect you for a moment, but structures, that's intelligent, layered, people-powered structure, can protect generations. So we need structures. And that's one of the things that Think Yoruba First is doing, putting structures on ground from Akure to Abeokuta to Warri to places and what have you. I can see that already. Imagine this, an AI-assisted community patrols. Youth-run vigilance networks, diaspora-funded drone surveillance. Security is not about bullets. It's about bandwidth and boldness. Are we securing ourselves or we are just surviving? Rethink safety as sovereignty. You own your own data, own your land records and your narrative. Don't let people tell stories about you that is not your story and you keep quiet. Never allow it. Open your voice. Peace is powerful and it's not the opposite of war. It is the infrastructure of justice, and in Yorubaland, peace has always been negotiated through wisdom, not weakness. But peace without equity is performance. Let's replace silence with dialogue and rivalry with ritual reconciliation. We cannot be rivals among ourselves. Let's reconcile. Let's look for ways to reconcile our differences as Yoruba. Whether you are Ife, Ijesha, Egba, Ibolo, Okeogun, Isekiri, let us reconcile our differences from Okun to what's it called? To Ibarakba. Let us reconcile our differences. Let us use the drums again. This time around, not to call to battle, but to summon unity. Peace is the foundation of our prosperity and our security. Are we ready to forgive past wounds for a stronger tomorrow? I got to Shefuwa. I need the same state. Are we still thinking on that? Is that what we're still facing? Host town halls. Sponsor peace games as young people. Fund inner city festivals. The Fantees and what have you. Build bridges, not just roads. Then let's also look at, I'm rounding up soon, let's look at development with dignity. Development must wear Yoruba clothes if we want to survive and be secure into the future. What good is a skyscraper if it stands where a shrine once taught wisdom? Hear me clearly. You clear out Igboro to build estate with skyscrapers. The Igboro wasn't meant for anything but for preservation of our forest and our herbs. That was part of the wisdom of the Yorubas anyway, to conserve for conservation. But are we doing things at the detriment of our tomorrow? And we say we are increasing, we are urbanizing. What use is a tech hub if it has no respect for the stories of the land it sits on? True development grows with dignity. It employs the youth, uplifts the culture, and sustains the land. We must create policies that don't just attract foreign investors, but inspire local creators. Are we building for headlines or for heritage? Let us think of coding in Yoruba, investing in rural innovations, building eco-villages that are rooted in ancient urban planning. That is what we need. And then for the youth and those in diaspora, there's a lot for you to do. The most dangerous myth is that change will come from above. No, it will come from you. You that have a phone as a young person, you have a skill, you have a heart on fire. And from those who are in diasporas, doctors who are in London, tech brothers in Silicon Valley, our brothers in Silicon Valley, those who are researchers like Dr. Bamidele in Germany, in Berlin, consultants in Johannesburg, we are a scattered force, but a united flame. If we can harness our strength, then we will get somewhere. Now, people are buying land, are selling lands all over the place. Can diaspora create a land bank? We need to think about land banking. Let people, those in diaspora, put funds together and buy up those places and keep. So that those land don't get into the wrong hands. We're not just a people. We are a platform. So what stops us from being the most networked African identity on earth? Let each person, for those who are in diaspora and those who are older, begin to mentor one person. Fund another person. Sheilo talked about that. Build another person. Whether you are a youth or you are in diaspora, let us form one digital republic. So, Vision 2021-25, picture it. Yoruba names trending globally, not as hashtag of protest, but as CEOs, creators, and governors. Picture cities with AI infrastructure and ancestral spirit honored side by side. Picture every Yoruba child speaking their mother tongue and writing Python code while doing it. The year 21-25 must not meet us by accident. It must meet us by design. Let's start planting that future now. And as I round up, I say this: you must create blueprints with culture. Let our future cities smell like Ogi and sound like logic. The time is now. The wisdom of our father says, the day we deceive ourselves is the day we begin to waste away. Enough of talking, enough of hoping. Let's stop hoping. Choose a role in this war of destiny. Whether you are in culture environment, whether in the tech environment, in the policy making, in the media, choose a role and run with it. History is calling your name. And what will your grandchildren say you did when the homeland called? Speak Yoruba on your podcast. Start that security cooperative. Launch that rural fintech. Say to everybody, I am Yoruba, and let the world feel it truly that you are Yoruba. Ashe, not just amen. And to me, this is not a conference, just a conference paper. This is a spiritual pact. Let us not be the generation that watched history from the sidelines. Let's be the one who build the next Yoruba century with our own minds, with our money, and with our movement. Ashe, not just amen. But we must not only pray it into being, we must will it into existence. May the blessings of Olodumare be with us all. Ashe.
Oh, thank you very much. Dr. Kenny. Thank you so much. In fact, I think you're going to share these slides with us so that we can also digest it. We are now going to have just permit me. Yeah, just okay. So I'm going to introduce the next people to present, the next team to present. We're going to have a showcase by the Yoruba, so it's called Yoruba Youth Startups for the Future. Anyoran, right? Anyoran Pro. Anyoran. Okay, Anyoran Pro Drying Technology. So, and we have the presenters as Ifeoluwa Ajibade, Mubarak Erinfolami, and Timothy Adeniji. So these are young Yoruba people that have designed or that has innovated a particular and they're going to a particular technology, and they're going to share it with us today. It is important that we promote, innovations by Yoruba people that is burn out, Yoruba knowledge, Yoruba logic, and this is what they're going to present to us today. But what I'm going to please ask you for is that if you have a slide of 10, just show us 2. Don't worry, we're going to share it, and everyone will be able to see it so that we can move to the next thing. Thank you very much. Will they be able to present? Okay, so yes, they'll be able to do that. So tech team, global tech team, please, thank you very much. Let us have their presentation on the screen. Yes, we do have a global tech team. Eshe.
Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished guests, respected leaders. Today, we are honored to present our projects, EcoShrimp, harnessing solar power for sustainable seafood processing in Yorubaland. But before we dive into the technical details, I would like to share a quick story. Last year, I visited a community in Ondo State where I met a woman popularly called Mama Shade. Mama Shade has been into shrimp business for over 15 years now, and I watched her as she traded racks of shrimps over open wood fire. Out of curiosity, I asked her, why is shrimp so expensive when it's locally produced here in Nigeria? And she just smiled and she explained to me how the rising cost of firewood has been eating much into their profit. And worse still, during rainy seasons like this, much of their harvest gets spoiled before they are able to dry properly. And that stuck with me. That stuck with me because this is not just about Mama Shade. It's about thousands of women and other small-scale producers facing these same challenges across our coastal communities. With this, we developed our solution, Iron Pro. Next slide, please. A solar-powered clean and efficient dryer tailored to solve local needs, tailored to solve a solar-powered. So with this, we develop our solution, a solar-powered, clean, and efficient dryer for shrimp processing. More importantly, we're not just building an equipment, we are creating a solution tailored to solve local needs, the one that solve problems, the one that promotes health, sustainability, and economic empowerment. Next slide. Now, according to the Food Cultural Organization of Nigeria, Nigeria produces about 12,000 metric tons of shrimp annually, accounting for 12.7% of processing export. Next slide, please, because we are in Norway. Now, looking at this chart now, among the top 10 fish export, shrimp production ranks to be number 1. Yet, despite its importance to our economy and food security, most people doing this business still rely on old traditional methods, which are not so efficient, and moreover, it contributes to climate action problems. Moving to the problem statement.
All right, so we would like to highlight some critical challenges that person faces in Nigeria. And I would like to mention firstly that the generally adopted method are sun drying and wood burning. So the first problem, there is harvest loss. About 5 to 8% of shrimp harvest are lost due to spoilage as a result of inadequate drying. And the second one would be inadequacy of traditional drying method. We understand that the drying method depends on daily sun intensity and wood quality. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí Yorùbá mọ̀ pé oríṣiríṣi igi ni ó wà. Àwọn igi kan wà tó máa ń jò dáadáa, àwọn kan dẹ̀ wà tí ò kí ń jò dáadáa. Nígbà tí a bá kó gbogbo ẹ̀ papọ̀, we find out that most times they are inadequate. Èèyàn mọ̀ pé iye igi tí mo máa ń sun tẹ́lẹ̀ lélẹ̀, àmọ́ irú igi tí wọ́n kó wá yìí kò ń ṣe iye yìí ló yẹ kẹ́ ẹ sun, ó yẹ kó tún jù báyẹn lọ. And the next one is that poor hygiene standard. Here we find out that processing are often conducted under poor hygiene standard, and the materials adopted are usually not safe, food safe. Sometimes àwọn irin tí à ń lò fún àwọn ayanran wa yìí nígbà tí iná bá kàn wọ́n máa ń fi àwọn compound kọ̀ọ̀kan sínú oúnjẹ which are contaminants. And then the next one is inconsistent product quality. There are frequent reports of undercooking, overcooking, and deformation because of the problem of temperature control. Ayanran wa kò sí bá ṣe fẹ́ yín lọlẹ̀, kò sí bá ṣe fẹ́ yín lọ sókè. Bá bá ṣe ń kóná mọ́ sí lá máa jóná lọ wà. And the next one there is high energy cost. Since it is making use of solid fuel, there is need for wood burning. And looking at coastal areas that we are considering, igi máa ń ṣàn wọ́n ní àwọn irú àdúgbò bẹ́ẹ̀ níbi tí omi wà. And ní gbogbo ìgbà ní igi wọ́n sí nítorí pé bí a ṣe ń gé igi, àwọn igi yóò pọ̀ sí, wọ́n kéré sí ni, igi sì wọ́n sí. So there is high energy cost. And the last one there is deforestation and climate change. Just as it has been said in previous presentation, a rí pé àwọn ewé àti egbò wọ́n kú lọ díẹ̀díẹ̀, a ò rí wọn mọ́. Kí ni ìdí èyí? Nítorí pé gbogbo wọn ni à ń gé tí a fi ń kó iná. And climate change, a rí pé ojú ọjọ́ kò fi bẹ́ẹ̀ bára wọn mu mọ́. Àwọn àsìkò tá a mọ̀ sásìkò òjò rọ̀, àsìkò tá a mọ̀ sásìkò ẹ̀rùn, òjò ṣì ń pa wá. Nítorí pé climate change yìí, ara nǹkan tó ń dákun is wood burning. The next slide, please. So this is our solution. Meet Iron Pro. Iron Pro is a sustainable solar-powered dryer that has high precision, is time-saving, and cost-effective. It is designed specifically to transform shrimp processing for small and middle-scale producers. Also, we are looking at revolutionizing shrimp processing with renewable source of energy. Can I have the next slide, please? How it works. Our iron has 2 major parts. Iron wire, the first part is the heat conducting tray. Heat conducting tray is made of stainless steel. And why did we choose stainless steel for this particular part? It is because steel is a good conductor. It withstands high temperature and it is food safe. Nígbà tí iná bá kàn, kò ń ṣe pé ó máa ń dá àwọn nǹkan tí ó yẹ kó sínú oúnjẹ, kò ṣe pé ó máa ń dá wọn sínú ẹ̀. And also, it does not leach harmful compounds into food, like I earlier said. The other part of Iron Pro is the heat sink that is connected to the heating element. Here we have carefully chosen aluminium, and the reason for this is because aluminium máa tètè gba iná sára, bó dẹ̀ ṣe ń gbà ó máa tètè tì sí ìta padà. Can I have the next slide? Also, bí ó ṣe wà yẹn, a ṣe in a way tó jẹ́ pé a lè yọ wọ́n kúrò ní ara wọn. Bóyá èèyàn ti ní ṣọ́ọ̀bù fẹ́ kó lọ sí ṣọ́ọ̀bù bòmí, a lè yọ wọ́n kúrò. And also it can be mounted on wheels tó dàbí táyà. So tó bá yẹ pé nínú ọgbà kan ni wọ́n ti ń ṣe, wọ́n lè tì lọ, wọ́n lè tì bọ̀ in a very easy way. So here we see our SDG focus. Out of a lot of SDG focus that our project, we are focusing our scope on 4. And the first one there is good health and well-being. We are ensuring good health fún àwọn tí ó ń dá iná yìí nítorí pé kò bá wọn lára mu láti máa fa èéfín sí imú ní gbogbo ìgbà. And also the well-being of the consumer, nítorí ẹni tó ń jẹ nǹkan tí a fi èéfín ṣe kò fi gbogbo ara dá fún ètò ìlera rẹ̀. And the next one there is affordable and clean energy. We are looking at this to be solar powered, and the energy there is affordable and it's clean. Kò sí eruku, kò sí ohunkóhun tí ó ń di lọ́wọ́. The next is decent work and economic growth. When my colleague was giving the background, ó ṣàlàyé iye àwọn shrimp yìí tí à ń export sí àwọn ìlú mìíràn. So if we're able to revolutionize the process, we are going to find out that there will be good economic growth and decent work. The last climate change, gẹ́gẹ́ bí mo ṣe ṣàlàyé lẹ́ẹ̀kan ni pé a rí pé àwọn ojú ọjọ́ wa kò fi taratara wọn bá ara wọn mọ́, and the reason is because of deforestation, which is causing climate change. All right, can I have the next slide?
Thank you. I will be walking us through the schematic of our prototype. Báwo la ṣe fi ọ̀kan device àkọ́kọ́ kún ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì tí ó made up prototype wa. Prototype project wa, innovation wa, bá ṣe connect síra ara wọn. Àkọ́kọ́ a bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti solar panel array. A kó agbada panel jọ láti gba oòrùn, láti gba radiation láti oòrùn to generate electricity. So from there to the hybrid inverter. Why we need hybrid inverter here is that the heating element, nǹkan tí yóò ṣe, tí yóò dáná sí ayanran wa, ó nílò láti gba iná ìjọba. A sì fẹ́ lo iná ìjọba torí pé iná ìjọba ò ṣe é gbọ́kànlé. A lo oòrùn. Bó oòrùn nìkan ò lè ṣiṣẹ́ fún. A fẹ́ nǹkan tí yóò change oòrùn wa sí iná tí ó lè ṣiṣẹ́ nínú ilé, which is the work of inverter. Now, from this inverter, we make use of battery. Why? In season like this, when there's no strong ray of light, a nílò nǹkan kan tí yóò gba iná jọ sára, so that nígbà tí ò bá sí iná, tí ò bá sí oòrùn mọ́, a sì tún lè máa rí àwọn ẹran wa yan. Òun la fi lo battery. Now, from hybrid inverter back to heating element. From this heating element, dádúró níbẹ̀, we added temperature regulator. Why? Because bí a ṣe ń yan àwọn ẹran wa, bí a ṣe ń yan àwọn ẹja wa, a fẹ́ control rẹ̀. A fẹ́ kó jòbùlà bí ó ti fẹ́ jiná tán. A fẹ́ iná wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́ kó máa ṣe sí. We can control the heating element. Now from the temperature to the Ayanran Pro, which is our solution. Then the next slide. All right. This is the dimension of our prototype, the innovation we are giving. The components. Here we have 2 components. Àkọ́kọ́ is the tray dimension. Bí tray yẹn ṣe rí, a jẹ́ kó tóbi jù, a jẹ́ kó fẹ̀ jù. Dimension rẹ̀ is 1.5 meter. That is the length bó ṣe gùn sí. And ìdábù rẹ̀ bó ṣe rí 0.6 meter. Àti bó ṣe fẹ̀ sí, the thickness bó ṣe nípọn sí 0.03 meter. Now, ayanran wa yìí lẹ́ẹ̀kan ṣoṣo ohun tó lè gbé àwọn ẹran ta lè kó sí bó ṣe wúwo sí between 15 to 18 kg per batch. Lẹ́ẹ̀kan náà ó lè gbé òṣùwọ̀n 15 to 18 mẹ́ẹ̀ẹ́dógún sí méjìdínlógún ní nǹkan tó lè gbé lẹ́ẹ̀kan náà. The next slide. Now, bí ayanran tí à ń mú wá ta fẹ́ fi rọ́pò èyí tó wà ní ìta tó wà lóde bó ṣe rí leléyìí. The next slide. Now, bí tí a bá ṣe tán, the 3D representation of our prototype. The next slide, please. Thank you. Now, à ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa cost effectiveness bí ẹlẹgbẹ́ mi ṣe sọ. Níbi báyìí, agbada wa, àwọn component eléyìí, and the total cost of it is 87,000 naira. The next slide. In this next slide, a ti sọ̀rọ̀ bí agbada ṣe rí ohun tó ná wa. Bọ̀ nǹkan tá a fi power agbada wa ti ń ṣe agbára oòrùn. Nǹkan tó cost ẹ̀ àkọ́kọ́ a nílò solar panel mẹ́rin tó jẹ́ iye 550 watts. Then we make use of inverter, which is 3.5 kVA 24 volts hybrid inverter. Then tubular battery, 220 Ah, and DC cable. Now, the total estimate for this one is 1.63 million naira. As a wípé kò wọ́n, as a fún wa wípé iye tí total wa jẹ́ is 1.6. Ẹni máa béèrè lọ́wọ́ mi pé ṣé rọ́kọ́ ló pa yìí? Ìrọ́kọ́. Kí nìdí? Ìdílé yìí tẹ́ bá ti lè ṣe é lẹ́ẹ̀kan náà kò sí pé máa dá àjọ igi lójoojúmọ́ mọ́. Kò sí àjọ igi lójoojúmọ́ mọ́. Thank you.
The next slide, please. So the expected yield of our prototype, kí ni àwọn tí à ń retí pé prototype wa máa fún wa? Our prototype is assumed to take 14 to 16 kg of fresh shrimp per batch, and shrimp are known to contain about 75 to 80% of water, meaning that we have to dry up 75 to 80% of this water content and we'll 20 to 25% shrimp. And it will take 6 to 7 hours per batch. Can I have the next slide? So in clear terms, the prototype Iron Pro can dry 14 to 16 kg of per cycle, yielding 4.2 to 5 kg of dried shrimp. Today, iye tí ọjà is between 1,000 and 3,000. Eléyìí túmọ̀ sí pé using Iron Pro within 33 to 35 drying cycle, àti máa generate iye tí a fi set here. All right, to the next slide.
Thank you. Now, what makes us different? Nǹkan tá a mú wá, nǹkan tá a fẹ́ mú wá sọ́jà, kí ni ìyàtọ̀ rẹ̀ sí ohun tó wà ní ọjà tẹ́lẹ̀? Àkọ́kọ́, it is green energy. We are not using fuel, we are not using wood. It is green energy. Now, number 2, culturally informed design. This design is not based on assumption. We carried out research. We reach out to people. One of the case studies is Mama Shade. Now, another difference is that it's the hygiene-centric. It does not come with smoke. Another thing is women-focused empowerment and the increase in yield.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, Iron Pro to us is not just a dryer, it is more than a dryer. Beyond the Mama Shade that my colleague met in Ondo State, we are looking at different Mama Shades all over the coastal areas that we have in Nigeria. And these are the people who feed our communities, but unfortunately are often sidelined and left behind by technological advancements. With your support, we are hoping to scale this project to reach more community, improve food security, and contribute to climate restoration action. Here we see tradition meets the sun and iron redefined. I am Ajibade Fioluwa Michael, tech enthusiast.
Working, follow me, embedded system engineer and IoT.
Timothy Adeniji, solar experts.
Please, let's give them a round of applause. Hold on. Please, let's give them a round of applause. Now, one of the other things that we decided, the reason we brought Iron Pro guys here today is actually because they have won an award. They have won the prize, so we had like a competition, right, for design and engineering. And the Iron Pro teams, team has won the Yoruba Ronu competition, best engineering design to solve the problem of drying shrimp in the Nigerian community. And to present this award, I am going to invite Barrister Sonwo Oluwatobi, lead legal representative and legal consultant for TYF organization, and is the one that heads our legal department worldwide. Thank you. All right, so you will stand here.
So, on behalf of Think Yoruba First organization, this is the Yoruba Ronu Innovator Award for Engineering. It's my pleasure to present this to you on behalf of the organization. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations, guys. Thank you so much. Eshion Barrister. Thank you. London ready for us now, so that we can start wrapping up. And I would like to quickly mention that the humble prize that they have won is not just, they have also won a cash prize of 500,000 naira from the Think Yoruba First organization. Yes. It is an amazing innovation, actually, because shrimp, Nigeria is one of the largest exporter of shrimp and prawns in the world. So you can imagine how this can impact the local economy in Yoruba communities, in Yoruba riverine communities. All right. So are we ready for the video? Okay, Akonji Aga is here.
In tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ni pé a ní láti present award fún Honourable Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources to Dr. Tokunbo Wahab. He's sent his apologies, I believe, but I think somebody can receive it on his behalf and we can get it to him. The Akinkanju Omoluabi Award for Dr. Tokunbo Wahab. Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀, ẹ kú iṣẹ́ látàárọ̀, a dúpẹ́ o. A dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo yín o. Ẹ ṣeun, ṣeun, ṣeun.
We will present. I will still invite. The feedback. Okay, and to receive.
We can't hear the audio from Lagos again.
Okay. Akinkanju to be received. So we'll have it to be received on behalf of Dr. Tokunbo Wahab. There's a feedback. So I'll quickly read is
Gbọ́ Lagos mọ́ o.
so the award. Please mute. They can hear me now. Okay. The recipient is an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Kennedy School, Harvard Business School, and the University of Pennsylvania Wharton. This year, the award goes to a distinguished leader, legal expert, and public servant. An alumnus of, so Dr. Wahab also holds a Bachelor of Law from the University of Benin and is a member of both the Nigerian and International Bar Association, with a stellar career spanning top law firms, including as managing partner at Worley and Ace Legal Practitioners. He has championed justice and equity, providing pro bono legal services to the underprivileged since his early career. Dr. Wahab's commitment to education is remarkable. As special advisor to Lagos State Governor on Education, he spearheaded impactful policies to improve tertiary education and teacher development across the state. Sworn in as Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources in September 2023, Dr. Wahab combines strategic leadership, emotional intelligence, and a passion for community advancement. So I will then invite Barrister Sanwo to present this award to the recipient.
Thank you. So I'm presenting this award to a very respected and learned senior. This is the Akin Konju. This is the Akin Konju Omoluabi Yoruba Ronu Award for 2025. Goes to Dr. Tokunbo Wahab, the Honorable Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources in Lagos State, from our organization, the Think Yoruba First organization. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. And we have our Lagos coordinator, TYF Lagos coordinator, Arakore Lukman, to receive it. Esheon. Thank you very much. Please help us give them a round of applause. Eshe. Thank you so much. It's been a fantastic day. Today has been okay. Today has been a fantastic day. We are so grateful for everyone that has contributed, that has been here with us in all capacity. We're now going to invite Akonji, are you there?
Yeah, I'm happy to thank you so much, Esheon Pupo, Arábìnrin Lọlá. Ní gbàgede tá a dé nsìn, a máa pe ọ̀kan lára àwọn ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n wa. Ìlú Canada ni wọ́n fi ṣe ibùjókòó. Orúkọ wọn ni Ọ̀gbẹ́ni Káyọ̀dé Okunola, chartered accountant ni wọ́n. Ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Káyọ̀dé Okunola is a seasoned chartered accountant and tax expert. As a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria and partner at Káyọ̀dé Okunola & Co. and Tax Doctor Pro in Canada, he does indeed bring deep expertise in taxation and financial strategy. Ọ̀gbẹ́ni Káyọ̀dé Okunola is going to speak to us and share his insights on progressive taxation as a tool for youth empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, I present Ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Káyọ̀dé Okunola, chartered accountant. Ẹ ṣeun.
Ẹ káàsán gbogbo ilé o, ṣé ń gbọ́ mi?
Ohùn yín jákè dáadáa. Thanks very much.
Ẹ káàsán, mo kí yín, ẹ kú iṣẹ́ ìlú. Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè á bùkún wa o. Mo mọ̀ pé ọjọ́ ti lọ and concentration level ó ti drop there. So mo ti send the slide me earlier. Mi ò mọ̀ bóyá something that can be put on screen at this time.
Media jẹ́ bá wa cast the presentation one. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ tẹ́ bá lè bá wa adjust camera yín ká lè rójú yín. Tẹ́ bá gbé camera yín wálẹ̀ díẹ̀.
Ó dẹ̀ wà ńlẹ̀ báyìí o. Báyìí ńkọ́?
Kó kàn sọ̀kalẹ̀ díẹ̀ so that máa rójú yín. Torí báyìí fìlà yín tó dùn yín nìkan là ń rí.
Báyìí ńkọ́?
Kò tí change o.
Báyìí ńkọ́?
Ó better báyìí.
Okay. Maybe I need to increase my seat.
Yeah, I think so.
Now? Is it better now?
Not quite, to be honest. It's
not quite. Okay,
yeah.
just give me a second.
Okay, no wahala, Shane.
While my stuff is being you see me now?
Yes, we can. And your presentation as well is on.
Okay. So, nǹkan tá fẹ́ bára wa sọ lénìí is Yorubaland in 200 years, the indispensable role of progressive taxes in youth development. Nǹkan tó yẹ owó orí ó jẹ́ nǹkan tó jẹ́ pé ó máa nira fáwọn èèyàn láti san, and kò ń ṣe èní kò ń ṣàná. Ọ̀sọ̀ pé wọ́n máa sọ pé àti jẹlẹ́dẹ̀ yùngbàyùngbà àti sanwó ẹ̀ tìkọ̀tìkọ̀. So many in every strata of life, be it in Nigeria, abroad, if tí àwọn èèyàn bá ní opportunity láti máa sanwó orí, wọn ò ní san. Ṣùgbọ́n tí àwọn èèyàn ò bá sanwó orí, ó ní nǹkan tí ó máa ń fa ìdíwọ́ fún orílẹ̀-èdè láti lè gbòòrò àti láti lè ṣe oríṣiríṣi nǹkan tí ó yẹ kán ṣe. So nǹkan tá à ń sọ lénìí ni pé ní ọdún 22-25 gbogbo wa tá wà níbí báyìí ní sí lórí ilẹ̀ mọ́, most of us á ti lọ. Ṣùgbọ́n àwọn nǹkan tá a bá ṣe lénìí, òun ló máa determine ibi tí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá máa wà ní 200 years from now. Just to read the last paragraph on this page. Progressive taxation is not merely about collecting revenue. It's a powerful tool for social engineering, redistributing opportunities, and demonstrating our collective responsibilities towards one another. Láti ọjọ́ tí aláyé ti dáyé ni ìkà ò ti dọ́gba. Àwọn kan máa rí ṣe ju àwọn kan lọ. Ṣùgbọ́n àwọn tó bá rí ṣe ju àwọn kan lọ, wọ́n ní láti ní lọ́kàn wípé gbogbo owó táwọn bá pa kò ń ṣe ti àwọn nìkan. Àwọn ní ẹ̀tọ́ láti dá padà fún ìjọba. Kò ń ṣe torí pé wọn lè tọ́jú owó ìfúnra wọn, bọ̀ láti mọ̀ wípé ìjọba nílò láti lè jẹ́ kí àwọn tí ó kù díẹ̀ káàtó fún láti lè tọ́jú wọn, láti lè jẹ́ kí ìkà dọ́gba, láti má jẹ́ wípé wọ́n ní pé kò sí àǹfààní kan nínú owó téèyàn ní tó lè ná, kó máa bẹ̀rù, kó máa wè ẹ̀yìn pé àbẹ́yàn kan bọ̀ wá ṣe kinní kan, àbẹ́yàn kan bọ̀ wá ṣe kinní kan. Tí àwọn aláìní, tí a bá jẹ́ kí owó orí tíjọba ń gbà, tí a bá jẹ́ kó tó wọn lọ́wọ́, tí a bá jẹ́ kíjọba ráyè rí owó láti fi ṣe oríṣiríṣi nǹkan, there will be a bit of redistribution, and oníkálùkù ìgbé ayé á jẹ́ nǹkan tí ìgbé ayé ò ní nira púpọ̀ fún àwọn tó kù díẹ̀ káàtó fún. So nǹkan tí progressive taxes ń sọ pàtó ni pé tó o bá ṣe pa owó tó, bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ló ṣe kó o ṣe san owó orí tó. O ò gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ aládàáni kànjọpọ́n. O ò gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ pé o fẹ́ pa owó gidi, o fẹ́ pa owó ńlá, o fẹ́ san owó orí kékeré. So bí a ṣe ń lọ in the next 200 years as Yoruba people, eléyìí láti wà ní ọkàn wa wípé gbogbo oríṣiríṣi ẹ̀kọ́ tó ti ń kọ́ wa, entrepreneurship, bá ṣe máa pa owó, bá ṣe máa gba grant lọ́wọ́ ìjọba, bá ṣe máa gba gbogbo ẹ̀. Tá a bá gba gbogbo kíní ìtàn, tí owó yìí náà bá wá dé, a ní láti ní lọ́kàn wípé àwa náà ní láti dá padà. Àwa náà ní láti ṣe fún àwọn tí kò ní through ìjọba, so that nǹkan wọ̀nyí a lè kárí. A ní máa wá bó jẹ́ pé 20 náírà ló yẹ ká san fún àṣẹ owó orí, ká máa wá ọgbọ́n tó máa sọ pé ẹ bá mi ṣe kí n san náírà 2. Tó bá ń ṣe gbogbo yẹn, owó máa wà lọ́wọ́ ẹ o, bọ̀ rántí pé òun máa dá ìtẹ̀síwájú ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, ó máa dá dúró. Can we go to the next slide? Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ bá mi ṣí next slide mi. Yeah, so mo ní ká wo bó ṣe ṣẹlẹ̀ ní ìgbà àwọn tó ṣíwájú wa, kí àwọn ẹni tó kó wa lẹ́rú tó dé, àtìgbà yìí ni a ti ń sanwó orí. Tá bá sì wò dáadáa, nígbà táwọn bàbá wa bá lọ sóko, tó bá ṣoko, wọ́n á sọ pé wọ́n san ìṣákọ́lẹ̀. Ìgbà mìíràn wọ́n á sọ pé àwọn tó bá kó èrè oko, wọ́n á kó ìdá ńbẹ̀, wọ́n á lọ fún àwọn ọba. ìgbà míì tán bá sọ pé òkè o wọ́n fẹ́ kọ́ ibì kan nínú ìlú, àwọn ẹlòmíràn tán bá ní owó tán máa dá, wọ́n á sọ pé àwọn fi ara àwọn falẹ̀ láti ṣe iṣẹ́ so that wọ́n á lè ṣe gbogbo nǹkan yẹn. Àwọn nǹkan tí wọ́n ń lò nígbà yẹn rèé tí àwọn ìlú fún ìlú Ọ̀yọ́ àti àwọn ilẹ̀ Yorùbá tí wọ́n fi lè ṣe gbogbo nǹkan tí wọ́n ṣe ń gbà yẹn. Kò sí èèyàn kan tó ń sọ pé tóun bá ti ṣe oko òun, tóun bá ti jẹ èrè ibẹ̀, òun máa dá jẹ. Kò sí èèyàn kan tó máa sọ pé ọba o, mi ò ní san owó orí lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o. Ó tilẹ̀ lè ṣe náà ṣe wá ọba bá kó àwọn ẹ̀ṣọ́ wa kó wà àtàwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ àti gbogbo nǹkan tó rò pé fẹ́ kó pamọ́. So àti ìgbà àdáyébá ni a ti ń san owó orí. Ẹni tí ò bá sì san owó orí, ó ní bí wọ́n ṣe ń gbà nígbà yẹn. Nígbà tí àwọn tó tẹ̀ wá kó wa lẹ́rú gan-an tún dé, àwọn náà wọ́n tún bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí mú oríṣiríṣi taxes wọ́n tún fi sí. Even though ní colonial period there were a lot of discontent and crisis because the colonial masters were just arbitrary in the introduction of taxes, and so it led to a lot of revolts at that time. But that does not take away the fact that there is need to pay taxes even then, because when you pay taxes, you are blessing the society. You are helping the needy. You are ensuring that there is security in the space. You are ensuring that àwọn tí ò ní à ń fún wọn. So nǹkan tá à ń sọ ni pé owó orí sísan ó ti wà ní àtètèkọ́ṣe, ó ń bẹ nísinsìnyí, bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ló dẹ̀ máa rí títí láéláé. So in the next 200 years, àwọn ọ̀dọ́ wa ìní wọ́n láti mọ̀ wípé kò ní sí àkókò kan tí wọn ò ní sanwó orí. Chances are that wípé a máa sanwó orí as we progress ni. My next slide, please. Shall lọ sí next slide mi? So gẹ́gẹ́ bí mo ṣe sọ, nǹkan tí owó orí wà fún is to ensure that oníkálukú ń san bí ó ṣe ń pa owó. Tó o bá pa 20, o láti mọ̀ pé o máa san ju ẹni tó pa 10 lọ. Tó o bá pa 10, o láti mọ̀ pé o máa san ju ẹni tó pa 5 lọ. Nǹkan burúkú gbáà ni kẹ́ni tó ń pa 20 kó fẹ́ máa san táàsì ẹni tó pa 5. Àwọn nǹkan tí kì í jẹ́ kí ìlú lọ síwájú nìyẹn. Kò dẹ̀ ní dáa wípé àsọ̀dọ́ bá ṣe ń làkàkà láti tayọ, à ń gbà wá níyànjú pé aláti mọ̀ pé owó orí sísan, it is our responsibility to ensure that we pay so that we can have a society that is equitable and sustainable for everybody. Because only àjọjẹ ọdún béèyàn kan ò ní. So tí wọ́n bá ń pa gbìngbìnìkì owó tó dẹ̀ ń jí lára owó orí tó yẹ kó san, ìwọ náà ń bà ní jẹ́ ni o. Ìjọba nìkan kọ́ ni a máa sọ pé wọ́n ń kówó jẹ. Níwọ̀n ìgbà tí wọ́n náà bá ti mú lára owó orí tó yẹ kó san, ibì kan náà la máa kó gbogbo yín pọ̀ sí. Àwọn ń jí ńgbà tẹ́ ti san, ìwọ ń jí ńgbà tó ti san, wàá rí pé jíjí náà ló wà ní gbogbo ẹ̀. Olódùmarè á ràn wá lọ́wọ́. Next slide, please. So tí a bá sanwó orí, kí la rò pé ó máa ṣe fún wa? Mo sọ wípé owó orí sísan will get us to have a transformative education from cradle to career. À ń sọ pé tá a bá sanwó orí tó yẹ ká san, tí wọ́n dẹ̀ ń lò bóyá yẹ kán lò, there will be world-class education from free. It will be free and compulsory to educate our people. That's where we are looking to get to in the next 200 years. We are looking at a situation where the Yoruba people will have a minimum of 99% literate level. And this literacy level will be almost free to our people. If we are going to achieve this, we all must contribute our quota to pay the right taxes accurately and correctly. We are saying that as we move into the next 200 years, we are supposed to have cutting-edge research. Our people must research and get to digital literacy. All of this will happen if we contribute our quota to pay our taxes correctly. What we also think progressive taxation will lead to, it will be easy for entrepreneurship. The government will have more money to give seed capital to incubators. There will be skill acquisitions, there will be mentorship program. Just like the people that just came to show us their invention. When we all pay our taxes, we expect the government to have more money to empower our inventors. How about comprehensive healthcare? A healthy nation is a wealthy nation. As we grow into the next 200 years, we expect Yorubaland to have a comprehensive and universal basic health for people. A lot of people just die these days, and because they do not even know what is wrong with them. Before our people present in hospitals and all, their ailment is almost at terminal level. So we are hoping that we'll be able to have people pay correct taxes and get people to have all these benefits. How about infrastructure? When we pay our taxes well, we will have all these things that we're saying. And so what is the way forward? We believe that tax administration must continue to be simpler. People must understand why they are paying, and the ease of payment must be good. The law of taxes must be clear, and people must understand it without any ambiguity. The government must build public trust. That's the only reason why people have issues with paying taxes in Nigeria, because they are always complaining. We don't see what we are, the ones we pay, we don't see what they are using it for. So as leaders of Yorubaland, many of you will be in political space tomorrow, next tomorrow, years to come. As you administer these taxes, ensure that people trust you and they can, they can be happy the way you do it. I'm rushing through my slide, and I think as we do all of this, I believe that our nation, Yorubaland, and every one of us will be here to stay into the future. Thank you.
Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀, a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín, ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n. Olódùmarè a máa.
Ẹ rí rush mi, mo kàn ṣáà ń súré ni.
Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ má bínú, ẹ gbà wá bí a ti ṣe rí báyìí. It's been a very packed agenda. One of the things I think this is so important is we tend to have series where we can actually focus and delve deeper into some of these subjects. So we would ask the Secretariat to find an opportunity where we can actually host you on a Saturday, for an hour, just walk us through some of your thinking, and then we can, get a lot of people more engaging. Thank you so much. Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ fún sùúrù yín. Ẹ ṣeun, a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín. Láì fọ̀tápè, a ó lọ sí ọ̀rọ̀ oúnjẹ. Àwọn àgbà wípé tí ebi bá ti tán nínú ìṣẹ́, ìṣẹ́bùṣe. An hungry man is truly indeed an angry man. So we're going to hear from the Honorable Ebenezer Boluwade, the Ekiti State Governor, Ekiti State Commissioner for Agriculture. Maybe I'm speaking into the future now. Ogbeni Ebenezer Boluwade. He's Ekiti State Commissioner for Agriculture, a seasoned expert in agri finance and food security, with past roles at Sterling Bank and the USDA Foreign Agricultural Service. Now leading agricultural strategy in Ekiti. Honorable Boluwade is passionate about youth involvement, partnerships, and sustainable solutions in and for Yorubaland. So without further ado, Honorable Ebenezer Boluwade, let us hear from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Akonji. I hope you can hear me.
Agbọ́ yín ṣùgbọ́n a fẹ́ rí ojú yín. Ẹ já rojú yín.
Okay. Do I do that? Okay, I will try.
Media ìjọba mi center Honorable Boluwade, ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀. Again, if we need to, we would organize a session where you can provide a bit of a masterclass briefing and all of that. But for now,
yes. Sorry, I will make it very brief. I know that people have been here since morning. So thank you so much, my brother and sister. So let me start by appreciating the organizers for this opportunity. I'm so sorry. I went to a particular program also on agriculture to speak and to sensitize our people, how to mobilize our people to take advantage of what government is doing and how to position ourselves. So more like the same thing that Johnson on Molosombe. So I will not take so much of your time. I will start by picking some words from Udo Anthem. I think the last phrase, and really, the last sentence, man, for me, anytime that I need, we sing it. Only ọmọ Odùduwà ẹ dìde, ẹ bọ́ sípò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ, ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀. So we are not even restricting ourselves to Nigeria, the black race. Yoruba is the star, and that's where we need to be in every endeavor. And I look at the people that have spoken very nice topic and nice content, and they have told us about what we need to do to position ourselves in every segment of the economy and life. So without so much ado, I will go straight to what I am asked to speak on: agriculture and food security for sustainable in Yorubaland. Yeah. So when you look at pen to bá ti ń gbọ́yàn, ọ̀gá èèyàn ló jẹ́. My prayer is that Yorubaland, agbára Ọlọ́run, we will be able to stand and feed ourselves. And there are so many of it. There's so many. God has actually blessed us, and we have empirical facts and empirical data to actually support it. Many of us, we may not, but we can see the traces of the impact of Chief Obafemi Awolowo, what he did when he was on the, when he was in the saddle, to actually develop agricultural development within the region. So, and we can see today, University of Ife, Obafemi Awolowo universities, cocoa house, they are all products of can you hear me? I think I'm hearing on echo. Okay, let me continue. So, it just for us to do so many things because in agriculture there are so many moving parts that we need to develop as from the upstream to midstream and the downstream sector. Everything needs to be touched, and we need to position them for an effective and efficient food production and food system. Good thing is that we have the markets. There are a lot when you go to Lagos. Millions of people go to your state, millions of people go to Ogun State, millions of people. So we can actually develop agricultural value chain on livestock, on crop production, on tree crops, as case may be within our, and we have competitive advantage. I don't like to call it comparative advantage. The competitive advantage on tree crops. So our rainforest can do a lot. Cocoa production, cashew production, oil palm and all that. Then the derived savanna, you are part of Ekiti. We can use it to do grains and all that. So we have a lot to do. It's just for us to see where we are and also to develop those value chains. And I would like to speak briefly within the next 5 minutes on what we are doing within the Ekiti as an example that we can actually replicate in other areas within the region. So in Ekiti today, we are trying to bend the curve for food inflation and to ensure that we produce enough for market, not only for our market and also for the regional market. And when we satisfy regional market, we can also place product in the national market. Ekiti today is the highest producer of rice. We produce a lot of rice, close to 200,000 metric tons. And we try to actually to wrap up those production by developing the value chain. And we carve ourselves within the agricultural space 5 major points that every other subnationals also can look at it and see where they can develop a program. So we looked at agricultural productivity movement, capacity building, and form of good agricultural practice to our farmers, extension that talks about extension services, market and market development, value addition through midstream and downstream development, and the youth in agriculture. So we have these 5 major agendas that we are pursuing within the agricultural space. Let me pick it one after the other within the next 2 minutes. Agricultural productivity. So we looked at the national average of yield per hectares on several crops, and we know that where we are is very low and it's also the factors of so many things. Seed wall and low. What type of seed are we using? Seed? Are we using grain instead of seed? And these are the things that we looked at. How are we doing land preparation? How we ensure that land are prepared in the right way and we make it available to farmers. Then we looked at security, which is very key and which is very germane within our farm settlement and farmstead. We ensure that the farmers are safe and secure and their investments are secure from rampaging, herdsmen and all that, and the issue of kidnapping and all that. Very, very germane. And today in Ekiti State, we are the first state to carve out a special force from Ramotekun to actually take care of that area within our farmstead. We recently, the governor just gave another approval for another 500. We call them agro rangers to be recruited into our farm settlement. And what we do is that these people are recruited from their local government, so they know the nook and craning of every activity that happens within their local government. So, and we deploy them solely to secure farmstead and farm farm environment. And also all our forestry reserves. Today, we have in-situ security agencies that are there. So before the federal government said they are recruiting security forces to man all the forces, we are already doing it. We're already doing it in Ekiti to also secure all our. We have 10 major forest reserves, and today there is nowhere you go to you won't have security forces that are, that are there in situ. They get fed twice in a day. They're empowered. You have security houses there, so it's not that they go. They are there 24/7 to man that area to ensure that the miscreant and the hoodlums and the criminals do not have access to our security, our forestry reserve, which they have turned into their fortress. And also the number 2 is about capacity building, and also how do we pass good agricultural practices to our farmers to ensure that when we make available inputs in form of seedlings and seed today, we subsidize almost everything that we do in natural value chain. Our land, we do what we call land clearing, and that's what we call land clusters, cluster farming. We do land cluster farming. So today, we have created no less than 115 farm clusters within the villages and communities within the Ekiti state to ensure that people have access. And these are organic. The people actually they make their land available for government to come in and also clear the land for them. So we have that. We are doing that one free of charge to farming populace. Any community, any cooperative that have interest in land clearing, we do it, we clear it for them free of charge. We do tractorization policy. We ensure that the farmers have access to tractor mechanization, and we subsidize it up to 50%. Well, we discovered that they have issues in access to tractorization programs. So people are still using pole and cutlasses. But when we started 2 years ago, we were able to increase it today. I think our target this year is to do about 3,000 hectares of land on tractorization. So you're plowing, you're harrowing, and you're ridging, you make it available at half price to the farmers. Our seeds, improved seed, through premier seed, we have rice, we have maize, we have cowpea, cassava. We made it, and rice, I made it available to farmers at half price, 50% subsidy. We subsidize them. Agrochemicals, we also subsidize them at 50%. So all these things we make them available to the farmer. And we also add on top of it good agricultural practices, so that when you get your seedlings, you're able to know how many centimeters that you need to space them to ensure that they have a required population on a particular plot of land or in a particular acre or hectare. So they do that. And the major one, we also do number 3 is to make sure that the market accessibility is also provided, because agri is demand driven, it's market driven. If you don't have market, there's no need of you, there's no need of producing. So when you have market, it also stimulates production. And as of today, we have a state-owned enterprise that's in charge of aggregation and also buyback product from farmers. So when you get to our warehouse today, you see rice, you see maize, you see beans that have already aggregated and we bought back from our farmers to ensure that they have market to whatever. And at the end of the day, we are going to sell it to the consumer. So create that value, create that enterprise to ensure that the farmer, they have access to market. And also other markets are coming up, private sector will ensure that they come into the space to also participate. And most importantly, within that space is also to ensure that farmers, and whatever they produce within their farmstead, they have access to market. And how do we do that? So ensure that the road, the rural road, the farm road are made more tolerable. Instead of using Okada, that's bike to actually convey your product, which is very, very expensive. And today we are ensuring that, and there's a World Bank program we call RAMP that we have entered into with the World Bank, and it's helping us to ensure we get so much within that space. Value added, very, very important. We don't want to see that we export our raw commodities outside the state, because we believe that in creating value, we need to create, in creating jobs, in true value creation and empowerment to our people, because when you take out your produce in raw, you are taking out job creation, you are taking out wealth creation within that ecosystem. So we're ensuring that private sectors are coming to the space because there's an availability of input. So what you need is also to set up your, and that ease of doing business is very well comfortable to the investors. They can come into it. The last one before because of our time, is the youth in agriculture. So we discovered that our youth are not interested in agriculture. As the president said last 3 days, that they want to make agricultural sexy. Yeah, we are doing it to ensure that our youth are attracted to the venture because using our whole account is things of the past. So you as a youth, what you just need to do today, we have made everything from land preparation to land clearing, to planting, to subsidy and all that, to make it very, very comfortable to them. So we started 3 programs, and I will mention them briefly. We started youth in poultry production last year, and today we started with 10,000 per circle. Today we're at 40, 50,000 per circle in poultry production, and it's growing. We started at one point, and today we're in 6 hubs within the state producing broiler. Broiler is something that you can do within 5 weeks at most, and you start reaping the benefit of that activities. We also ensure that we create what we call youth hubs, where we have youth that are producing rice, that are producing maize, that are producing pepper and cassava. We started last year with less than 1,000, and today there are more than 5,000 youth that we already engaged within that enterprise. And we are also creating what we call a new farm settlement program, like what Awolowo did in those days, where we have farm settlement people, and we are building dormitories within that area. Security is there, dormitory will be there, solar powered, every other thing that you want, DSTV, after the farm, you want to go and watch whatever you want to watch, football and all that. So those activities.
ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀, ẹ má bínú, mi ò dá yín lẹ́nu dúró, mo fowó àtọmọ dín yín lẹ́nu. Just in the interest of time, Commissioner, n tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní pé n tẹ́ ń ṣe yìí, it's very laudable. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ti ṣe sọ láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ náà pé whoever feeds you is your boss. So we are confident in your ability and that of the Ekiti State Governor and the entire cabinet to be able to write a case study for us, or to demonstrate a case study that other Yoruba states can take a cue from. Ṣùgbọ́n iṣẹ́ tí ń ṣe iṣẹ́ tó ṣe kò mú òkun ni, ẹ ṣeun, a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín, ẹ má bínú pé I delay you coming in at this point, but we did call you earlier, but like they were available by here. But we thank you for the opportunity for honoring our invitation.
No problem. Thank you so much. Amen.
Thank you so much. Okay, so without further ado, we are going to hear from Dr. Rotimi of Idera Health. Dr. Rotimi, please don't take more than 3 minutes just to address us, encourage us, and tell us what it is, that you're doing, and that will be all. Eshem Pupo. She Dr. Idera Dr. Rotimi, show online. Okay, in the absence of Dr. Rotimi, sorry, is Dr. Rotimi there?
From Lagos. We have executive here.
Okay, he's here. Okay, lovely. We'll definitely hear from him. Just again, special recognition to Bonka Ebiri. It's one of the very important personalities in Think Yoruba First. Powerhouse thought leader, a a history and encyclopedia, Yoruba and global history encyclopedia, who understands geopolitics, is one of the people who has been encouraging our organization, in tremendous ways. Ogbeni Ojogbon Bonkaibiri, we want to recognize you. We want to acknowledge you. We want to appreciate your labor of love. And we pray that the Almighty Olodumare will continually empower you as you do the work of nation building. Okay, so can we hear from Dr. Rotimi just briefly? Thank you.
Yeah, good. I'll be the one speaking on behalf of Dr. Rotimi. Dr. Rotimi is the chairman, one of the director. No, Sunday West have by. So, ká má bá gba àkókò wa, máa sọ̀rọ̀ díẹ̀ nípa ìdẹ̀ra. Ìdẹ̀ra jẹ́ Idera is a medical and humanitarian mission. Ó jẹ́ ham ní under Think Yoruba First. And our handle on social media is @IderaHealth. Please kindly click on @IderaHealth and follow us. And actually, we need your support. We need your support to collaborate with us, and we need and financially, we need your support also. Thank you very much. I need time, so I won't be saying much. Because of our time, please kindly follow us on social media, both on Instagram, TikTok, S-App, and Facebook. Please, @IderaHealth. Please kindly follow us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arabin Esther. And finally, we're going to hear from Ojogbon Bakare Isaac Ayodeji.
Akonji, thank you very much, everyone. So what will happen is that we'll be joining the deliberations, but we didn't plan to sign out this early, but the Lagos venue will be drawing to a close while we still patch on to our virtual centers, the London Center, the London Center, and then Europe and America will be listening. Esheon, thank you very much. Please, we'll be sharing the link to join TYF. That is very, very important. This event only happened because we have dedicated members. We have dedicated, I'll say, soldiers. We need more. So thank you very much. I will then patch on to Akonji now so that we can speak.
Thank you so much, Omidan Lola Lawal, Tosin Oni.
Yes. Thank you very much. I think, Akonji, you're speaking, but we can't hear you.
Gbọ́n mi báyìí. Hello. Ṣé ń gbọ́ o? Media Center, Josh.
Yeah, we can hear you here.
Okay, I want to
Lagos. Yes.
Okay. Anyway, adúpẹ́ òkun. Ṣé Ọ̀gbẹ́ni Bakare Isaac Ayodeji wà online? Hello. Ṣé Ọ̀gbẹ́ni Bakare Isaac Ayodeji wà available? Tí wọn ò bá sí ń bẹ̀, adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ wọn o. Ṣùgbọ́n lákòókò yìí, bóyá ká fi àdàgbà ètò ká fi rọ̀. It's been a wonderful conference, the Global Yoruba Conference, Youth Conference. Ǹjẹ́ olùkọ́ chemistry wà ńbẹ̀? Olùkọ́ chemistry.
Yes, I think he's coming in.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sá o.
Ẹ ṣeun. Olùkọ́ chemistry alùyín lọ́gọ̀ ẹnu o. Ẹ kúṣẹ́ takuntakun o.
Ẹ kú ètò ẹ kú àtàárọ̀.
Adúpẹ́ o, adúpẹ́. Ẹ wo àròjọ́ musolókun. So nǹkan làákànbẹ tẹ́ bá lè bá wa ṣe ní kọ́mọ́kébé 3 to 5 minutes kẹ́kàn bá wa. Àwọn iṣẹ́ yín ó wà lójú gbàgede gbogbo èèyàn ló mọ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n afẹ́kẹ̀kàn bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ kí ni ìyànjú tẹ́ fẹ́ gba àwọn èèyàn wa. Kẹ́kàn bá wa ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ kẹ́ bá wa kó lákòótán. Ẹ ṣeun.
Ẹ ṣé gan, ẹ kú ètò látàárọ̀. Mo kí gbogbo wa, mo sì kí gbogbo àwọn àgbààgbà tó wà nílẹ̀. Kí Olúwa kó wà pẹ̀lú wa. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá kò ní wálẹ̀ láéláé, iwájú la máa lọ sí. Nǹkan tí mo kàn máa sọ ní ṣókí ni wípé gbogbo wa tá jẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá nílé lóko, gbogbo wa náà la ní ipa kan àbí ìmíràn tá lè kó láti jẹ́ kí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá kó lọ síwájú sí. Tá bá wò a pọ̀ ló ń kà. A fẹ́ lé ní bí wọ́n ṣe sọ ní mílíọ̀nù bíi 100. Tí olúkálukú wa bá nípa kan tá ń kó láti jẹ́ kí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá lọ síwájú sí, tí a fọwọ́ rọ̀, tí a káwọ́ lẹ́rán tá ń wò, a máa rí pé láàárín ọdún tí ò ní ju 20 ọdún lọ, gbogbo nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ báyìí nísìnyí ó máa di nǹkan tí a fi sẹ́yìn tégún fi ń sọ. So ọjọ́ iwájú wa dà. Lẹ́yìn ìgbà táwa bá tẹ̀ ti kó níbí báyìí tán, àwọn ọmọ wa tó tún wà, àwọn wọn jẹ àǹfààní nǹkan tí a bá ṣe sílẹ̀ báyìí. Nítorí báyìí ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo wa ká kó ipa láti jẹ́ kí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá lọ síwájú. Ẹ ṣé gan, mo dúpẹ́.
Olùkọ́ chemistry adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín o. Ọpọlọ yín ò ní jọba o.
Àmín àmín sà. Ẹ ṣé gan sà.
Ẹ ṣeun adúpẹ́ pẹ́ òkun. Láì fọ̀tápè, a ó gbé ètò fún lọ́wọ́ máníjà TYF tó bá wa ṣe àkótán ìdúpẹ́. Ẹ ṣeun o, orúkọ tèmi Àkànjí Àgan the restorer tá a sún mọ̀ sí Afọnrere. Inú mi dùn, ayọ̀ mi kún. It's been a privilege to co-host this event. Super exciting time to be alive. Super exciting time to be a part of something bigger than myself. I want to thank the leadership of TYF for the opportunity to do this. And I pray that Olodumare will continually empower us and empower our organization. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá kò ní di ohun ìtàn o. A ó máa lọ sí látinú ipá sí ipá, látinú agbára sí agbára, láṣẹ Ìdùmarè. Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀. Thank you so much for the opportunity to serve. Ire o, ire gbogbo. Ẹ ṣeun. Over to you, manager.
Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, ṣé ẹ̀ ń gbọ́ mi dáadáa?
Ó ga jù. A rí yín o, a gbọ́ yín o.
Ẹ fún mi ní ìṣẹ́jú kan, mo kí gbogbo lé o. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, àwọn IT ẹ bá mi ṣe bó ṣe yẹ ká ṣe kó ba lè rí bó ṣe yẹ kó rí. Ṣé ẹ̀ ń gbọ́ anything látọ̀dọ̀ yín? Ẹ̀gbọ́n Àkànjí.
No, I can't hear anything.
All right. So kí
Manager.
Kò sí wàhálà. Ṣé ẹ ti ń rí mi àbí?
Ó ga jù.
Ẹ ṣé gan. So a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo àwọn èèyàn tá pè. Kí a tó tẹ̀síwájú, ẹ̀gbọ́n Àkànjí, ó dà pé ẹ̀yin máa ń kọrin, ẹ mọ bó ṣe ń kọrin jù mí lọ. So tá bá dẹ̀ ṣe ń kọ́, mo fẹ́ jẹ́ káwọn èèyàn náà kọ́ bá wa kọ́. So màá kọ́kọ́ fún wa ní bá ṣe máa sọ, then àwa jọ gbèrin. Ṣé ti gbọ́ ẹ̀gbọ́n Àkànjí?
Okay.
Orin yìí àwọn tó bá súnmọ́ àwọn bàbá wa Bọ́lá Ìgè, wọ́n á mọ̀ pé wọ́n fẹ́ràn orin yẹn. Mo ò pàdé wọn rí ṣùgbọ́n ẹnu wọn náà mo ti bá. Orin yẹn lọ báyìí. Inú mi dùn ní pé mo jẹ́ Yorùbá. Inú mi dùn ní pé mo jọmọ Oòduà. Congratulations, ọ̀rẹ́ mọ wọ̀rẹ́ wá. So mo fẹ́ fún àwọn èèyàn ní àsìkò, àwọn tó bá wà lórí Zoom yìí, ẹ ṣí gbohùngbohùn yín, àwa jọ kọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀mejì. Ẹ lè bá mi ṣí gbohùngbohùn yín, ṣé ti gbọ́? So ẹ̀gbọ́n Àkànjí, ṣé ti ready?
Yeah, ready to go.
Tí bá ti sọ 1 2 3 kí gbogbo àjọ kọ́. So ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá lè ṣí Zoom yín, ẹ bá wa ṣí. 1 2 3 ẹgbẹ̀rin. Inú mi dùn ní pé mo jẹ́ Yorùbá. Inú mi dùn ní pé mo jọmọ Oòduà. Congratulations, ọ̀rẹ́ mọ wọ̀rẹ́ wá. Ẹ ṣé gan. Ọlọ́run á bò àṣírí gbogbo wa.
Àṣẹ o.
Àní ṣubú dànù, àní fi ọwọ́ wa gbọ́mọ sí.
Àṣẹ.
A ti sọ̀rọ̀ púpọ̀, Ọlọ́run ní jẹ́ ká sọ lásán.
Àṣẹ o.
Fún àwọn adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn tó jẹ́ pé láti bí ọdún 2 mẹ́ta àwọ̀ ọ̀gbà sí nǹkan tá à ń sọ, ṣùgbọ́n lónìí àti dọ̀rẹ́, adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín. Àwọn tí ọ̀rọ̀ tá dẹ̀ ṣe ń sọ tí kò tí ì yé wọn tó jẹ́ pé ó máa yé lọ́la, a sì tún dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ tẹ̀yin náà. Gbogbo àwọn tá pè, àwọn commissioners, alàgbà Ṣèyí lọ, alàgbà Dípọ̀, àti Ondo State Government, Lagos State Government, àtàwọn government tó kù tó bá wa dá sí, àjọṣe wa ò ní bàjẹ́. Ẹ ṣé púpọ̀. Ọwọ́ wa ló kù sí báyìí o. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, ọwọ́ wa ló kù sí. Mo fẹ́ jẹ́ ká gba àdúrà kan. Ẹ̀gbọ́n Àkànjí, tí bá ní pé kẹ́ gbàdúrà kan fúnlẹ̀ Yorùbá, kí ló kọ́kọ́ jáde lọ́kàn yín?
Kójú ó má tì wá ni.
Látọ̀dọ̀ tèmi, màá sọ pé ẹni ẹlẹ́ni ò ní gbà ṣe wá ṣe. So ẹ ṣé púpọ̀ o, a máa rí bá ti ṣe o, àárọ̀ náà gbégbá o, orí ìdọ̀bálẹ̀ mọ́ wa o, mo kí gbogbo wa o, àríra láìpẹ́ o, ẹ ṣé gan o. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ó di ọwọ́ wa o. Báwọn bàbá wa ṣe gbé fún wa, ẹ jẹ́ káwa náà gbé lọ́mọ lọ́wọ́ o. Àní tọrọ jẹ o, àní tọrọ mu o. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ò ní dàrú lé wa lórí o. Ẹ ṣé púpọ̀ o, ẹ̀gbọ́n Àkànjí, ẹ ṣé o. Gbogbo àwọn èèyàn tó bá wa dá sétò náà, ẹ ṣé gan, dáadáa yín ò ní bàjẹ́ o, ẹ ṣé púpọ̀.
Thank you so much, manager. Wọ́n ní ojú kì í ti náà alẹ́, ojú ò ní tì wá.
Ṣé ẹ gbọ́ mi o?
Yes.
A ní láti shout out sí àwọn akọni Yorùbá nationalist. Ẹ wo ibi àkútà tí ń kọ ìwé wa yẹn. Kẹ́ rí orúkọ wọn ń bẹ̀. Àwọn akọni wa, Ifáfúnṣọ́, ṣe mọ̀ pé yẹ kán sọ̀rọ̀. Àyè ni ò gbà wọ́n. Ẹ bá wa shout out sí wọn sà.
Okay. A dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn olólùfẹ́ TYF, àwọn akọni Oòduà, akọni Yorùbá, no nonsense zone, Great Ife, Ifáfúnṣọ́ obìnrin takuntakun, Aspire, àti gbogbo ènìyàn bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. A dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín o, ojú ò ní tì yín o, ojú ò tiẹ̀ ní yín tì, láṣẹ Ìdùmarè. A dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín, ojú kì í ti náà alẹ́, yóyóyó ni Yorùbá mọ̀ yọ, rúrúrú a mọ̀ ru ni sókè sókè láṣẹ Ìdùmarè. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá yìí kò ní di pẹ̀tà láṣẹ Ìdùmarè. Ẹ ṣeun púpọ̀ We want to thank you and we want to appreciate you in the name of Olodumare, the Most High. We want to thank you in the name of our president, our secretary, the patrons, and grand patrons of our club, of our social-political organization, Think Yoruba First. We want to thank you for staying with us. The future is bright. 200 years time, Yoruba will be around and thriving. We will not only survive through the challenges, we will thrive. This is what Yoruba is known for. We rise from the shackles, from all the debilitating challenges, and become even better. So thank you and thank you. Esheun, 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 adupe. Ire o, ire kanka. Odigba na, esheun.
And if you smoke grass, I say you want. I know something where you know no adore. Say to take time, you go make time. I talk before.
Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ má bínú wọ́n ní pé ó kù nǹkan ẹyọ kan tá a gbàgbé ó yẹ ká parí pẹ̀lú Yorùbá national anthem so àwọn tó bá sì fẹ́ dúró ẹ lè sì tún dúró ká sì tún kọ́ ẹ fáwọn IT wa díẹ̀ ní àsìkò. Ẹ̀gbọ́n Àkànjí àbẹ ẹ ti bá gbádá yín sílẹ̀ ẹ má tí gbọ́ o.
In and out.
Ẹ ṣé púpọ̀ lẹ́ǹkan sí o. Okay, ó ti ń pè.
Èdùmàrè dákun tàn mọ́lẹ̀ o sí ọ̀nà ẹni táyé ní lára ẹni mímọ́ o dákun tàn mọ́lẹ̀ o sí ọ̀nà ẹni táyé yọ lẹ́nu. akéwì ní bómi ayé bá kún ṣe ni omi ayé ń gbé ni lọ́mọ lọ ọ̀rẹ́ mi nú ò fẹ́ sí mọ́ kárẹ́ ni bá rìn gan díjọ̀gbọ̀n obìnrin láyé ó ń fẹ́ kiri bí mọ̀jàlá ayé burú débi pé òjijì ẹni ń fini sílẹ̀ nínú òkùnkùn ọ̀pá tí kò tọ́ láyé bó bá bani ìpọ́n níbi ṣàlàyé ọ̀rọ̀ àpáta rìbìtì láyé ẹ̀yin ọmọ ènìyàn nílò túútú tójú ayé bá pọ́n ó lè ṣùṣù jẹ nínú oko òòrùn ayé ń ta ni ó ń gbóná lala ó juná ẹwìrì àdá ayé mú sánsán ó ń gé ni ó le ó ju ìjà kànnàkànnà ayé á bà lẹ́yìn ẹlẹ́yìn yóò sì sọ mí ìdejò odò ayé gbóná ó lè tẹ̀bà láìròtẹ́lẹ̀ ṣọ́ra fáyé ẹni ayé bá ń fẹ́ wọ́n ní odò rẹ̀ kì í kún sétílé ẹni ayé bá ń fẹ́ ẹgbẹ́ kí wọ́n rọra ṣe àtòrí ayé kì í dúró ibi tó bá wù ú ní ti jù ṣọ́ra fáyé orí ahọ́n láyé ti pé kó yẹ ni odò ìkùn ìkà kì í pèrò adùn ẹ̀yìn gbá ni ayé ń yí àgbàdo tirẹ̀ sí àgbálùmọ́ ayé kì í pọ́n ó sì tún rẹ̀ dálẹ̀ ẹni bẹ́pẹ́ ayé bá jálé lórí ẹ̀tẹ̀ nírú wọn fi ń wọjì nísà ṣọ́ra fáyé ọ̀gbun ayé kì í nísàlẹ̀ òfurufú láyé kì í ṣe fọwọ́ kàn nígbẹ̀yìn dákun má wẹ̀dùn lójú aráyé akéwì àgbà ní tómi ayé bá kún níṣẹ́ lómi ayé ń gbé ní lọ́mọ lọ àlùkò láyé ọmọ aráyé kọ́ ní láyé gbó olólùmọ̀ tó fi lé ayé mọ́ mọ̀jẹ̀sí ladarí wọn bẹ̀ tí ń jẹ̀bà ibẹ̀ ṣọ́ra fáyé ayé gbẹgẹ́ ilé ayé ń gbóná lala ó jù náà wìrì. Èdùmàrè dákun pọ́n mọ́lẹ̀ o sí ọ̀nà ẹni táyé ní lára ẹni mímọ́ o dákun sàn mọ́lẹ̀ sí ọ̀nà ẹni táyé yọ lẹ́nu.
Fún àǹfààní àwọn tó bá fẹ́ mọ ẹni tó kọrin yẹn alàgbà ẹ̀dá ọ̀tọ̀ ló kọrin yẹn ó yẹ káwọn náà wà níbí báyìí lénìí ṣùgbọ́n ó dà pé nǹkan 2 sí 3 ni ò jẹ́ kó ráyè wá ẹ ṣé púpọ̀ níbi tí àwọn IT tí wọ́n á rò ń pa àwọn ti fẹ́ parí ètò èmi á sì bá yín dúró síbí báyìí díẹ̀ títí tí a máa fi kẹ́sẹ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀ ńlẹ̀ tó bá ní ìbéèrè tàbí 2 tàbí 3 ẹ lè ṣì bí wá táwọn IT máa fi tó ká gbogbo ẹsẹ̀ àwọn nǹkan tá à ń ṣe yìí kúrò.